My sister locked me in my room. As my blood sugar plummeted to 30, and my dad was downstairs, believing her lies about me sabotaging the dinner party. The key turned in the lock from the outside and I heard Olivia Bennett's heels clicking down the hallway while my hands shook too much to hold my phone. My blood sugar monitor read 52 and decreasing. That horrific freefall meant I had around 18 minutes before losing consciousness totally. I was grabbing for my emergency glucose tablets when I heard her go up the stairs. And now the bottle lay on the floor somewhere in the darkness, dispersed on the carpet after I knocked it over while attempting to get to the door. Olivia Bennett's lovely and sorry voice echoed through the wood, informing my father downstairs that I was in one of my adolescent mood swings and needed time alone to calm down before his business partners arrived for dinner. She said I'd been harsh about her cuisine and dismissive of the evening's significance, and that I'd locked myself in on purpose to destroy the dinner party she'd spent weeks arranging. My father's reaction was muted but acceptable, believing her version of events as he usually did, and I knew with crystalline dread that she had just sentenced me to death alone in my bedroom while they entertained clients downstairs. The glucose pills were somewhere in the darkness. My backup insulin was in the kitchen refrigerator, and my phone's CGM was so scary that I couldn't keep it stable enough to call 911. I was 17 years old with type 1 diabetes, and my father's girlfriend of 7 months had just locked me in my room to create the ideal setting for her networking dinner. I had been managing my type 1 diabetes for 7 years when Olivia Bennett joined our life, and I was comfortable with my routine of testing blood sugar, calculating carbohydrates, and delivering insulin via my pump. My mother died when I was 7, and for the following 3 years, it was just my father and me figuring out life together, including my diabetes diagnosis at age 10, which converted our world into a delicate balance of numbers and time. Dad worked hard hours as a commercial real estate developer, but he always made time for my endocrinologist visits and made sure I had enough supplies. When he began dating again after Mom had been gone for 4 years, I was supportive, wanting him to be happy, even if the thought of someone replacing Mom made my chest tighten. Olivia Bennett was the 5th lady he dated seriously. Olivia, unlike the others who had been polite but plainly concerned about taking on a youngster with a chronic disease, appeared almost too flawless. She was 36 years old, Dad was 47, and she was a pharmaceutical sales representative with a stylish style and the type of confidence that made people listen when she spoke. She'd researched type 1 diabetes before meeting me, asked thoughtful questions about my management routine, and even recommended a new insulin pump model that her firm didn't sell but had greater features than mine. Dad had fallen hard and fast, and I tried to be pleased for him, disregarding the minor red flags that Olivia's perfection was a show with an agenda I couldn't see. Olivia began remarking on my blood sugar levels approximately 4 months into their relationship, which was the first hint of a problem. She'd requested to check my readings every evening, portraying it as a kind concern, but her tone was judgmental when my numbers weren't perfect. She'd question whether I'd accurately counted my carbohydrates or whether I was smuggling stuff that I shouldn't have. Never mind that type 1 diabetes does not operate that way, and Dr. Harris said my control was great. When I explained that blood sugar changes for a variety of reasons other than nutrition, Olivia grinned and claimed she worked in pharmaceuticals and knew more about medical disorders than most people. Dad had nodded along, apparently impressed by her expertise, and I'd let it go, even though her grasp was superficial and incorrect in critical areas. The second red flag appeared when she moved into our home after just 6 months of dating, bringing her fancy furnishings and a desire to rearrange our whole housekeeping routine. Suddenly, family dinners had to start at 6:30 p.m., regardless of my insulin scheduling, and my diabetic supplies had to be housed in designated spaces that matched her aesthetic, rather than where they were most convenient for me. She had rearranged the kitchen and relocated my emergency glucose stash from the counter to a high cupboard since the packing seemed crowded. And once I refilled the counter, she moved them again. Dad had intervened, proposing that I keep supplies in my room if Olivia wanted a clean kitchen, not realizing that diabetic crises do not wait for you to rush upstairs. I had complied to maintain the peace, putting a little fridge in my room for insulin and storing glucose pills around, knowing that fighting back would result in confrontation that Dad couldn't manage. The third red sign appeared last month, when Olivia began preparing tonight's dinner party, a high-stakes evening with Dad's most important possible clients, the Maxwells, who owned a development business that may land Dad's biggest contract. Olivia had taken over the entire planning process, hiring caterers and event personnel, and transformed our home into something out of a magazine cover. She'd been too concerned with details, shouting at both Dad and me when things weren't perfect, worrying about lighting, music, and flower placement. When I asked about the meal and if I could check carb counts to plan my insulin, Olivia waved me off, saying she'd handle it, that I shouldn't worry about food and instead enjoy the evening. The rejection made my stomach plummet since controlling diabetes required me to always be aware of what and when I was eating. But she had made it appear as if I was being difficult by asking. She informed me yesterday that I would be having supper in my room tonight rather than attending the party because teens would make the event feel too informal. Dad had objected weakly, stating I was a member of the family and should be involved. However, Olivia claimed that this was business, not family time, and that my presence would detract from professional networking. She had promised to bring me a plate and said I could come down for dessert, making it appear fair, despite the fact that we both knew she was excluding me to maintain her flawless image. I agreed since arguing with Olivia usually made Dad upset and nervous, and I discovered that preserving the peace was simpler than demanding my wants. This afternoon, everything shattered into turmoil. Olivia had been in the kitchen, overseeing the catering workers, when I arrived about 4 to check my blood sugar and have a snack before dinner. My CGM had been drifting downward all afternoon, lingering in the low 80s, and I needed something to pull it back up before it went into dangerous area. I just grabbed a juice box from the fridge, the rapid sugar I relied on in these situations, when Olivia Bennett appeared alongside me, furious. She pulled the juice box from my grasp and told me I wasn't allowed to eat or drink anything before the dinner party because the caterers wanted the kitchen cleared and she didn't want me interrupting their work. I'd attempted to explain that my blood sugar was plummeting and that I needed the juice now, not later. But she cut me off, saying I was overdramatic. She accused me of sabotaging her evening by creating medical crises that required attention, of being envious that Dad had met someone new, and of manipulating circumstances with my diabetes. The charges were so surprising, so out of context, that I stood transfixed as she threw the juice box in the garbage and instructed me to go to my room and stay there until Mother returned to collect me for supper. When I objected, she came in close and told me in hushed tones that if I caused any difficulties tonight, if I made a scene or attempted to divert Dad's focus away from his clients, she'd make sure he knew how manipulative I had been about my medical condition. She had reminded me that Dad's business was faltering, that this deal may rescue our family's finances, and that my selfishness had the potential to destroy all he had fought so hard for. I had gone upstairs, shivering with rage and dread. My blood sugar is currently at 70 and decreasing. I texted Dad that I needed help, but his phone was set to quiet due to client dinner preparations. I checked my supplies and remembered my backup emergency glucose was in the kitchen, where Olivia had barred me, and my insulin pump indicated that I had plenty in the reservoir, but I'd need to change it tomorrow. The logical thing would have been to go downstairs and get some juice while Olivia was busy, but her threats and my father's reliance on tonight's success had immobilized me. Instead, I attempted to manage with the glucose pills I had in my room, taking 4 and waiting to see whether my blood sugar level stabilized. For 30 minutes, I observed my CGM, which hovered in the mid-70s before dropping again. At 60, I knew I needed more glucose, so I grabbed the container to take more pills, and then I heard Olivia come up the stairs. I'd gone to the door to beg her to bring juice, convinced that she wouldn't allow me fall into diabetic shock. But as I opened the door, she was already there, hand poised to knock. Her expression was cold and determined as she pulled me back into the room and told me I needed to stay until the clients departed because she couldn't trust me not to spoil her evening. She'd noticed my glucose tablet bottle and kicked it away when it fell, before walking out and locking the door from the outside with the key we'd never used, the old-fashioned mechanism Dad thought was wonderful when we purchased the property. Now I was on my hands and knees groping over the carpet for scattered glucose pills, my eyesight beginning to fade around the edges. My CGM was screaming alarms, displaying 45 and continuously lowering, indicating a fast plummet that would leave me unconscious shortly. I discovered 3 pills and devoured them furiously. The chalky taste was once calming, but now it served as a reminder of how inadequate they were for this catastrophe. When I eventually managed to unlock my phone, my hands were so shaky that I could scarcely hold it. However, my fingers would not comply with the touchscreen to dial 911. I dialed Dad's number, but it went straight to voicemail. His phone remained silent during the dinner gathering. I tried texting my closest friend Sophia, but the message came out as gibberish. Autocorrect couldn't make sense of my failing motor control. Below me, I could hear the dinner party begin, folks greeting each other with professional affection. Olivia Bennett's giggle was bright and sweet as she welcomed the Maxwells to our house. The noises were bizarre in comparison to my reality, as the regular social gathering took place while I was isolated in my room dying of hypoglycemia. I considered yelling for assistance, but Olivia had switched up classical piano music downstairs, which would drown out any sounds coming from upstairs. She'd meticulously organized this, assuring that even if I tried to draw attention, the dinner party would continue uninterrupted. I made it to my bed before my legs gave out entirely, dropping onto the mattress as my blood sugar continued to plummet. At 37, I realized I was in grave danger. The level at which convulsions and unconsciousness occur, and irreversible brain injury is a genuine possibility. My thoughts were getting disorganized and sluggish. Severe hypoglycemia causes cognitive impairment, which makes problem-solving difficult. I tried the door again, crawling because standing was no longer an option, and tugged on the handle with weak hands. The lock remained solid, and Olivia had presumably taken the key with her since I couldn't see it through the old-fashioned keyhole. My window was on the second level, overlooking the backyard, too high to safely jump and facing away from the street, where someone may notice me. I pondered smashing the window and yelling, but the dinner party was in the formal dining room on the other side of the house. The catering workers were in the kitchen, and the music would drown out any sounds. Plus, shattering a window during Dad's most important business dinner would damage the contract he sorely needed, proving Olivia's claim that I was attempting to sabotage the occasion. The notion threw me between survival instinct and the psychological trickery she'd spent months perfecting, making me wonder if dying peacefully was preferable than spoiling her ideal night. My phone vibrated with a text from Sophia asking if I wanted to video chat. And I attempted to react, but my fingers stopped working. The CGM was reading 34, which was severely low, and I could feel awareness slipping away in waves. I thought about my mother, how she would never have allowed this to happen, how she would have prioritized my health before any business dinner or social commitment. I thought about Dad downstairs, fully oblivious that his daughter was dying 20 feet above him because he had trusted his girlfriend above his own instincts. For a little period, the rage that surged through me helped to clear the air. And I used that awareness to attempt again to dial 911. My hand was trembling so violently that I couldn't see the screen, but I was able to press the emergency call button before my vision tunneled to a pinpoint and then went dark. I'm not sure if the call was connected. I am not sure whether I stated anything understandable. I only knew that I felt myself slipping into darkness as dinner party talk and laughter boomed across my bedroom floor. I awoke to nearby sounds fighting and bright lights shining through my closed eyes. Someone said my name and asked me to open my eyes. When I cracked them open, I noticed a paramedic's face hovering above me. She was youthful, perhaps in her late 20s, with gentle eyes and hair tied up in a bun. And she was telling me that I was okay. That they had given me glucagon, and that my blood sugar was rising again. My arm stung where an IV was inserted, and I could taste the sickly sweet residue of the glucagon shot that had saved my life. The paramedic identified herself as Emma Lawson, stated that she was with the LA County Fire Department, and asked if I could explain her what had happened. My lips was dry, and my thoughts were muddled, but I was able to mutter that I had been confined in my room. Emma's look suddenly shifted from professional worry to focused concentration, and she requested me to repeat it. Behind her, I could see another paramedic speaking with someone in the doorway. And despite my still foggy eyesight, I recognized my father's silhouette, his posture emanating worry and perplexity. Emma leaned in and inquired directly who had locked me in the room and when. I informed her it was Olivia approximately 2 hours ago, just before the dinner party. The other paramedic looked at Emma, then called for the police officers who had presumably arrived with the ambulance. The following 30 minutes were a flurry of medical evaluations and probing questioning. Emma stayed with me while her partner, an older guy called Rick Turner, who had been a paramedic for 18 years, assessed my vital signs and tested my blood sugar again. They indicated that 911 got a call from my phone about 7:20, that they heard hard breathing followed by stillness, and that when the operator did not obtain a response, they dispatched emergency personnel to my location. The fire brigade arrived first and discovered the front door locked with the dinner party and ongoing. They yelled loudly until someone replied, then forced their way upstairs when they heard my CGM alarm go off through my bedroom door. They discovered the door locked from the outside, with the old skeleton key still in the lock, and me asleep on the floor, my blood sugar at 30 and dangerously low for an extended period of time. Rick stated that they had supplied glucagon promptly and phoned for police assistance because the closed door issue prompted concerns about suspected negligence or abuse. Now there were 2 LAPD detectives in my room. Detective Mia Sullivan, who had been on the police for 12 years, and a uniformed officer named Daniel Grant, who was photographing the door, the lock, and the strewn glucose pills on my carpet. Detective Sullivan crouched by my bed, where the paramedics had transported me, and inquired whether I felt well enough to answer questions. When I nodded, she took out a recording device and asked me to recount everything that had transpired today from the start. I told her everything, my voice growing stronger as my blood sugar level stabilized, the words pouring out in a surge of rage, terror, and relief. I detailed Olivia relocating my glucose supplies, the juice box incident this afternoon, her claims that I was spoiling the dinner party, and her shutting me in just as my blood sugar was dropping. Detective Sullivan listened without interrupting, her face bland but her eyes keen. When I finished, she asked specific questions regarding the time and words Olivia had used. She inquired whether there were any witnesses to Olivia's threats or any proof, such as messages or recordings. I pulled up my previous text interaction with Dad, which revealed my unresponsive calls for aid, gave her my CGM app data indicating the blood sugar decrease and critical alarms, and suggested that the caterers could have observed the juice box incident this afternoon. Detective Sullivan acknowledged and stated that she would be interrogating everyone in the home, and that this was now a criminal investigation into child endangerment and attempted murder, considering that Olivia had purposefully shut me in during a medical crisis. The phrase, attempted murder, made my chest constrict. The truth of how near I had come to death became extremely real. Emma observed my concern and advised they let me relax before asking further questions. But I shook my head and replied, "I want to finish. I wanted to make sure they realized Olivia had done this on purpose, and that it was not a mistake or misunderstanding." Dad entered the room after Detective Sullivan concluded her initial questioning, his face dark and his eyes crimson, as if he had been sobbing. He knelt by the bed and took my hand, saying he was sorry he had no clue what was going on, that Olivia had assured him I was fine and just needed some space. His voice trembled as he questioned why I hadn't come down if I was experiencing a medical emergency, and I had to explain that I'd been locked in, that I'd attempted to phone and text, and that I'd done all I could to obtain help. The revelation that his partner had intentionally harmed his kid while he was 20 feet away, entertaining guests, appeared to crack something in him. He wailed on the bed next me, and I found myself soothing him despite the fact that I had almost died. Emma and Rick exchanged glances but did not intervene, allowing the scene to play out as they prepared to transfer me to the hospital for observation. Detective Sullivan entered the corridor to speak with Officer Daniel Grant, and I could hear her giving directions about securing the area and separating witnesses for questioning. The dinner party was supposedly disturbed when the paramedics forced their way in, and the Maxwells and catering staff departed. Everyone made statements to the police about what they had seen and heard. Olivia was in the corridor being questioned by another cop when they brought me out on the stretcher. She still looked wonderful, her dinner dress unwrinkled and her makeup impeccable, but her face was frigid wrath hidden under a mask of worry. She tried to approach me, stating she had been anxious and was relieved that I was fine. But Detective Sullivan physically stopped her and told her to remain back. Olivia's mask dropped barely for a second. Her eyes flashed with something unpleasant before the worried girlfriend performance continued. She explained to my father that she was simply trying to give me room to calm down, that she had no idea my blood sugar was plummeting, and that this was a horrible mistake. Dad was following the stretcher, then he turned to face her. "Really look at her." And I saw a change in his expression. He confronted her about taking the key when she left my room, removing my glucose supplies from the kitchen, and throwing away my juice box despite my request. Olivia's countenance shifted between many emotions before resting on protective rage, and she said that she had been attempting to teach me responsibility and independence, that I had been manipulating him with my diabetes, and that she was assisting him in setting limits. The words hung in the hallway like poison, disclosing all she'd been doing for months. And Dad's visage changed from anguish to wrath so quickly that I scarcely noticed the difference. He instructed her to leave his residence and that she had only 1 hour to gather her belongings before he phoned the police. The ambulance travel to UCLA Medical Center lasted 20 minutes. Emma stayed with me in the rear while Dad followed in his car. She kept monitoring my blood sugar and spoke to me, making sure I was attentive and responsive, asking about my usual management routine and how long I had been type 1. When I told my background, she remarked I'd been doing very well given the circumstances, as many kids my age battled with compliance. But the A1C figures I provided demonstrated good control. Olivia implied that I was careless and theatrical about my health for months, so the affirmation seemed essential. Emma inquired carefully about past instances in which Olivia had interfered with my diabetic treatment. And I realized there were countless of little situations that I had downplayed or explained away. She used to insist that I couldn't test my blood sugar at the dinner table because it was unhygienic, causing me to go to the restroom and miss the timing I required for insulin dosage. She had questioned if I actually required snacks between meals, or if I was simply attempting to consume junk food. She even mentioned to Dad that I could be faking my problems to garner attention. That teens were notorious for drama, and I'd probably be alright if everyone disregarded my concerns. Each recollection seemed different today, not as misunderstandings, but as deliberate attempts to damage my health management and connection with my father. Emma listened without judgment and stated that she was writing everything for the police report and that this trend would be valuable evidence. I was admitted to the hospital's pediatric ward for observation, which is typical procedure for severe hypoglycemia episodes. My blood sugar level had steadied at 98, which was comfortably normal. However, Dr. Charles Morgan, the attending endocrinologist who had been brought in, wanted to watch me overnight to verify that there were no issues. Dr. Morgan was in his 50s, with gray hair and wire-rimmed spectacles. According to the qualifications on the wall, he has been practicing pediatric endocrinology for the past 26 years. He went over my medical history with Dad and me, asking specific questions about my management regimen and what had led to tonight's crisis. When I described that Olivia had restricted my access to glucose and locked me in my room, his countenance turned deliberately blank, as it does when doctors hear information that triggers obligatory reporting requirements. He excused himself and returned 10 minutes later with a lady he introduced as Natalie Miller, a social worker with Child Protective Services who specializes in medical neglect cases. Natalie was perhaps 40, with kind brown eyes and a no-nonsense approach that made me feel instantly safer. She brought up a chair next my bed and said she needed to hear my tale, that what occurred tonight was major medical negligence, and probably willful endangerment. I repeated the tale again, this time with Dad sitting next to me, hearing all the information I hadn't told him about Olivia's actions in the previous months. I studied his expression as I narrated each episode, seeing him make connections he'd missed while it was occurring, and seeing how deliberately she'd isolated me and undermined my health management. Natalie made thorough notes and asked clarifying questions, including whether Olivia had ever denied me access to medical treatment or diabetic supplies. Natalie nodded, as if she had heard similar patterns previously, when I recalled her relocating my emergency glucose to difficult-to-reach spots and her statements that I was exaggerating my symptoms. She stated that people who care for children with medical issues have a legal duty to offer access to required therapies, and intentionally withholding such access might be considered abuse under California law. She stated that CPS would launch an investigation, that Detective Sullivan was already working with her office, and that they would determine if Dad's home was safe for me considering what had occurred. Dad's face turned white as he wondered whether they were going to take me away. Natalie's expression softened, and she explained that that wasn't the purpose. The inquiry was about identifying what protections needed to be in place, but Olivia could no longer have access to me or be present in the house where I resided. Detective Sullivan came about 10 p.m. with updates on the inquiry. She'd interviewed the catering crew, and 2 of them had observed the juice box incident, which confirmed my claim that Olivia had withdrawn critical medical supplies from me despite my explanation that I needed them. She'd also interviewed the Maxwells, who had an intriguing take on the dinner gathering. Apparently, as the paramedics barged in, Olivia tried to stop them from going upstairs, claiming that I was okay and being theatrical. One of the paramedics heard my CGM warning from the 2nd level, and proceeded past her nevertheless. And the Maxwells had witnessed Olivia's facade fall entirely, her worry transformed into rage at having her evening disturbed. Mrs. Maxwell had expressly informed Detective Sullivan that Olivia's behavior had struck her as inappropriate, that she appeared more worried about the dinner party than a medical issue, and that she had attempted to persuade the paramedics to leave before checking on me. The testimony was devastating. Outside witnesses having no motivation to mislead described Olivia's priorities. Detective Sullivan stated she also received the 911 tape from my phone call, in which, while being fairly incoherent, I managed to say locked in and dying before losing consciousness, indicating that I was aware of the planned imprisonment. The combination of physical evidence, witness testimony, and my statement was sufficient to warrant criminal charges, and the DA's office was looking into potential charges of child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. Dad stayed with me in the hospital room that night, sitting on the uncomfortable chair beside my bed, despite my instructions to go home and sleep. He appeared to have aged years in a matter of hours, as the truth of what had almost transpired reached him in waves. When I awoke at midnight, I found him looking at his phone, tears streaming down his cheeks. He'd been going over text exchanges between him and Olivia over the previous 7 months, seeing things differently now and spotting manipulation he'd missed in the moment. He gave me some of them. Communications in which she discreetly undercut me, told him I was being tough with my diabetes care, said that I was envious of their relationship, and used medical circumstances to obtain attention. Dad said he trusted her because she appeared so intelligent and confident, and he wanted to think that someone loved him enough to handle the complexities of our lives. He disregarded his feelings that something was wrong because he'd been lonely, and Olivia appeared like the cure to that loneliness. He apologized again, more precisely this time, admitting that he had failed to protect me, that he had chosen his girlfriend's version of events above his daughter's truth, and that he had allowed someone dangerous into our house. I explained. It wasn't his fault Olivia had been manipulative, but he shook his head and claimed it was his responsibility for not paying attention, for being so preoccupied with his career and his relationship that he missed indicators that should have been evident. Dr. Charles Morgan discharged me the next afternoon with orders to see my usual endocrinologist, and to have unfettered access to diabetic supplies at all times. He documented the incident in full, and stated that the medical records will be made accessible to police enforcement and CPS for their investigations. He also provided Dad with a list of warning indicators of medical neglect and abuse, underlining the importance of watchful monitoring of chronic diseases and the dire consequences of any interference with such management. Dad informed me on the vehicle ride home that Olivia had left the house with 2 bags the day before, that he had the locks changed that morning, and that he had filed a restraining order with Detective Sullivan's aid. Olivia was not allowed to come within 90 yards of me or our house, was not permitted to contact any of us, and would risk instant arrest if she broke those rules. He'd also called Rachel Anderson, a family law attorney who specialized in custody and protection issues, who told him to document everything and thoroughly cooperate with CPS to show that he was serious about the problem and guaranteeing my safety. The restraining order hearing was planned for next week, and Rachel predicted Olivia would fight it, saying it was all a misunderstanding and that I had been having a medical episode that she didn't comprehend. When we returned home, the house seemed empty, but also safer, because Olivia's presence had been removed. Dad had taken all of her stuff, including her expensive furniture and the portraits she had posted on the walls, creating areas that appeared bare but felt cleaner. He'd also returned my diabetic supplies to their rightful placements, placing emergency glucose on the kitchen counter and in different rooms to ensure I was never more than a few steps away from assistance if I needed it. He had printed out my CGM sharing rights and loaded the program on his phone, allowing him to remotely monitor my blood sugar levels. Olivia had convinced him that this was invasive helicopter parenting, but it was really typical procedure for type 1 management. He was overcompensating. I could tell by hovering and asking if I needed anything every few minutes, but I allowed him because we both needed the confidence that comes with attentiveness. Sophia arrived that evening with flowers and chocolate-covered pretzels, my favorite comfort food that I could have if I used insulin appropriately. She'd been monitoring my infrequent text updates and had become concerned when I went silent during the hypoglycemia episode. She stated she nearly phoned the cops herself, but assumed I was simply asleep. She now felt bad for not acting on her intuition, and I had to tell her the same thing I had told Dad. Olivia's manipulation was so successful that no one realized what was going on until it was nearly too late. The criminal case progressed faster than I expected. Within 4 days, Olivia Bennett was charged with child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. The assault accusation was premised on her aggressively shoving me into my room and physically removing medical supplies that I required, both of which constituted detrimental contact under California law. Detective Sullivan phoned to explain that the district attorney treated these matters seriously, especially when there was clear evidence and witness testimony, and that Olivia had been detained that morning at her temporary residence. Bail was set at $50,000, which her family quickly paid. However, the conditions of her release included a restraining order and GPS tracking to ensure she kept away from us. Detective Sullivan stated that the evidence was solid, with the 911 audio, witness accounts, medical documents, and my testimony, leaving little opportunity for Olivia to claim ignorance or accident. The DA advocated for a trial rather than a plea bargain, wishing to make an example of someone who intentionally harmed a kid with a medical problem. The trial was planned for 4 months out, which is usual for criminal trials, and Detective Sullivan informed me that I would have to testify. The concept horrified me, but it also felt important, like if I needed to get up in court and publicly explain what Olivia had done. CPS concluded their inquiry 2 weeks later, with a finding of proven medical neglect on Olivia but no charges against Dad. Natalie Miller visited with us to explain that the inquiry had revealed that Dad had been an unsuspecting victim of Olivia's deception, that he had no awareness of her meddling with my diabetes treatment, and that he had taken swift corrective action once he realized the circumstances. She stated that the home was now deemed safe for me, but she recommended family counseling to help us understand what had happened and restore trust. She also advised that I visit with a therapist separately to go through the trauma of the situation, particularly the horror of being shut in during a medical crisis. Dad agreed to everything, and had previously booked meetings with Dr. Robert Hayes, a family therapist who specializes in trauma healing. Dr. Hayes was in his 60s and had a soothing personality. And in our first session, he helped us begin to untangle the guilt, rage, and fear that had gotten intertwined. He worked with Dad to understand how he had been deceived, and to regain his trust in his parenting abilities. He helped me comprehend the betrayal of someone who should have protected me instead of attempting to murder me, as well as separate that experience from my future capacity to trust people. The restraining order hearing took place 4 weeks after the event, and it was my first time seeing Olivia since that night. She appeared different in court, less polished and more desperate, her costly clothing rumpled and her makeup insufficient to conceal the tension. Her counsel claimed that the restraining order was disproportionate, that Olivia had made a mistake of judgment but did not want to cause damage, and that she was eager to repent and make apologies. Rachel Anderson, Dad's attorney, delivered the evidence systematically. The medical records showed how near I had come to death. The witness accounts outlining Olivia's behavior, as well as the timeline demonstrating her premeditated acts despite the fact that I was in crisis. She played segments of the 911 tape in which my garbled voice begged for assistance. And I studied Olivia's face as she heard it. There was no regret, only calculation about how this would damage her case. The judge, Honorable Catherine O'Connor, who had been on the court for 15 years, listened to everything before issuing her verdict. She determined that Olivia represented a genuine threat to my safety, that her conduct were intentional and knowing, and that the restraining order would be in effect for 5 years, with the possibility of an extension depending on the outcome of the criminal trial. Judge O'Connor also expressed worry about Olivia's apparent lack of contrition in court, stating that she appeared to be more concerned with minimizing her acts than with addressing the hurt she had caused. Olivia's face hardened as the mask finally dropped entirely, and for a brief moment, I saw the person who had locked me in my room and walked away. The trial began in late October, 4 months after the tragedy, and received substantial media coverage. Local press had picked up on the issue, casting it as a cautionary tale about adults who refused to take children's medical illnesses seriously, and the courts was filled with journalists and diabetic children's rights campaigners. The prosecution, led by Deputy DA Jennifer Hayes, who had been litigating criminal cases for 19 years, presented a meticulous case that began with Olivia's connection with Dad, and ended the night she locked me in my room. Jennifer summoned witnesses in a deliberate sequence. First, the catering workers witnessed the juice box event. Then came the paramedics, who discovered me unconscious. Then Dr. Charles Morgan addressed the medical implications of hypoglycemia. Then Detective Sullivan went over the evidence and investigation. Each witness provided more damaging testimony, establishing a picture of willful harm that could not be explained away as an accident or ignorance. When it came my turn to testify, Jennifer carefully guided me through the events, asking precise questions that allowed me to relate the narrative in my own words, while ensuring that the legal aspects were addressed. I talked about my diabetes control, Olivia's months of meddling, the precise threat she made that afternoon, and hearing the key turn in the lock while my blood sugar was dropping. I detailed the dread of being confined, knowing I was dying but powerless to seek help, and hearing the dinner party continue while I passed out on my bedroom floor. Olivia's defense attorney Mark Donovan, who specialized in criminal defense, attempted to raise reasonable doubt by claiming that I had locked myself in by accident, that Olivia was unaware of the severity of my condition, and that she had been acting on advice from pharmaceutical colleagues who had told her teenagers that exaggerated symptoms were common. His cross-examination was forceful, hinting that I was a difficult adolescent who despised Olivia's presence and set up scenarios to turn Dad against her. He asked if I'd ever lied about my blood sugar levels, missed insulin shots on purpose, or manipulated my diabetes to gain attention or avoid obligations. Rachel had prepped me for this technique, stating that defense counsel would attempt to undermine my credibility. And I responded to each inquiry calmly and honestly, admitting that I had made mistakes in management but emphasizing that none of it warranted being trapped in a room during a medical emergency. The jury was paying close attention to these conversations, and I could see several of them staring at Olivia in disdain, especially when Mark Donovan implied that I had planned the entire affair to frame an innocent lady. The notion was so ludicrous and harsh, that even Mark seemed to recognize he'd lost the jury with that strategy. The prosecution's closing arguments were devastating. Jennifer Hayes guided the jury through every piece of evidence, witness comment, and documented instance of Olivia's intentional interference with my medical treatment. She pointed out that Olivia had worked in pharmaceuticals, that she was aware of hypoglycemia and its potential repercussions, and that her claims of ignorance were utterly contradicted by her professional experience. She played the 911 tape again, my voice barely audible as I screamed for assistance while confined in my room. She then urged the jurors to envision their own children confined and dying while an adult who could assist walked away. She reminded them that I was 17 years old, had a controllable medical condition, and should have been secure in my own house. But instead I almost died because someone thought that a business dinner was more important than a child's life. The jury debated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all charges, including child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. Olivia's face was expressionless as the judgments were announced, but her fists were clutching the defense table tightly enough that her knuckles were white. Judge O'Connor set the sentencing date for 4 weeks out, and Olivia was remanded to jail awaiting that hearing. The judge noted that she had showed no remorse, and presented a flight risk due to the probable jail sentence she faced. The weather on sentencing day was chilly and wet, which was suitable for the occasion. The courtroom was packed again, this time with victim advocates and medical professionals who had written testimonies emphasizing the need of treating children's medical concerns seriously. During the sentencing phase, Judge O'Connor heard testimony from a number of witnesses, including Dr. Harris, my regular endocrinologist, who testified that my diabetes control had been good before to Olivia's intervention and that her actions had put me at danger of irreversible consequences. She heard from Dr. Morgan, who gave expert testimony that my blood sugar level of 30 was an instant life-threatening crisis, and that further 10 minutes without assistance may have resulted in severe brain damage or death. She heard from Natalie Miller. He stated that medical neglect instances were especially dangerous since fragile youngsters relied on adults for survival. And she heard from me a victim impact statement that I had written and updated dozens of times in an attempt to reflect the long-term impact of being deceived by someone who was supposed to protect me. I mentioned that I still had dreams about being confined in that room, and that I was concerned about my blood sugar lowering since I had connected hypoglycemia with being trapped and helpless. I said that Olivia had taken something from me that I would never get back. The expectation that the grown-ups in my life would prioritize my safety over their own convenience. Judge O'Connor sentenced Olivia to 9 years in state prison, the maximum allowable by California sentencing guidelines for the combined crimes. She noted that the sentence reflected Olivia's premeditated acts, misuse of a position of trust, lack of contrition, and the significant harm she had caused. She pointed out that Olivia had put her social image ahead of a child's life, that she had been methodically undermining medical treatment for months, and that her actions on the night of the dinner party were premeditated and intentional. She stated that persons responsible for children had basic responsibility to safeguard them, and that breaking those commitments in such a heinous manner deserved harsh repercussions. Olivia would be eligible for parole after serving 85% of her sentence, or around 7 years. However, Judge O'Connor advised that the parole board examine her lack of contrition when determining her release. Olivia looked at me with venom as she was brought out of the courthouse in handcuffs. There is no pretension remaining. She had lost everything. She blamed me for her freedom, reputation, and future rather than taking responsibility for her own acts. I caught her gaze and felt nothing. There was no fear or fury, only the cool knowledge that justice had been delivered and that she would never touch me again. When Dad and I left the courthouse, there was a mob of media waiting for remarks, but Rachel Anderson handled them while we slipped out a side entrance. Throughout the trial, the media focused on my case, making it a focal point for conversations about medical negligence and the special vulnerability of children with chronic illnesses. Diabetes advocacy groups used the case to advocate for improved type 1 diabetes education and greater protections for children in need of medical care. I'd received hundreds of mails from other type 1 diabetics who had seen similar dismissals of their symptoms or interference with their care. People who claimed seeing someone held accountable gave them hope that their experiences would be treated seriously. The attention was taxing, but it also served as validation that what had occurred to me had significance beyond my own experience. Several medical organizations modified their rules for spotting and reporting medical negligence in the weeks following sentence, incorporating instances such as adults denying access to glucose or insulin. Schools amended their diabetes care rules to ensure that kids had unfettered access to supplies and could not be denied treatment for hypoglycemia. The adjustments felt like something positive springing from pain, as if Olivia's brutality had unintentionally raised awareness that may help other children. 7 months after the trial, Dad and I had found a new normal. We had completed rigorous family therapy with Dr. Hayes, working through the shame, shattered trust and terror that had almost destroyed our relationship. Dad had learnt to be more diligent about my medical care without becoming pushy. And I'd learnt to express my wants more plainly without fear of causing complications. We had set new habits and limitations. Things like Dad checking in on my blood sugar without passing judgment, and me being honest about when I was suffering rather than attempting to conceal it to avoid being difficult. The home had been redecorated. Olivia's apartments were all filled with furnishings and images that mirrored our real existence together, not some ideal performance. Dad had stepped back from his company development aspirations, realizing that being present for me was more essential than securing larger contracts. Ironically, the Maxwells had contacted Dad after the trial to show their support, and they ended up offering him an even bigger deal than the initial dinner party had hoped to achieve. Mrs. Maxwell stated that they valued integrity over social performance, and Dad's instant protective response after realizing the issue impressed them more than any meticulously produced meal could ever have. I'd begun a blog on diabetes treatment from a teen's viewpoint, where I shared both practical advice and tales about dealing with medical issues as I grew older. The blog had amassed an unexpected audience, connecting me with other young people struggling with chronic diseases and providing a community of support I had not realized I needed. Writing about my experience was therapeutic, transforming pain into activism, and the response from readers demonstrated that telling the truth about terrible events may make others feel less isolated. Sophia had grown even more active in my diabetes treatment, learning about hypoglycemia symptoms and how to administer glucagon, and had developed into the type of emergency backup I required when Dad wasn't around. She'd also been my strongest supporter during the trial and rehab, providing distraction and routine when everything seemed overwhelming. The bond had grown stronger through the crises, and I'd learned that true support required individuals who believed you and acted on that belief, rather than those who expressed worry while prioritizing other things. A year after the event, I testified before the California State Legislature on medical negligence and the need for stronger safeguards for children with chronic illnesses. The testimony was part of a larger drive for legislation that would expressly criminalize interfering with a child's medical treatment, closing gaps that previously allowed adults to claim ignorance or accident. I described my experience in clinical detail, including how systematic interference almost killed me. And I asked politicians to treat these situations as severely as they did physical abuse. The committee head praised me for standing up in public. And numerous politicians particularly highlighted my case when they presented the Medical Care Protection Act, which would improve reporting procedures and raise punishments for adults who intentionally prevent children from receiving critical medical treatment. The measure passed both houses and was signed into law 7 months later. Knowing that my tragedy had contributed to systemic change allowed me to comprehend what had happened. Olivia had tried to silence me and make my demands invisible, but her harshness had magnified my voice in ways she hadn't expected. I'm 19, I'm securely managing my type 1 diabetes, and I'm attending UCLA to study public health with an emphasis on chronic illness management in vulnerable communities. My A1C is constantly in the good range, demonstrating that I have kept the control I always had despite Olivia's attempts to weaken it. Dad and I have reconciled. Not the same connection as before, but something deeper, based on tested trust and shown commitment. He never dated seriously after Olivia, instead focused on rebuilding our family and supporting my ambitions. We still talk about that night from time to time, working through layers of trauma and manipulation that continue to emerge years later. The physical scars are mild, with only some small cognitive effects from the extended extreme hypoglycemia that periodically interfere with my memory, but the emotional wounds have taken continuing care to repair. Therapy is ongoing and will most likely continue indefinitely, assisting me in separating what occurred from who I am and ensuring that Olivia's actions do not define my relationship with trust or vulnerability. The locked door still emerges in dreams, although less frequently. And when it happens, I wake up knowing I'm secure, that the door is open, that supplies are nearby, and that people I care about are listening for me. Olivia remains in jail and will be eligible for release next year. I've previously written a statement to the parole board explaining why I feel she is still a threat, highlighting her utter lack of remorse and the deliberate nature of her conduct. Detective Sullivan informed me that jail records reveal she's never accepted responsibility, never admitted guilt, and claims she was the victim of a juvenile deception ploy. That continual rejection strengthens the argument for rejecting parole by demonstrating that she is not rehabilitated or learnt from her misdeeds. I'm ready to testify at her parole hearing if required, to stand up once more and say that putting a diabetic girl in a room as she died served 9 years, but deserved every minute of it. The state agrees with me. Dad agrees with me. Most essential, I agree with myself. She almost murdered me for a dinner party, for her image, and for her need to rule. Some deeds warrant repercussions rather than forgiveness. And I've come to terms with the fact that I'll be the one to make sure she faces the full penalties. Sophia occasionally wonders whether I'm angry since I'll never get those months back. Fear, deception, and a near-death experience changed the course of my life. The solution is difficult. I'm angry about what occurred. About the treachery, brutality, and system that nearly allowed someone to kill me in my own house. But I am also appreciative in unusual ways. I'm grateful that I survived. That my voice mattered. That the experience educated me about strengths I didn't realize I possessed. I learned that I could confront someone in court and state the truth. That I was capable of turning trauma into advocacy. Surviving a crisis sometimes meant helping others survive theirs. Will I choose to go through that again? Never. But because I went through it, I'm choosing to make it mean more than merely surviving. Olivia believed she was silencing an issue when she shut the door and went away that night. Instead, she established a voice that people could hear. In the end, that voice sealed her away. Thank you for staying till the end. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the next one. My family secretly tried to hack my bank accounts to drain my life savings and fund my golden child brother's fake business syndicate. So, I accepted the invitation to their high society anniversary gala, hijacked the main stage projector, and proved to a room full of wealthy investors that I had just purchased the multi-million-dollar commercial building they were desperately begging to buy. Original post. I am Caleb, and I am 31 years old. For more than 2 decades, I was treated like an absolute ghost in my own home. I was a background character in the perfect, pristine family portrait my parents desperately tried to paint for the world. But everything completely shattered on a humid Sunday afternoon at our annual family reunion when I stood perfectly still on a wooden deck and watched my younger brother scream directly into my face while I was quietly minding my own business. I was nursing a watered-down sparkling water, leaning against the heavy wooden railing of the back patio at my Uncle Vance's mountain cabin. My parents stood completely silent and watched as my 28-year-old brother, Declan, pointed his manicured finger sharply at my chest. He yelled that I did not earn a single penny of what I had, and he screamed that I just mooched off our family's good name like I always did. My mother gave a nervous, high-pitched laugh to brush it off, and my father simply looked down at his expensive leather shoes, letting me be publicly humiliated in front of 40 different relatives who were all staring at us in stunned silence. But there was one massive secret they did not know. The little online side hustles they constantly mocked and belittled were not just silly hobbies. I was quietly sitting on a multi-million-dollar real estate empire. And I had just purchased the exact commercial building my father had spent 5 agonizing years trying to acquire for his retirement portfolio. Today, the very people who laughed in my face are the ones leaving desperate voicemails, begging me for a financial lifeline to save them from total ruin. Before I tell you exactly what happened and how I brought their entire house of cards crashing down, hit like if you believe in true justice and that hard work always reveals the truth. And do not forget to let me know exactly where you are watching from in the comments below. Now, let's go back to the exact moment the storm started. The air at my Uncle Vance's mountain cabin was incredibly thick with the smell of cheap charcoal smoke, grilled burgers, and expensive cologne. It was the specific kind of family gathering where every single person pretends to be doing much better than they actually are. My brother Declan was holding court right by the massive stainless steel grill. He was sporting a ridiculously expensive designer watch our parents had bought him for simply managing to keep a mediocre corporate office job for 6 straight months. He was loud, he was charming, and he was the undisputed golden child of the family. He was telling a story about a recent promotion he was expecting, and the relatives were eating it up out of the palm of his hand. I was standing near the far edge of the wooden deck, perfectly content to blend right into the cedar siding of the house. I had learned very early on in my childhood that complete invisibility was my safest and most effective defense mechanism. Nobody walked over to ask how I was doing. Nobody asked about my work. Nobody checked to see if I needed a refill on my drink. That was standard operating procedure in my family. I was the placeholder. Then my cousin Maya walked over. Maya was the official family information broker. She wore a bright, friendly smile, but everyone knew she collected secrets like currency to trade at the next holiday gathering. She leaned heavily against the wooden railing, swirling the melting ice in her plastic red cup, and looked at me with a dangerous glint in her sharp eyes. She asked, completely unprompted and loudly enough for the 8 people standing around us to hear, if I was the guy she had just watched on a massive business podcast talking about rental income and commercial property management. The lively conversation around the grill died down immediately. Declan stopped his story right in the middle of a sentence. He slowly turned his head, his perfectly styled hair catching the afternoon sun. My mother, Eleanor, let out that deeply familiar, highly dismissive chuckle she reserved specifically for me. She immediately tried to wave Maya's comment away like a pesky summer mosquito. She confidently assured Maya and the surrounding aunts and uncles that she must have been mistaken. My mother announced to the group that I was just doing some little tech projects on my laptop, fixing broken computers for neighbors, and scraping by to pay my rent. She made it sound like I was running a neighborhood lemonade stand. I was entirely prepared to let it slide. I had swallowed my pride, and bit my tongue for 31 years. One more uncomfortable afternoon was not going to kill me. I just wanted to finish my water, excuse myself, and drive back to my quiet life. But Maya was absolutely relentless. She pulled out her brand new phone, tapped the bright screen a few times, and turned the media volume all the way up. My voice suddenly echoed across the silent patio. It was a high-definition clip from a video interview I did 3 weeks ago explaining the specific financial strategy behind scaling a multifamily property portfolio. My face was right there on the glowing screen, wearing a custom-tailored suit, looking clear as day. My father, Richard, squinted hard at the phone screen. He looked at me as if a complete stranger had just broken into the backyard and stolen his wallet. Declan scoffed loudly, crossing his arms over his chest. He asked, his tone absolutely dripping with thick, unearned disdain, what a computer nerd like me could possibly know about the real estate market. I set my plastic cup down on the wooden railing. I looked him dead in the eye. I kept my voice perfectly level, ensuring there was absolutely no emotion for him to feed on. I told him I knew enough to legally own 9 different commercial and residential properties. You could have heard a pin drop on the wooden deck. The silence was heavy and absolute. I saw my mother's polite smile freeze instantly on her face. I saw my father's jaw clench so hard the muscles popped. And I saw the exact moment Declan's incredibly fragile ego shattered into a million jagged pieces. The veins in his thick neck popped out against his skin. He took 2 very aggressive steps toward me, completely disregarding the large audience of family members we had gathered. He lost his mind completely. He accused me of lying through my teeth. He screamed that I was a complete fraud, that I never earned a single dollar on my own, and that any minor success I had was entirely due to the unending support and financial backing of our family. I looked calmly at the shocked faces staring at us. I saw my aunts, my uncles, my cousins. These were the exact same people who had watched me wear Declan's faded, outgrown hand-me-down winter coats while he got brand new expensive gear every single winter season. I felt a cold, hard clarity wash over my entire body. I asked him directly if he meant the support of his $25,000 graduation cruise through Europe, or the brand new Porsche they financed for him when he got his basic business degree, while I was handed a generic $75 grocery gift card for my own high school graduation. Before Declan could lunge forward and swing his fist at me, a deep, raspy voice cut straight through the heavy mountain air. Uncle Vance stepped out from the dark shadow of the sliding glass door. He wiped his large hand slowly on a barbecue towel and looked at my parents with absolute, unfiltered disgust. What he said next was the first massive domino to fall in a rapid chain reaction that would tear our family's perfect shiny facade straight down to the concrete foundation. To truly understand the absolute insanity of Declan standing on that deck and claiming the family built my success, you have to understand the harsh, undeniable reality of our childhood. My childhood home was essentially a living shrine dedicated entirely to Declan's hypothetical potential. If there was an elite, invitation-only baseball camp 3 states away, my parents magically found the money to fly him there. If he wanted private, expensive tutoring because he was failing basic calculus, they hired the absolute best university professors in the city to come to our dining room table. When our grandparents passed away unexpectedly, the family inheritance was split down the middle between my father and his siblings. But instead of dividing their portion fairly between their 2 sons, my parents marched straight to the bank and funneled every single penny of that inheritance directly into Declan's massive college fund. They sat me down in the living room and justified it with straight faces, saying Declan had a bright future in high-level corporate leadership and desperately needed a solid financial foundation so he would not have to worry about student debt. And me? I was told I was naturally resilient. That was my mother's favorite word to use when she wanted to ignore my needs, resilient. It was a polite, socially acceptable way of saying I was completely on my own and should not expect a dime. While Declan was out driving the brand new shiny Porsche they financed for him, complaining about the cost of premium gas, I was taking a freezing 45-minute public bus ride every single day to work a grueling minimum wage job at a local lumber yard. I learned to cook cheap pasta and rice because family dinners were completely forgotten whenever Declan had late sports practices. I learned to physically take apart and fix my own cheap secondhand laptop by watching online tutorials because asking my father for a new computer resulted in an hour-long screaming lecture about the value of a hard-earned dollar. It was a lecture Declan miraculously never had to sit through once in his entire life. When it came time for college applications, the brutal reality hit me like a massive freight train. Declan's tuition, housing, and meal plans were fully funded before he even picked a major. I was handed a thick stack of complex student loan applications, a printed FAFSA form, and a heavy pat on the back. My father stood in the kitchen drinking his morning coffee and told me I should really consider a cheap community college or just skipping school to get a full-time job. I looked at the terrifying interest rates on those loan documents. I knew right then and there that if I signed my name, I would spend the rest of my adult life drowning in crippling debt just to get a piece of paper that my parents still would never respect. So, I made a massive choice. I skipped college entirely. The heavy disappointment in my mother's eyes the day I told her my decision was absolutely suffocating. She treated my practical financial decision like a direct, vicious personal attack on her parenting skills. She immediately started doing damage control. She told all her wealthy friends at her weekly country club meetings that I was taking a planned, strategic gap year to figure things out. She simply could not bear the public embarrassment of admitting she had a son who worked manual labor while her friends' children were pledging fraternities. I did not argue with her lies. I kept my mouth shut, put my head down, and went straight to work. I used every single free hour I had away from the lumber yard to learn. I sat alone in my tiny, unair-conditioned bedroom and painstakingly taught myself advanced digital marketing, search engine optimization, and complex coding languages. I started freelancing under a fake business name. I took on incredibly tedious jobs building websites for local mom-and-pop businesses, grinding away at my keyboard until 2 in the morning, only to wake up exhausted at 6 to catch the early bus for my shift. That is exactly when I met Silas. Silas was a gruff older guy who owned a small, highly successful commercial HVAC company. I built his company's entire website system for next to nothing, just to secure a strong portfolio piece and a glowing testimonial. Silas was old school, and he saw exactly how hard I worked. He also happened to own a few very lucrative rental properties on the developing edge of our city. Over a cup of terrible burnt coffee at a cheap diner one freezing Tuesday morning, he pulled out a napkin and explained the actual math of real estate to me. He broke down capitalization rates, return on investment, and the power of utilizing bank leverage. It was like a massive floodlight switched on in a completely dark room inside my brain. I started saving my money with a wild intensity that bordered on absolute clinical obsession. I completely skipped major Thanksgiving dinners with my family so I could pick up the double-time holiday shifts at the yard. I shopped for my groceries at the local supermarket late at night, specifically hunting for the discounted bread and the meat that was marked down because it was expiring the next day. I wore my cheap work boots until the rubber soles literally detached and flapped when I walked. I funneled every single dollar of my meager salary into a high-yield savings account, completely ignoring the concept of fun or relaxation. I lived like I was entirely broke because in my mind I was secretly building an untouchable war chest. When I turned 25, a sudden and incredibly messy divorce in Silas's extended family forced his relatives to sell a rundown, neglected duplex extremely quickly to liquidate their shared assets. Silas called me immediately and tipped me off before the property even hit the public market. I took every single penny I had aggressively saved over the years, secured a strict FHA loan from a local bank, and bought the place outright. I lived in one tiny half of the building and rented out the other side. I spent all my weekends covered in dust, patching ruined drywall, fixing terribly leaky plumbing, and scraping off decades of hideous peeling wallpaper. My parents knew I had moved out of my apartment, but they never once asked for the specific details. They naturally assumed I was just renting another cheap, run-down place in a bad neighborhood. Around that exact same time, Declan landed a junior marketing job at a flashy corporate firm. My parents were absolutely ecstatic. They threw a massive catered dinner party to celebrate his new entry-level salary. They bought a custom cake with his name written in expensive frosting. I sat quietly at the very end of the long dining table, wearing a cheap button-down shirt, eating my slice of cake, and thinking about the massive rental income check that had just cleared my business bank account that exact morning. Over the next few critical years, I rinsed and repeated that exact same brutal process. I leveraged the newly forced equity in my first duplex to secure a loan for a larger triplex. Then I bought another duplex, then a fourplex. I started offering my marketing services specifically to high-end real estate agents, not for the money, but just to relentlessly network and get inside exclusive information on off-market property deals before anyone else saw them. I distinctly remember walking into a luxury real estate brokerage downtown to pitch my digital marketing services. I met an aggressive, highly successful agent named Naomi. She looked me slowly up and down, taking in my cheap off-the-rack suit and my badly scuffed dress shoes, and practically laughed me right out of her pristine glass office. She told me to come back when I actually understood the real estate market. 3 long years later, I bought a massive commercial property she was desperately struggling to sell to avoid losing her job. The massive commission she made off my purchase was the only reason she hit her required quota that quarter. I sat across from her at the closing table, signed the heavy stack of legal documents with a cheap plastic pen, and never once brought up our terrible first meeting. I did not need to say a word. The massive wire transfer spoke entirely for itself. By the time I hit 30, my property portfolio was generating an unbelievable amount of passive income. I was completely, undeniably, financially independent. But I kept driving my old rattling car. I kept living my quiet, unassuming life. I knew deep in my bones that the very moment my family found out about the money, our entire dynamic would violently shift. I just didn't realize how truly vicious and destructive that shift would be. I thought they would simply ignore my success exactly like they ignored my struggles. I was so incredibly wrong. The back patio at the mountain cabin was so completely silent you could hear the distant wind rustling through the pine trees. Uncle Vance stepped forward, his sharp eyes locked directly onto my father. Vance was the older brother, the one who had successfully built a massive logistics company from the ground up, and my father had always carried a huge unspoken inferiority complex around him. Vance did not raise his voice at all, but his harsh tone cut through the humid air like broken glass. He pointed directly at Declan's chest and told him to shut his mouth immediately. He looked around at the stunned faces of the entire family, and loudly declared that he had watched me hustle relentlessly since I was a teenager. He revealed to the whole patio that I used to spend my weekends cleaning out his gutters and fixing his company's entire failing IT network for free because we couldn't afford proper tech support. He told them without holding back that I saved his business thousands of dollars. And when he formally offered me a high-paying job, I turned it down because I wanted to build my own empire from scratch. Vance slowly turned his head and looked directly at my father. And what did you do, Richard? You told the boy to stop wasting time on the computer and get a real job. My father opened his mouth to defend himself, but absolutely no sound came out. He looked completely pathetic. Vance wasn't finished. He looked right back at Declan and delivered the absolute killing blow. You had every single door held wide open for you, Declan. You walked through them like it was owed to you. Caleb built his own doors. Declan's face turned a highly dangerous, blotchy shade of purple. He angrily accused Vance of lying, loudly claiming I was manipulating everyone in the family to make him look bad. My mother immediately stepped in, placing a fiercely protective hand on Declan's arm. She looked at me, not with an ounce of pride, but with pure, unadulterated annoyance. She completely ignored the truth Vance had just dropped. She sharply told me I was making a terrible public spectacle and ruining a perfectly good family gathering. She told me to leave if I could not be supportive of my brother. I didn't argue. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't try to defend myself. I simply turned around, walked straight through the sliding glass doors, walked out the front of the house, and got into my car. As I drove away down the long gravel driveway, gripping the steering wheel tight, I didn't feel angry. I felt an overwhelming, crushing sense of grief. The last tiny sliver of hope I had carried since childhood that my parents might ever truly see me died right there on that patio. Update 1. But the nightmare was just getting started. A few short days later, my phone started constantly blowing up with notifications. The podcast clip Maya had played at the party had been ripped from the original source and uploaded to a massive real estate motivation page on a major social media platform. The heavy bold caption read, "Self-made millionaire entirely shuts down toxic, ungrateful family." It went insanely viral overnight. The comment section was flooded with thousands of people sharing their own painful stories of being the forgotten black sheep, of being completely ignored, of working endlessly in the dark shadows while the golden child got handed everything. The video hit 3 million views in 48 hours. My business inbox was overflowing with messages. But amidst the overwhelming support from strangers, there was a dark, malicious undercurrent brewing closer to home. Declan sent me a single text message at 2 a.m. It simply read, "Funny how you turned a minor family meltdown into a fake internet sob story." I deleted the message immediately without bothering to reply. Then things escalated from petty jealousy to a full-blown criminal emergency. I got a frantic, urgent phone call from Elena, my lead property manager. She sounded completely breathless and panicked. She told me someone had called her corporate office pretending to be me, aggressively asking for highly sensitive tenant files, banking routing numbers, and demanding full administrative access to our primary operating accounts. They knew my exact social security number. They knew my mother's maiden name. They even knew my previous home addresses. My blood ran completely cold. The next morning, the regional manager at my primary bank called me directly on my private line. Someone had attempted to initiate a massive $250,000 wire transfer from my main business account to an obscure offshore holding company. The bank's advanced security protocols flagged it immediately because the IP address did not match my usual login locations and the security questions were answered incorrectly on the final prompt. I gripped the heavy steering wheel of my car until my knuckles turned stark white. This was not just a bitter family spat anymore. This was a massive federal felony. Someone was actively trying to destroy everything I had built with my bare hands, trying to secretly ban my accounts, and trigger a catastrophic financial collapse that could easily lead to a massive lawsuit from my tenants, my contractors, or my lenders. I immediately drove to my lawyer's office downtown. We sat across his heavy mahogany desk and locked down every single account I owned. We set up heavy multi-factor authentication protocols, moved the bulk of the liquid assets into secure trusts, and completely froze my credit profile. I was sitting in the leather chair in his office, carefully reviewing the terrifying IP logs the bank had provided when my cell phone buzzed. It was Toby, a distant, generally harmless cousin who usually only reached out when he desperately needed a favor or a small loan. Toby asked nervously if we could meet for a quick coffee. I agreed, my gut telling me something was seriously off. We met at a crowded, noisy diner downtown. Toby nervously stirred his black coffee for 5 straight minutes, sweating profusely and looking everywhere but at me. He finally broke down in tears. He confessed that Declan had been aggressively calling various family members, desperately trying to dig up financial dirt on me, but it was much worse than that. Declan had pressured Toby, who worked in corporate IT security, to help him illegally bypass my email security protocols. Toby looked absolutely terrified of the legal consequences. He swore on his life he didn't actually do it, but he fully admitted Declan's sinister plan. Declan was trying to hack into my private financial records to prove to the family that my portfolio was an elaborate scam, that I was heavily leveraged in bad debt, or failing miserably. He desperately wanted to expose me as a fraud to protect his own incredibly fragile ego. When he couldn't get the hard proof he wanted, he tried to create total chaos by initiating fraudulent transfers that would trigger massive fraud alerts and lock up my operational money, hoping it would ruin my business. My own brother. My own flesh and blood. He wasn't just jealous, he was actively trying to ruin my life. I looked at Toby across the sticky diner table. I didn't yell. I didn't threaten him physically. I didn't threaten him physically. I just asked him very calmly if he was willing to put that entire confession in writing as a sworn affidavit if a massive civil lawsuit occurred. Toby went ghost pale, swallowed hard, and nodded his head. I left the diner feeling a terrifying, icy sense of absolute calm. The betrayal was complete. It was no longer about them ignoring me at family dinners. It was about them actively trying to erase my existence and steal my hard work. I realized right then that simply walking away in silence was not enough. You cannot just walk away from people who are actively trying to burn your house down while you sleep. You have to take their matches away permanently. And I was about to build a roaring fire they would absolutely never forget. For several long weeks, I operated in total, absolute silence. I completely ignored the desperate voicemails from my mother, who was rapidly trying to smooth things over and pretend the ugly mountain cabin incident never actually happened. I ignored the long passive-aggressive emails from my father lecturing me to be the bigger person and apologize to my brother. I was far too busy working on a masterpiece of absolute destruction. Then a thick, heavy navy blue envelope arrived in my locked mailbox. It featured ridiculous, expensive gold embossed lettering. It was a highly formal invitation to my parents' extravagant 40th wedding anniversary gala. The massive event was being held at a highly exclusive rented country club ballroom, and the formal dress code was strictly listed as black tie optional. I tossed the ridiculous piece of paper onto my granite kitchen counter and just stared at it. It made absolutely no logical sense. Why on earth would they invite the son they had just basically kicked out of a casual family barbecue to their most important social event of the decade? I picked up my phone and called Maya. If anyone knew the exact manipulative strategy operating behind the velvet curtain, it was her. We met for an expensive lunch downtown, and after 2 large glasses of white wine, she happily spilled every single detail. She leaned aggressively across the table, her eyes wide with gossip, and told me that Declan was officially planning and funding the entire anniversary party, but it wasn't a genuine celebration of our parents' long marriage at all. Declan was specifically using the massive anniversary gathering as a high-stakes networking event. He had formally invited influential local politicians, the senior partners at his marketing firm, and a slew of extremely wealthy local business owners he was trying to court. He was desperately positioning himself for a massive executive promotion at his firm. And he was actively trying to launch some sort of private family investment syndicate, using my parents' clean, respectable reputation as his launchpad. Maya smirked, taking a long sip of her wine, and told me they only invited me because it would look absolutely terrible to the high society guests if the newly famous viral real estate investor's son was noticeably absent from the family table. They desperately needed me there purely for the optics. They wanted me to sit quietly in the back corner of the room, clap loudly for Declan's arrogant speeches, and serve as a silent, compliant prop in his grand fake performance. They were absolutely terrified that the wealthy people in town had seen my viral video on social media, and they needed to urgently show a united, deeply happy family front to secure the funding for Declan's new, risky business ventures. I paid the expensive lunch bill, genuinely thanked Maya for her exceptional spy work, and walked out to my car in the bright afternoon sun. I didn't feel a single ounce of anger anymore. I felt surgical. They desperately wanted a grand show. I decided right then and there it was time to give them the absolute finale of a lifetime. I spent the next 2 weeks meticulously, quietly preparing, but I wasn't just preparing a nice little speech to defend my honor. I was fully preparing a flawless financial execution. A few short months prior, I had quietly started intense negotiations on a highly coveted prime commercial building right in the absolute center of our city's booming tech hub district. It was a massive mixed-use property with highly profitable, stable retail tenants on the ground floor and luxury corporate offices on the upper levels. More importantly, it belonged entirely to Harrison Thorne, a ruthless, wealthy developer and one of my father's absolute oldest poker buddies. My father had spent 5 long, agonizing years trying to scrape together enough capital to buy a tiny minority stake in that exact building to finally secure his struggling retirement fund. But Thorne always politely and firmly declined, knowing exactly how much of a mess my father's personal finances truly were. I scheduled a highly private closed-door meeting with Mr. Thorne. I laid my massive certified portfolio documents directly onto his heavy mahogany desk. I showed him my exact cash flow, my massive liquid reserves, and my spotless credit history. He looked closely at the numbers, put on his reading glasses, looked back up at me, and smiled a wide, genuine smile. He leaned back in his leather chair and told me he always knew the quiet ones in the family were the most incredibly dangerous. We closed the massive multi-million-dollar deal in under 14 days. The heavy wire transfer cleared through the bank without a single issue. The massive commercial building, the one my father desperately dreamed of owning, was officially legally mine. The exact day before the anniversary gala, I visited the rented country club ballroom under the strict guise of being the event coordinator's personal assistant. I wore plain clothes and carried a tiny, highly encrypted USB drive deep in my pocket. I found the AV technician, a bored college kid who was entirely indifferent to his weekend job. I walked up to him, handed him a crisp, folded $150 bill, and handed him the USB drive. I told him there was a very specific last-minute addition to the family slideshow that Declan had prepared for the guests. I gave him very specific, unwavering instructions on exactly when to play my file on the massive projector screen. The night of the highly anticipated gala finally arrived. The sky was dark, the air was crisp, and I was dressed in a stunning custom-tailored suit that cost significantly more than the entire car I drove in my early 20s. I stood alone in the dark parking lot of the country club, listening closely to the muffled sounds of a live jazz band playing inside the brilliantly lit ballroom. I wasn't the invisible kid anymore. I wasn't the sad, lonely boy hoping desperately for a tiny scrap of validation from parents who only ever had eyes for their golden child. I was a completely self-made multimillionaire, physically holding the legal deeds to their unfulfilled dreams in my portfolio, standing right outside the grand fortress they built entirely on lies and favoritism. I took a massive deep breath, adjusted my silk tie, and walked confidently through the heavy double doors. I was walking straight into the violent eye of the storm, and I knew without a shadow of a doubt that when I walked back out of those doors tonight, absolutely nothing in our family would ever be the same again. Update 2. Walking into that rented country club ballroom felt like stepping onto a meticulously designed movie set where every single actor was playing a role they desperately wanted to be true. The heavy double doors swung open, and I was immediately hit by a massive wall of refrigerated air, the clinking of cheap champagne glasses, and the low, buzzing hum of forced superficial networking. The room was decorated with an aggressive amount of white linen and towering floral centerpieces that were clearly trying to overcompensate for the peeling paint on the ceiling crown molding. I stood at the entrance for a long moment, simply observing the chaotic ecosystem of my family. I was wearing a bespoke midnight blue suit tailored to the exact millimeter. My posture straight, my hands relaxed at my sides. It was a stark contrast to the slightly oversized, heavily discounted off-the-rack suits I had worn to family events in my early 20s. I watched as people milled about, totally unaware of the financial execution that was waiting for them on a tiny flash drive in the AV booth. I spotted my parents immediately. My mother, Eleanor, was wearing a sparkling silver evening gown. Her hair was sprayed perfectly into place, laughing entirely too loud at a joke told by one of the local city councilmen Declan had invited. My father, Richard, was standing next to her, puffing out his chest, trying to look like the wealthy patriarch of an influential dynasty. They were holding court near the open bar, soaking in the admiration of their peers. And then there was Declan. He was positioned strategically near the center of the room, wearing a rented tuxedo that looked just a little too tight across his shoulders. He had a glass of scotch in one hand and was gesturing wildly with the other, talking animatedly to a small circle of older, wealthy men in expensive suits. I recognized a few of them from local business magazines. These were the heavy hitters of our city's real estate and investment sectors. Declan was actively working the room entirely in his element, spinning whatever web of lies he needed to secure his massive corporate promotion and launch his pathetic attempt at an investment syndicate. I began to walk slowly through the crowd. The moment people started to notice me, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Whispers began to ripple outward from the center of the room. Aunts and uncles who had completely ignored my existence for a decade suddenly turned their heads, their eyes dropping down to my expensive leather shoes, then up to the heavy silk of my tie. They had all seen the viral video. They had all read the thousands of comments calling our family toxic. They didn't know what to do with me. I wasn't the invisible kid in the corner anymore. I was the massive, unpredictable elephant in the room. My mother caught sight of me from across the ballroom. I saw her entire body tense up. The polite, radiant smile completely vanished from her heavily powdered face, replaced by a look of sheer, unadulterated panic. She quickly grabbed my father's arm, digging her nails into his tuxedo jacket, and whispered something in his ear. My father looked up, locked eyes with me, and his face drained of all color. They clearly thought I wasn't going to show up. They had banked their entire evening on my absence. I didn't walk toward them. I simply gave them a slow, deliberate nod, grabbed a glass of sparkling water from a passing waiter, and found my assigned seat at table 12, the table located in the darkest, furthest corner of the room, right next to the swinging kitchen doors. It was exactly where I expected to be placed. Maya was sitting there nursing a glass of red wine. She looked at me, looked at my suit, and let out a low whistle. "You didn't come to play peacekeeper tonight, did you?" she whispered, a massive grin spreading across her face. I just took a sip of my water and looked straight ahead at the massive projector screen hanging over the main stage. Dinner was a slow, agonizing affair. The food was rubbery chicken and lukewarm asparagus, but nobody was actually there to eat. They were there for the performance. As the plates were being cleared away by the exhausted catering staff, the massive crystal chandeliers above us slowly dimmed until the room was cast in total darkness. A hush fell over the crowd. The projector hummed to life, casting a bright rectangular glow over the stage. The family legacy video began. It was a masterclass in psychological manipulation and historical revisionism. Soft, sentimental acoustic music played through the massive speakers as black and white photos of my parents' wedding flashed across the screen. Then came the childhood photos. There was Declan taking his first steps, Declan riding a brand new bicycle, Declan holding up a massive shiny trophy at his expensive summer baseball camp. There was video footage of my parents crying tears of joy at Declan's high school graduation, followed by professional photographs of him posing proudly next to the brand new Porsche they had bought him when he finished his business degree. I sat back in my chair and watched 25 minutes of pure, unadulterated golden child worship. My brother's entire life was documented, celebrated, and elevated to the status of absolute royalty, and then right before the video ended, the music shifted. A single blurry photo of me from middle school appeared on the screen. I was standing awkwardly in the background of a family vacation photo looking incredibly uncomfortable. Below the photo, a small generic caption appeared in plain white text: "Caleb, currently pursuing small tech projects." That was it. That was the entirety of my 31 years of existence summarized in 5 humiliating seconds. They had completely erased my real estate portfolio. They had erased my multi-million-dollar net worth. They had erased my years of grueling, agonizing hard work. To these hundreds of wealthy guests, I was nothing more than Declan's weird, unsuccessful older brother who fixed broken laptops in a dark basement. The lights came back up to a round of warm, polite applause. I didn't clap, I just stared at the stage. Declan confidently walked up the wooden steps to the stage, adjusting his tuxedo jacket. He grabbed the microphone off the stand, flashing a massive, blindingly white smile at the audience. The wealthy investors in the front row leaned in, completely captivated by his practiced charm. "Thank you, everyone," Declan began, his voice echoing loudly through the ballroom. "I just want to say how incredibly grateful I am to be part of this amazing, supportive family. The core values my mother and father taught us: hard work, absolute humility, and unbreakable resilience. They made me the man I am today." I actually let out a quiet laugh. Hard work? Resilience? The kid hadn't paid for his own cell phone bill until he was 24 years old. He droned on for another 10 minutes using every corporate buzzword in the dictionary. He talked about legacy, about financial vision, and about passing the torch to the next generation. It was a heavily rehearsed, carefully built illusion designed specifically to extract money from the wealthy people in the room. And then he finally dropped the bait. He leaned into the microphone, looking directly at the city councilman and the wealthy developers. "I hope to carry my parents' incredible legacy forward," Declan said smoothly. "In fact, I am currently bringing our family together for a massive new project, a long-term wealth strategy. I am launching an exclusive private investment syndicate, pooling our resources with select partners in this room to dominate the local commercial market. Because if there is one thing the people in this family know how to do, it is build things from the ground up." The applause was loud, genuine, and completely sickening. People were nodding their heads, actively buying into the massive lie he was selling. He was literally using the word family to secure investment capital, while actively trying to steal my identity and hack my bank accounts just weeks prior. Declan handed the microphone back to the stand, waving to the clapping crowd, looking like a victorious king addressing his loyal court. He was soaking in the absolute peak of his miserable artificial life. He thought he had completely won. He thought he had buried me forever. He didn't know I was holding the shovel. The moment Declan finished his grand, manipulative speech, the ballroom buzzed with the sound of polite, wealthy applause and shallow, meaningless smiles. He stood right there at the edge of the stage, soaking it all in. A few of the older businessmen even stood up and patted him heavily on the back as he stepped down the stairs. I waited. I didn't rush. I didn't stand up right away or start screaming to demand their attention. I let the applause completely die down. I let the silence settle heavily back over the massive room. I took a slow sip of my sparkling water, placed the glass gently on the white tablecloth, and then I stood up. The scraping of my chair against the hardwood floor echoed loudly. A few heads turned in my direction. My Uncle Vance, sitting 3 tables away, caught my eye and gave me a very slow, subtle nod of absolute approval. Maya raised her eyebrows, gripping the edge of the table. Declan paused mid-step, his fake smile freezing instantly on his face. His eyes narrowed to dangerous little slits as he watched me calmly bypass my table and start walking directly down the center aisle toward the main stage. My mother gasped audibly, a sharp intake of breath that carried across the silent room. She half stood from her chair, her hands trembling, but my father pulled her back down, paralyzed by the sudden unscripted turn of events. I walked up the short wooden steps, my expensive leather shoes clicking loudly against the stage floor. I didn't look at Declan. I walked straight over to the microphone stand, adjusted it to my height with cool, terrifying precision, and looked out over the sea of hundreds of confused, wealthy faces. "Good evening, everyone," I said, my voice completely steady, calm, and utterly devoid of fear. "I promise I will not take up too much of your time." I scanned the room, making direct eye contact with the wealthy developers Declan had just pitched his fake syndicate to. I just wanted to take a moment to say a very quick thank you to my parents, Eleanor and Richard, for extending an invitation to me tonight. 40 years of marriage is no small feat. That kind of longevity absolutely deserves recognition. And this party. I gestured broadly around the expensive ballroom. It is incredibly impressive. Declan stood frozen near the front row. His jaw clenched so tightly I thought his teeth might shatter. He looked like he was waiting for a punchline. But while my brother Declan is up here talking so passionately about legacy, hard work, and business syndicates, I continued, my voice echoing off the high ceilings. I wanted to take a moment to clear up a little bit of historical confusion. During the beautiful video montage you all just watched, you might have noticed a very brief slide that said I was currently pursuing small tech projects. Now, that statement is not entirely inaccurate, but it is wildly, aggressively incomplete. The energy in the room completely shifted. The wealthy investors leaned forward in their chairs. The clanking of silverware stopped completely. I looked directly down at my parents. My mother refused to meet my eyes, staring at her napkin. My father looked like he was about to have a medical emergency. Some of you in this room know me, but most of you do not, I said, my voice growing stronger, filling the silent void. My name is Caleb. I am 31 years old. I never went to an expensive university. I never got a fancy business degree. I was never scouted for elite sports, and I was certainly never praised at our family dinner table. I did not get a $25,000 graduation trip to Europe. I did not get a brand new Porsche bought for me, and I absolutely did not get a fully funded college account. When it came to money in this family, I was entirely on my own. I paused, letting those heavy, undeniable facts sink into the minds of the audience. I saw a few aunts and uncles shifting uncomfortably in their expensive seats, but I did pursue tech projects. I said, a cold smile touching the corners of my mouth. I started building websites at 16 years old to afford my own bus pass. I taught myself coding. I worked grueling night shifts at a lumber yard to save up every single penny I could physically grasp. And at 25 years old, while my brother was out partying on the family dime, I bought my very first rental property, a rundown duplex that I renovated with my own bleeding hands. Declan took a step toward the stage, his face red with fury. "Caleb, shut your mouth right now," he hissed, trying to keep his voice low enough that the investors wouldn't hear him panic. I completely ignored him. I looked up toward the dark AV booth at the back of the room. I gave the college kid a sharp nod. Since Declan so graciously mentioned investing together and dominating the local commercial market, I said, tapping the microphone stand. I thought it would be incredibly useful to share a few actual verified numbers with the room. With a loud click, the massive projector screen behind me lit up like a supernova. The entire ballroom gasped. Slide 1 hit the screen. It was a massive high-resolution photo of me standing in front of an entire complex of multi-family townhouses I owned. Overlaid on the image were certified bank documents showing a massive 7-figure liquid cash reserve. Slide 2 clicked over. It was a highly detailed professional timeline of my property acquisitions over the last 6 years. 15 different properties, duplexes, triplexes, and a massive storage facility. Next to the timeline was a certified legal document proving that I had recently filed a massive police report and a federal cybercrime investigation against an unknown family member for attempting to illegally hack my bank accounts. I looked down at Declan. His face went entirely white. He looked like he was going to vomit right there on the carpet. He knew the FBI would be knocking on his door within the week. Slide 3 illuminated the room. A massive passive income chart. It detailed my monthly revenue, my massive cash flow, and my unbelievable market appreciation. Then came slide 4, the final nail in the coffin. The screen displayed a massive, beautiful photograph of the prime commercial building in the center of the downtown tech hub. The exact building my father had desperately tried to buy for 5 years. The exact building Declan was secretly trying to convince these investors to help him buy. Next to the photo was the legally certified signed property deed. And right at the top in bold black ink was the listed owner, Caleb. I recently closed on this beautiful mixed-use commercial building downtown, I said calmly into the microphone. I bought it directly from a man many of you know well. I pointed directly into the front row. Sitting right next to the local politicians was Harrison Thorne. He looked up at me, raised his glass of expensive scotch in the air, and gave me a massive, knowing smile. My father let out a choked, desperate sound. He grabbed his chest, staring at the screen in absolute, soul-crushing disbelief. The building of his dreams was owned by the son he threw away. All of this, I said, my voice dropping to a low, intense register, was built entirely without a single dime of family money, without a single ounce of emotional support. While Declan was attending elite camps and driving luxury cars, I was biking in the snow to job interviews. And while Declan stands up here begging you all for your hard-earned investment money to fund his fake syndicate, I am standing up here with a certified net worth of $5.2 million. The silence in the ballroom was absolute, terrifying, and completely magnificent. I don't say this tonight to brag, I said, looking directly into my mother's terrified, weeping eyes. I say this to correct the historical record because stories matter. And for way too long, the story told in this family has been a massive fabricated lie. The screen clicked to the final slide. Just plain white text on a black background. Sometimes the black sheep is just the one who got tired of pretending. I stepped away from the microphone. I didn't say another word. I didn't need to. I walked calmly down the stairs, walked straight past Declan's trembling, defeated body, and headed directly for the heavy double doors at the back of the room. I had burned the entire kingdom to the ground, and I was walking out of the ashes, a completely free man. The immediate fallout was incredibly fast, and completely merciless. As I pushed through the heavy double doors and walked out into the cool, crisp night air of the parking lot, I could hear the massive eruption of chaos exploding inside the ballroom behind me. The spell was completely broken. The grand illusion my parents had spent nearly 3 decades carefully building around their golden child had shattered into a million unfixable pieces in front of the most influential people in our entire city. I was unlocking my car door when I heard the frantic clicking of heels on the pavement. I turned around to see my mother, Eleanor, practically running toward me. Her expensive silver gown was bunched up in her hands, her carefully styled hair falling out of its pins, and her makeup was completely ruined by dark, thick streaks of mascara running down her cheeks. Caleb, wait, she sobbed, reaching out to grab my suit jacket. Why didn't you ever tell us? Why didn't you say anything about the money, about the buildings? We could have helped you. We could have been a family. I looked down at her hands gripping my lapel. I didn't feel a single shred of pity. I felt entirely hollow looking at a stranger who only valued me when my bank account reached 7 figures. I gently but firmly removed her hands from my jacket. Would you have actually listened, Mom? I asked, my voice completely devoid of emotion. Or would you have just told me I was making up stories to steal attention from Declan? You didn't want a family. You wanted a trophy. And you picked the wrong one. Before she could form a desperate response, the doors to the country club burst open again. Declan stormed out, his tuxedo jacket thrown off, his tie completely undone. He was sweating profusely, his face contorted in absolute rage and sheer panic. The wealthy investors inside had just watched him get exposed as a fraud, a liar, and potentially a federal cybercriminal. His entire career was evaporating in real time. You ruined everything. Declan screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing off the parked cars. You humiliated our own family. You hijacked the entire night just to make it about yourself. You're a sick, jealous loser. I slowly opened my car door, the interior lights illuminating the dark pavement. I looked at my brother, really looked at him for the last time. He wasn't a powerful golden child anymore. He was just a pathetic, terrified little boy throwing a tantrum because someone finally took away his toys. No, Declan, I said quietly, the calm in my voice cutting right through his hysteria. You made it about you? I just flat out refused to play my assigned role anymore. Have fun explaining those IP addresses to the bank fraud investigators. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove away without looking back in the rearview mirror. I drove with the windows rolled completely down, letting the freezing night air hit my face. For the first time in my entire 31 years of life on this earth, I didn't feel the crushing, suffocating weight of my family's impossible expectations. I wasn't waiting for their approval. I wasn't aching for an invitation to the table. I owned the damn table. Fast forward exactly 2 years. The wheels of justice move incredibly slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. After the disastrous anniversary gala, Declan's life unraveled with terrifying speed. The wealthy investors in the room that night immediately pulled their funding from his marketing firm. The massive promotion he was practically promised was instantly revoked due to his unstable public character. 3 months later, during a round of corporate layoffs, Declan was the very first person handed a cardboard box and escorted out of the building by security. Without his inflated corporate salary, his massive fake lifestyle collapsed instantly. The bank repossessed the brand new Porsche he loved so much. His luxury downtown apartment evicted him for 3 months of unpaid rent. And the cybercrime investigation? My lawyer ensured the bank pursued it to the absolute fullest extent of the law. Declan avoided jail time by pleading guilty to a lesser charge of identity theft. But the massive legal fees and the permanent felony on his public record ensured he would never work in corporate finance or marketing ever again. He ended up taking a minimum wage job working the night shift at a local grocery store wearing a cheap polyester uniform. My parents, desperate to save their golden child from his own catastrophic failures, completely drained their entire retirement savings to pay for his high-priced defense attorneys and keep him out of federal prison. They remortgaged their house, maxed out their credit cards, and destroyed their perfect credit scores. The wealthy social circles they used to run in completely exiled them. One cold Tuesday morning, while I was sitting in my top-floor office reviewing the lease agreements for a new commercial plaza I had just purchased, my private cell phone rang. It was an unknown number. I answered it. It was my father, Richard. His voice was incredibly weak, trembling, and completely broken. It was the voice of a deeply defeated, desperate old man who had lost absolutely everything. "Caleb," he whispered through the phone. "Son, please. We are losing the house. The bank is foreclosing next month. Declan can't help us. We have absolutely nothing left. We know you have the money. Please, we are begging you for a small loan just to keep a roof over our heads. We are your parents." I leaned back in my expensive leather chair, staring out the massive floor-to-ceiling windows at the sprawling city below me. I thought about the winter I had to wrap my cheap boots in plastic bags because the snow was leaking through the holes in the soles. I thought about the massive college fund they handed to Declan while I took the public bus. I thought about the $75 gift card. "I am incredibly sorry to hear about your financial situation, Richard," I said, my voice polite, professional, and entirely detached. "I can highly recommend an excellent bankruptcy lawyer in your area. I will email his contact information to you right now. I truly wish you the best of luck." I hung up the phone, permanently blocked the number, and went back to reading my contracts. There is an incredibly strange, almost hollow feeling that hits you right after you finally get the ultimate revenge you have spent your entire life dreaming about. You spend years building up this massive impenetrable fortress of success, waiting for the exact perfect moment to drop the drawbridge and crush the people who doubted you. But when the dust finally settles, when the screaming stops and the enemies are entirely vanquished, you are left standing alone in a very quiet room. I didn't throw a massive party to celebrate my family's total financial ruin. I didn't gloat on the internet. I didn't drive past their foreclosed house to point and laugh because the absolute undeniable truth about healing is that it doesn't actually come from destroying the people who hurt you. True lasting healing only comes from completely severing the emotional chains that bind you to them. I realized that my parents and my brother were sick, toxic people trapped in a miserable cycle of superficiality and ego. And by walking away and cutting off all financial and emotional access, I wasn't just punishing them, I was actively protecting my own peace. I established ironclad, unbreakable boundaries. I changed my personal phone numbers, moved my primary residence to a highly secure gated community, and instructed my legal team to immediately issue cease and desist letters if any member of my family ever attempted to contact my business offices again. I excised the cancer from my life with total surgical precision. With that massive suffocating weight finally lifted off my chest, my entire life began to genuinely flourish in ways I had never expected. I didn't just accumulate more wealth. I started actively searching for a true meaningful purpose. I took a portion of my massive passive income and started a specialized mentorship program for young underprivileged men in my city who couldn't afford a college education. I taught them exactly what I had to teach myself in the dark: digital marketing, financial literacy, how to build credit from scratch, and how to spot predatory real estate loans. I hired Silas, my old HVAC mentor, who had first introduced me to real estate, to run the physical contracting side of the program. I also leaned heavily into the YouTube channel I had accidentally started after the podcast went viral. I didn't post flashy videos with rented Lamborghinis or fake mansions. I sat in a plain room and talked directly to the camera about the ugly, painful realities of outgrowing your toxic bloodline. I talked about the intense grief of mourning parents who are still physically alive but emotionally completely dead to you. The response was incredibly overwhelming. Every single day, I received thousands of emails and messages from people, mostly older men and women who had spent decades, sometimes 50 or 60 years, shrinking themselves down to make their abusive, narcissistic family members feel comfortable. One evening, I was standing on the massive rooftop of the commercial building I had bought from Harrison Thorne. The sun was setting over the city, casting a beautiful warm orange glow over the skyline. The wind was cool and refreshing. I opened my phone and read an email from a woman named Susan, a 68-year-old grandmother from Ohio. Susan wrote, "Caleb, I spent 45 years letting my older sister and my mother treat me like an absolute servant. I funded their vacations, I paid their massive debts, and they never once said thank you. I watched your video about the country club, and I finally woke up. Yesterday, I closed my joint bank accounts, blocked their numbers, and booked a one-way ticket to Italy for myself. For the first time in my entire life, I am breathing my own air. Thank you. I stood there on the roof reading that email, and I felt a hot tear slide down my cheek. It wasn't a tear of sadness, it was pure overwhelming relief. That was the exact moment I fully understood my journey. The pain, the neglect, the freezing bus rides, the vicious betrayal from my own brother. It wasn't just a punishment I had to endure. It was the brutal, agonizing training ground that forged me into the man I needed to become. I had to survive the absolute worst of my family so I could become a lighthouse for thousands of other people stranded in the exact same dark, violent storm. You do not get to choose the family you are born into. You do not get to choose if they love you, if they protect you, or if they treat you with the basic human dignity you deserve. But you absolutely, unequivocally, get to choose if you stay at their toxic table. If they force you to be the black sheep, do not lower your head and cry. Let them underestimate you. Let them mock you. Take all of that dark, heavy energy and use it to quietly build your own massive empire in the shadows. And when the time is right, you don't just ask for a seat at their miserable table. You buy the entire damn building and you evict them from your life forever. Because the ultimate revenge is not screaming in a parking lot. The ultimate revenge is living a beautiful, peaceful, incredibly successful life that they are completely, permanently locked out of. Let's pause for a moment. Thank you for staying with me this far. You're truly amazing. Please help me by liking the video and commenting the number 1 below so I know you've been here with me until this point. This not only helps more people discover this story, but also lets me know that my experiences mean something to someone. Have you ever faced something similar with your own family? Have you ever had to walk away from the people who were supposed to love you the most just to save your own sanity? Share your story in the comments below and don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss the next journey. Remember, your peace is worth more than their approval. Stay strong, and I will see you in the next video. My parents kicked me out at 16 with $50. 9 years later, they tried to steal my tech company. So I legally bought their foreclosed house and evicted them. When I was 16, my mother handed me a cheap, white envelope while we stood in the freezing, gray drizzle outside a nearly empty Greyhound bus station on the very edge of the Seattle suburbs. Her mascara was absolutely perfect. Her plum lipstick was flawless. But her eyes looked right through me like I was a complete stranger. Someone she had just bumped into on the street. I remember staring at the flimsy paper in my freezing hands and thinking, what exactly is this? Some kind of twisted birthday card. A final letter of advice? But when I tore it open, all it held was a single, crisp $50 bill, and a folded scrap of yellow notebook paper with 10 words scribbled in her familiar, looping handwriting, "Don't look back. This is for your own good." Then she simply turned around, her expensive heels clicking rhythmically on the wet, oil-stained concrete, and left me standing there with a beat-up duffel bag, $50, and a heart that felt like it had just been violently ripped out of my chest. My name is Elias. I am 25 now. But, that specific moment seared into my brain like a third-degree burn. It still bubbles up sometimes when I am lying in bed awake at 3 a.m., or when I am sitting in airport terminals watching normal, loving parents hug their children before a flight. And every single time it does, I feel that exact same sinking, hollow realization. They didn't just want to teach me some harsh lesson about independence. They genuinely wanted to erase me from their lives. I guess to really understand how things escalated to that horrifying point, you would have to know the family I came from. On paper, we looked like the picture-perfect American dream. We lived in a sprawling, 2-story house in a quiet, affluent neighborhood. Dad ran his own highly lucrative landscaping and contracting business. Mom worked part-time as an office manager at a high-end dermatology clinic. We even had a goofy Labrador retriever named Buster who loved to chase delivery trucks and knock over the recycling bins. I was the oldest child. Then came my sister Chloe, who was exactly 1 year younger than me, followed by the twins, Leo and Luna, who were 5 years younger than me. If you flip through our glossy family photo albums, you would see nothing but magical Christmas mornings, massive tiered birthday cakes, and summer pool parties with all the neighbors. You would think we were one of those tight-knit families that has their own active group text and wears matching flannel pajamas for the holidays. But if you look just a little bit closer, if you watch the dynamics long enough, you would see something entirely different. You would see the distinct way Chloe always got 2 or 3 expensive gifts when I got one practical item. You would hear my dad say dismissive things like, "You are the oldest, Elias," set an example, while my sister snuck out of the house at 2 a.m., got caught by the police, and was grounded for all of one single evening. You would notice how the twins got away with absolutely everything, including breaking expensive electronics and destroying furniture, while I got screamed at and blamed if the kitchen sink was dripping or if the back patio door was left unlocked. It was subtle at first. A missed middle school science fair here, a completely forgotten birthday dinner there. Little things that were easy enough to brush off as the chaotic schedule of a busy family. But as I got older, it started to feel much more like a deliberate pattern. Like maybe, just maybe, I wasn't actually supposed to feel like I belonged there. I didn't really get into trouble. I wasn't the absolute perfect kid, sure, But I did very well in school, mostly pulling A's and B's. I worked a grueling part-time job at a greasy diner down the street, washing dishes until my hands were raw, and I stayed far away from the typical high school drama. I used to genuinely believe that if I just kept my head down, if I worked incredibly hard and never complained about the unfairness, they would finally see me, not just look at me, but truly see me and value me. They never did. Things started rapidly unraveling during the fall of my junior year. College applications were looming on the horizon, and I was working double shifts at the diner to save up for the exorbitant application fees, since my parents had made it crystal clear they weren't paying a single dime for my education. If you want to go to a fancy university, Dad grunted one night while aggressively loading the dishwasher, you better figure it out your damn self. Nobody paid my way in this world. Fair enough, I didn't expect a free ride. But then, just 2 nights later, I overheard Mom talking to Chloe in the living room. They were whispering excitedly about how she and Dad were setting aside a massive college fund for Chloe's future plans, discussing out-of-state tuition and sorority fees. I remember sitting on the dark, carpeted stairs, entirely frozen, listening to that hushed conversation like someone had just poured a bucket of ice water directly down my spine. I confronted them about it the very next day at the kitchen island. I didn't yell. I didn't even raise my voice a fraction. I just calmly asked, "So, are you guys helping Chloe pay for college?" Mom's eyes narrowed into tiny slits. Dad didn't even bother to look up from his plate of eggs. "Chloe has a real plan," he said gruffly. "She is going to do something incredibly smart with her life. Maybe a top-tier business school, maybe pre-law. We are helping her get a solid start." I just stared at them, my vision blurring. "I have a plan, too," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "I want to major in computer science. I have already got a few academic scholarships lined up." Mom simply shrugged her shoulders, taking a slow sip of her coffee. "That is nice, Elias. But we have already done a whole lot for you. It is high time you learned how to stand on your own 2 feet. Stand on my own." As if I hadn't already been virtually raising myself for the past 5 years. Still, I desperately tried not to let it completely break my spirit. I kept working my fingers to the bone. I applied to absolutely every single scholarship and grant I could find on the internet. I fixed up a completely busted, ancient laptop I bought from a thrift store so I could write my application essays late at night after my diner shifts. I was bone tired all the time. But there was something deep inside me, some stubborn, burning flame that kept me going. I told myself it would all be worth it when I finally walked across that high school graduation stage, got my diploma, and escaped that toxic house forever. But then came the massive fight. The one that changed the trajectory of my entire life. It started over something ridiculously small. Leo, one of the twins, had borrowed my expensive noise-canceling headphones, the ones I had saved up for months to buy, and completely snapped the band in half. When I firmly told him he needed to pay to replace them, he just laughed in my face and sneered. "Why should I? You are just going to leave soon anyway, loser." I absolutely snapped. Not because of the broken headphones, not really, but because it felt like absolutely no one in that massive house had a shred of respect for my existence. I yelled at him. He yelled back. Chloe immediately jumped in to defend him, calling me a psycho. Then Dad came storming into the bedroom, his face beet red, and without even bothering to ask what had happened, he pointed a thick finger at the door and told me to get the hell out of his house if I was going to act like a selfish, ungrateful brat. That night, I slept on the lumpy floor of a coworker's apartment. I naively thought maybe after things cooled down for a day or two, we would all sit down and talk. Maybe finally, we would have a real, honest family conversation about the blatant favoritism. Instead, I got a cold, detached phone call from Mom 2 days later, simply telling me to come home and pack my belongings. No explanation, no apologies. Just, "It is time you leave." I showed up expecting a serious family meeting or at least some kind of adult mediation, but when I walked through the front door, my bedroom was already half empty. My clothes were haphazardly stuffed into a cheap duffel bag. The thrift store laptop I had spent weeks fixing was completely gone. Dad smugly claimed it was legally his property because he had paid the electric bill for the house while I was charging it. And that is exactly when they silently drove me to the Greyhound bus station. No tearful goodbye, no final hug, just that cheap envelope. I sat on that freezing, wet metal bench for over an hour, staring at the note, rereading those 10 words until the ink completely blurred with my tears. "Don't look back. This is for your own good." I wanted to scream until my lungs gave out. I wanted to violently sob. I wanted to fall to my knees and beg them to change their minds, to just love me like they loved the others. But more than anything else in the world, I wanted to prove them absolutely wrong. So, I boarded that idling bus. I didn't even know where it was going. Not really. I just picked the very first city I could afford a ticket to. I spent that $50 so carefully, rationing it like it was solid gold, buying nothing but cheap peanut butter and stale bread. When I finally arrived in the next major city, I crashed on another acquaintance's stained couch. Then I started completely over from scratch. I found a grueling job working the graveyard shift at a massive warehouse. I moved into a cramped, moldy shared studio apartment with 3 other struggling guys. I took advanced coding and cybersecurity courses online during the day when I wasn't too physically exhausted to keep my burning eyes open. Little by little, line of code by line of code, I built a completely new life. A terrifyingly hard one, a hungry one, but it was entirely mine, and while they completely forgot I existed, I never forgot them. The funny thing is, when you have been violently cast out like that, when your own flesh and blood looks you in the eye and tells you that you are not worth sticking around for, something fundamental shifts inside your brain. You start to see the entire world differently. You stop waiting for someone to catch you when you fall, and if you are lucky, or just incredibly, fiercely angry enough, you start aggressively climbing instead. That is exactly what I did. But that part comes much later, because the real story, the absolutely insane part that still makes my phone light up with desperate voicemails and frantic texts I will never, ever return, started years later when I was 25. The cybersecurity firm I had built from absolute nothing was finally starting to turn major heads in the tech industry. I had my own sleek corner office, my own luxury apartment downtown, my own car, and for the very first time in 9 long years, I wasn't just barely surviving, I was massively thriving, and that is exactly when my mother decided to email me. The subject line read, "Hey stranger, can we talk?" I stared at the glowing email on my dual monitors for what felt like an eternity. It had been exactly 9 years since I saw her face last. Since she drove me to that depressing bus station like she was casually dropping off some unwanted dry cleaning. Since she handed me an envelope with $50 and a cold goodbye that might as well have been a literal death sentence for a teenager. Don't look back. This is for your own good. That specific line had haunted me every single time I passed a homeless shelter or a payphone in those dark, early months when I still half hoped they would realize what a horrific mistake they had made and call me back to apologize. But they never did. Not even once. And now, hey stranger. I didn't open the email right away. I clicked out of my inbox, minimized the window and just stared blankly at my desktop wallpaper. My office was incredibly quiet, just the soft, rhythmic hum of the massive server rack in the corner and the distant, muffled thrum of downtown Seattle traffic 20 stories below. My company, a specialized cybersecurity and data protection firm I had built out of a grimy co-working space and endless caffeine overdoses, had just officially hit its first $1.5 million in pure profit. We had 12 full-time employees, a completely flawless balance sheet, and a massive backlog of high-paying corporate clients. Things were undeniably good. I had a breathtaking view of the skyline. I had premium health insurance. I finally had peace. But my hands still trembled violently over my mechanical keyboard like I was a terrified 16-year-old kid again, back on that freezing bench, reading her cruel note. I finally forced myself to open it later that night, sitting completely alone in my apartment. The email was nauseatingly short. Elias, I know it has been a very long time and I certainly do not expect you to forgive us overnight, but I was really hoping we could talk. I have been thinking a whole lot about the past and how things went so wrong. Chloe misses you terribly, and so do the twins. Your father, well, he is really trying his best. We would love to see you again, maybe rebuild what we had. Let me know. Love, Mom. Rebuild what we had. The sheer audacity made me physically sick to my stomach. I didn't respond. At first, I thought I could just permanently ignore it. Let it rot away in my digital inbox like so many other useless spam messages I never bothered to open. But the very next morning, there was another email, then a text message to my personal number. Then Chloe somehow found me on LinkedIn and sent me a direct message that casually said, "Heard you are doing massive things out there. So proud of you, big bro. Big bro." Like we were incredibly tight. Like she hadn't looked me dead in the eye the day I was violently evicted and smirked. Well, maybe this is for the best. I will be completely honest with you all. I seriously thought about deleting absolutely everything, blocking their numbers, and slamming the door shut for good. But something dark stopped me. Morbid curiosity, maybe. Or pure, unadulterated spite. Or maybe some deeply wounded part of me desperately wanted actual answers. Not closure, exactly. I had built my own incredible life. I didn't need their validation anymore, but I wanted to know exactly why. Why it had been so effortlessly easy for them to throw me away like actual garbage. So, I finally typed out a reply. Just one single line. You want to rebuild? Start by explicitly telling me why you buried me. No one answered me for 2 agonizing days. Then Chloe called. I let it ring until it went to voicemail. I still have that specific audio message saved on my phone. "Hey Elias, it is me. I wanted to say I am so incredibly sorry for everything that happened. Mom has been pretty upset since you replied to her email. She really didn't expect you to be so cold and distant. But I told her, you have been through a lot. We all have. Maybe we could just meet up? Just get coffee and talk. I think you would be genuinely surprised at how much things have changed." Changed. That was the exact word she used. But what she really meant was rearranged. A week later, I got another email from Mom. This one contained a flashy digital invitation. They were throwing a massive, expensive party for Leo and Luna's college graduation. Both of the twins had attended a ridiculously expensive private university on the East Coast. I only knew that from the boastful news articles and public Facebook posts Mom used to put up, the ones I would occasionally come across when I made the toxic mistake of doom scrolling late at night. They were the golden twins, the brilliant prodigies. Luna had just finished a prestigious pre-med track. Leo was some kind of hotshot finance major. The invitation was filled with professional photos, custom balloon arches, matching designer outfits, and heavily filtered family portraits with fake candid smiles and golden sunlight streaming through the trees. I hadn't even been casually mentioned in a single caption for almost a decade. Now, suddenly, they desperately wanted me there in the front row. I almost burst out laughing, but I didn't delete the invite. Something deep inside me, something dark, quiet, and rapidly growing, told me to just wait. Then came the second email. This one was directly from my dad. We hadn't spoken a single syllable since the day he aggressively tossed my duffel bag into the trunk of his car and growled, "Don't come crawling back here when the real world chews you up and spits you out." I used to play that specific quote on a loop in my head like a terrible movie line whenever I felt like giving up. So, when his email pinged through, I half expected it to be more of the exact same toxic machismo. But it wasn't. "Elias, I hear through the grapevine you have made something real of yourself. That is good to hear. I always knew you had some potential in you. Maybe we didn't do things perfectly right when you were younger, but we had our reasons. Things were very different back then. Chloe tells me you are still holding on to a lot of anger. Maybe it is finally time to let that go and be a man. Come see us this weekend. We can talk about what went wrong. Dad." He always wrote like a middle management boss giving a condescending performance review on a mediocre quarterly report. He never once said the word sorry. Just we had our reasons. Just maybe it is time. I didn't reply to that one either. Update 1. You. Up. You. Things got exponentially stranger, and then they got criminal. One morning, I was sitting in my office when I got a phone call from a number I didn't recognize. It wasn't a client. It was a woman's voice. She sounded shaky, strictly professional, but hesitant. "Hi, is this Elias, Elias Vance?" "Yes, speaking. Who is this?" "My name is Sarah. I am a senior account manager at Apex Financial Alliance. I am calling you today because there was a joint corporate account application submitted this morning with your exact name and your company's EIN on it, and there are some highly unusual details we urgently need to verify." My chest instantly went ice cold. The air in my office felt like it had been sucked out. "A joint account?" "Yes," Sarah said. "It lists your name as the primary, and Linda Vance as the secondary co-signer. She explicitly claimed to be your mother and a silent partner in your firm. And the floor completely dropped out from under me. She included some tax documents that don't quite match up with our internal verification systems," Sarah continued quietly. "I just wanted to call and confirm. Did you authorize this application?" "No," I said immediately, my voice dropping an octave. "Absolutely not. I have not spoken to that woman in 9 years. This is completely fraudulent." "I suspected as much." She breathed a sigh of relief. "We will immediately flag the account application as fraudulent and report the incident to our internal fraud department, but I thought you should know. She explicitly tried to use your personal name and your company's EIN to add herself as a co-signer with full withdrawal privileges on a massive line of corporate credit. They weren't just trying to reconnect. They were trying to access me to get their greedy hands on the massive wealth I had built. The company they had absolutely nothing to do with. The business they had literally forced me to create when they tossed me out into the cold and made it clear I was entirely on my own. That night, I opened a very expensive bottle of scotch I had been saving for a major company milestone. I poured a heavy glass and stared blankly at the glittering city lights through my floor-to-ceiling window. All I could hear in my head were their deceiving voices. Chloe's fake sympathy, Dad's management speak emails, Mom's soft, weaponized guilt. I picked up my phone and angrily typed out a message to Mom. "You want to rebuild what we had? Fine. Let's start by going over the 9 years you claimed I didn't exist, right after my corporate lawyers finished drafting the criminal fraud charges and the permanent restraining order." I didn't hit send. Not yet. Because something fundamental had shifted in my brain. I wasn't just blindly angry anymore. I was completely done. But if they really wanted to force the door open again, then I was going to give them the grand, terrifying tour of absolutely everything they missed, everything they desperately tried to steal, and the ruthless monster I had become without them. But first, I had to dig a little deeper, because I had a sinking feeling that the Apex Financial incident wasn't the very first legal line they had crossed, and it sure as hell wasn't going to be the last. It took me a few agonizing days to snap out of the weird emotional fog that rolled in after that horrifying bank call. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating. I canceled 3 major client meetings. My team definitely noticed. I caught my lead developer whispering in the break room about how I seemed completely unhinged, and they were right, I was quietly unraveling. I had built this entire empire out of literal garbage, and suddenly it felt incredibly fragile, like my mother could just snap her fingers and take it all away. I started going to therapy. I know how cliché that sounds. Rich tech guy goes to therapy to find himself, but it was brutal, messy work. My therapist, Dr. Eris, didn't coddle me. She called me out. She asked me, "Who exactly are you trying to prove your worth to? Because right now, you are letting their ghost dictate your reality." A week later, Chloe unexpectedly showed up at my office building. It was a rainy Tuesday. I was mid-call with a massive client when my assistant buzzed the intercom. "Elias? I am so sorry to interrupt, but there is a woman down in the lobby. She says she is your sister, Chloe. She refuses to leave." I froze completely. My hands started sweating profusely. I told the client I had an emergency and hung up. When I stepped out of the private elevator into the lobby, there she was, Chloe. Same golden blonde hair, same magazine cover smile, but she looked significantly older, deeply tired around her eyes. She was wearing a cheap blazer that didn't quite fit, completely different from the designer clothes Mom used to buy her. She looked incredibly small. "Elias," she breathed, almost like a desperate sigh. I didn't speak. I just glared at her. "I know you probably want to have security throw me out," she continued, her voice trembling, "but I swear to God, I didn't know Mom tried to use your company's EIN. I swear that wasn't me. I would never do that to you." I still didn't say a single word. My jaw was locked. "I just want to talk. Just one cup of coffee, please. I have something you need to see." A. I almost told security to drag her out, but then I noticed she was clutching a small, black USB flash drive in her shaking hand. If she came all this way, risking my wrath, maybe I needed to hear her out. Not for her sake, but for my own intelligence gathering. I told her to meet me across the street at a quiet cafe. Not in my building, not in my sanctuary. What she told me in that dimly lit cafe completely unraveled everything I thought I knew about the night I was abandoned. We sat in a corner booth. She ordered a black coffee she never touched. "You want the absolute truth?" she whispered, looking around nervously. "I'll give it to you. That night at the bus station, Mom came home and told us it was your choice to leave." I didn't move a muscle. She sat us down in the living room, Chloe said, tears welling in her eyes. "She told us you decided you didn't want to live by their rules anymore. That you were stealing cash from Dad's wallet to buy drugs, and that you were running away to live with some dropouts. She even showed us a forged note. It looked exactly like your handwriting. It said you hated us and wanted to be independent." My jaw clenched so hard I thought my teeth would crack. "That note was hers," I snarled. "She wrote a note to me. It said, 'Don't look back. This is for your own good.'" "I know that now," Chloe sobbed quietly. "But back then, I was 15. I believed her. We all did. She told us you left, because you were a criminal. She took your phone and smashed it, telling us you didn't want us contacting you." Dad completely backed her up. "And you?" I asked, my voice dripping with venom. "You just went along with it?" "I was a kid, Elias. I didn't know how to fight them. But 2 years ago, I started asking questions. I saw your name pop up in a Forbes online article about rising tech startups. You were supposed to be some drug-addicted dropout. But you were a CEO. When I confronted Mom about it, she went absolutely ballistic. She slapped me." Chloe wiped her eyes and slid the black flash drive across the table. "I moved out that exact same night, cut all contact with them. I work for a nonprofit now, helping foster kids. But before I left, I dug into Dad's home office computer." "Elias. You aren't the only one they tried to destroy." I stared at the drive. "What is this?" "Proof," she whispered. "When I was 18, they secretly took out a $15,000 personal loan in my name. They claimed it was to pay for my college tuition, but the money never hit my account. Dad used it to bail out his failing landscaping business. I didn't even find out until debt collectors started calling me and I realized my credit score was completely ruined. It took me years to fight it." I sat back, utterly stunned. My parents weren't just toxic narcissists. They were desperate, serial fraudsters. "They tried to hit your company 3 times, Chloe said, pointing at the drive. "Once at Apex, once at a local credit union, and once through an online lender. Each time, they changed just enough of your details to avoid triggering immediate police action. I have all the screenshots, the forged PDFs, the emails. I brought it all to you. I want to help you burn them to the ground." Update 2. We sat in silence for a long time. The rain battered against the cafe windows. I looked at the sister I thought I hated, realizing we were both just surviving the same monsters. I pocketed the flash drive. "Are you absolutely sure you are ready for the fallout?" I asked her. Chloe looked at me with a fiery defiance I had never seen in her before. "They already ruined my 20s. I have absolutely nothing left to lose. Let's destroy them." The next 3 weeks were an absolute blur of late-night phone calls, intense legal consultations, and forensic accounting. Step 1 was securing my entire life. I met with my elite corporate legal team and had every single possible banking credential, ownership document, and asset locked behind multi-factor authorization and ironclad legal trusts. I wasn't taking a single chance. Step 2 was information control. I hired an expensive private investigator, not just to dig up dirt, but to legally validate every single document on Chloe's flash drive. The PI found out that Dad's business was essentially bankrupt. He was drowning in massive credit card debt and unpaid vendor invoices. Mom had a severe shopping addiction she had been hiding for years. They were completely upside down on their mortgage. They were bleeding cash, which is exactly why they suddenly wanted to play happy family with their millionaire CEO son. Step 3 was going public, but doing it strategically. I had a close friend in financial journalism, someone I had met years ago at a massive tech conference in San Francisco. I asked her if she would be willing to run a massive investigative expose on familial financial abuse and identity fraud. No names at first, just a highly detailed narrative of the crime. She immediately said yes. Step 4 was the absolute masterpiece. While the PI was digging, he discovered that my parents were exactly 4 months behind on their mortgage payments for the massive childhood home. They had taken out a predatory second mortgage to pay for the twins' ridiculously expensive college tuition, and the bank was actively preparing to foreclose. I reached out to a third-party distressed debt investment firm that I occasionally collaborated with. I made them a massive, all-cash offer to buy the debt. I became the silent partner, no names attached. 3 weeks later, through a labyrinth of LLCs and holding companies, I legally owned the absolute lien on my parents' house. Chloe broke down in happy tears when I told her. For the very first time in our lives, the immense power was entirely in our hands. The trap was perfectly set, and it was about to violently snap shut. But I wasn't done, not until I had one final conversation with the man who threw me away. It was a gloomy Thursday afternoon when my private cell phone finally lit up with a call from Dad's number. I let it ring 3 times before calmly answering. Elias Vance speaking. A heavy pause, then the familiar, gravelly voice. Elias. It is your dad. I let the silence sit like a suffocating weight. I figured. He cleared his throat nervously. I heard from Luna that you have been talking to Chloe. She says you are digging into our private finances. That you have some crazy, fabricated story cooked up about us forging documents. Elias, you are trying to destroy your own family. I smiled a cold, terrifying smile to myself in my empty office. I am not trying to destroy you, Dad. I am just shining a massive spotlight on the truth. If the light burns you to ashes, that is not my fault. I could hear his breathing hitch. We made some mistakes, all right, but we are still your flesh and blood. You don't get to just erase that. You're right, I said, my voice dropping to a deadly whisper. I don't have to erase anything. You already did that 9 years ago at the Greyhound station. I hung up the phone and permanently blocked his number. The very next morning, the journalist's story went live. It was titled, Thrown Away, When Tough Love Becomes Corporate Identity Theft and Financial Abuse. She did an absolutely phenomenal job. She used Chloe's documents, the PI's findings, and my anonymous quotes to weave a damning, heartbreaking expose. It detailed exactly how a couple abandoned their teenage son, only to try and fraudulently siphon millions from his successful startup a decade later. The article went incredibly viral on social media within hours. And within 48 hours, someone I genuinely don't know who, maybe a disgruntled former employee of Dad's, leaked their real names in the comments section. The brutal fallout was instantaneous. Mom was immediately fired from her cushy clinic job when the wealthy doctors read the article and realized she was a massive liability. Dad's contracting business got completely slammed with hundreds of one-star online reviews citing the fraud. His remaining clients instantly canceled their contracts. He tried to do pathetic damage control on Facebook, claiming it was a family misunderstanding, but the literal receipts were already public. And then came the absolute cherry on top, the foreclosure. I gave them exactly 30 days to catch up on the massive missed payments. A certified legal letter arrived on their front doorstep outlining the debt transfer and the upcoming public auction date. They arrogantly ignored it, assuming they could negotiate. So, the auction happened. They showed up to the county courthouse, red-faced, screaming, and sputtering to the officials, desperately trying to argue that it was a mistake, that they had lived in that house for 20 years. I sat parked in my luxury SUV across the street, tinted windows rolled completely up, the engine softly idling. They never even saw me. The house officially sold that afternoon. To me. The final, devastating nail in the coffin came a week later when the county sheriff arrived to physically evict them. I hired a courier to hand-deliver a sealed envelope to them as they stood on the curb surrounded by garbage bags full of their clothes. Inside was a copy of the original corporate restraining order I had filed after the Apex Bank incident. Below that, stapled neatly, was the final deed of the house, showing my holding company as the sole owner. And clipped to the very front was a single, crisp $50 bill, and a folded scrap of yellow notebook paper with my handwriting on it. Don't look back, this is closure. Chloe and I watched from a distance as Mom read the note and completely collapsed onto the wet grass, sobbing hysterically while Dad just stared blankly at the $50 bill in absolute shock. I didn't feel an ounce of pity. I just felt incredibly, wonderfully light. We eventually sold the house to a nice young family and split the profits. Chloe used her half to aggressively expand her foster care nonprofit. I went back to my thriving company, my amazing friends, and my absolute peace. I don't have nightmares about that freezing bus station anymore, because the scared, desperate kid they abandoned there is completely gone. I am the man who came back, took everything they loved, and finally set myself free. After giving my kids $150,000, I tested them for $250. Figure it out yourself, my son said. Then I revealed the $350 million ticket. My son John Williams hung up on me at 3:47 p.m. On a Tuesday afternoon, I had a $350 million lottery ticket in my other hand. Dad, figure it out yourself, I'm busy. The call went dead. I sat in my living room, the same place I'd raised him, where I'd patched his skinned knees and stayed up late assisting with college applications, staring at my phone. John had just failed the most important test of his life. He didn't realize it yet. My name is David Williams. I'm 70 years old. 4 weeks ago, at 11:23 p.m., I stepped inside a 7-Eleven on Brookshire Avenue. Went purchase milk and came out with a Mega Millions ticket. I did not verify the numbers until 4 days later. When I did, my hands trembled so severely that I had to check 3 times. All 6 digits matched. $350 million in lump sum payout, $210 million after taxes. I did not inform anyone. Not John, nor my daughter Margaret Williams. Not a single individual. Instead, I contacted Benjamin Carter, a lawyer I had known for 40 years. Ben managed my wife's estate after she died 8 years ago, assisted with my will and defended me in a property dispute. He was 65, had been practicing law for 40 years, and had never bullshitted me. Ben, we need to meet today. It is urgent. We met in his office at 2 p.m. I showed him the ticket. He became pale. Actually, pale. Jesus Christ, David. I have not claimed it yet. Why not? Because I want to do things correctly. I want to preserve the money. I wish to set up trusts. I want to make sure my relatives cannot touch it until I allow them to. Ben reclined back in his leather chair. You do not trust them? I do not know yet. What do you mean? I mean I am going to find out. Let me clarify. I had been a father for 42 years. John was born when I was 25. Margaret arrived 3 years later. I worked for Ford Motor Company for 40 years. Assembly line, floor supervisor, plant manager, 60-hour weeks with extra shifts. Whatever it required to provide kids with possibilities, I never had. My wife Linda Williams died when John was 34 and Margaret was 31. Breast cancer develops quickly and brutally. 6 months from diagnosis to funeral. After she died, something changed. John and Margaret began phoning and visiting less. I told myself they were busy. Margaret runs a real estate business, whereas John runs a consultancy firm. They had their own lives until the demands started. First it was John. Dad, I'm in a bind. The company has some cash flow concerns. Can you lend me $25,000 till we finalize this transaction? I gave it to him, never asked for it back. 3 months later, Dad, I made some awful investments. I maxed up my credit cards. If Emily finds out, she will kill me. Can you help? Just $45,000. I will pay you back. I paid off his credit cards. He didn't mention it again. Margaret was terrible. Called weeping about her mortgage being 3 months late, her car breaking down and requiring a new gearbox, and her daughter's expensive school tuition. Every time I assisted, I used my retirement assets, sold bonds, and cashed out a tiny life insurance policy. I never said how much it cost me. I never made them feel horrible about it, since that is what fathers do. You sacrifice, provide, and don't keep score. Except they were keeping score, but not in the way I expected. 2 months before winning the jackpot, I contacted John on his birthday. I received his voicemail, left a message, and never heard back. I phoned back 3 days later. Hello son. Just checking in. I haven't heard from you in a while, he texted back. I'm quite busy at work. We'll call when I can. He never did. I traveled to his house in Bloomfield Hills, which is 45 minutes from my residence. Unannounced. Ringed the doorbell. His wife Emily responded. Oh David. Hi. She did not smile. Did not welcome me in. Is John home? He's working. may I come in for a minute? We are genuinely about to go. Perhaps call first next time. The door closed. I stood on his doorstep. I was standing on the porch of a house for which I had assisted with the down payment, feeling like a rejected door-to-door salesperson. Margaret was different, yet the same. She'd call me when she needed something, but then cancel arrangements at the last minute. Forget my birthday, and avoid holidays with vague explanations about being swamped. Last Thanksgiving, I cooked for 12 hours, set the table for 3 with turkey, stuffing and 3 different pies. John texted at 11 a.m. Sorry, Dad. Emily's family demanded we visit them next year. Margaret called at 2 p.m. Dad, I am so fatigued, can we reschedule? I ate supper alone, froze the leftovers, and tossed the most of them away a month later. That's when I started to see a trend. I served as their ATM, safety net, and final resort. But I was not their father. Not in any way that counted. When I won the lotto, my first thought was not to celebrate. It was curiosity. Would they help me if I actually had nothing? If I was broke, desperate and in genuine need, or if I was simply an inconvenience? Ben helped me organize things. Created an irrevocable trust, claimed the prizes through the trust, set up accounts they couldn't track, and submitted all documentation with the State Lottery Commission in the trust's name rather than mine. Are you completely certain about this? Ben inquired as we concluded everything. I need to know who they are. And if they fail your exam, I will know too. We claimed our prizes on a Friday. The check cleared on Monday. By Tuesday afternoon, I had $210 million in investment accounts handled by Whitmore Financial Group, a business Ben suggested and led by Sandra Whitmore, a fiduciary advisor with 26 years of expertise. Are your children unaware of this? Sandra inquired during our first meeting. No. Can I ask why? Because I'm going to find out whether they deserve it. She nodded slowly. I have seen this before. Sudden riches and family dynamics change. People you thought you know become strangers. What occurs is largely determined by the family, but in my experience, money does not change individuals. It simply exposes who they always were. I administered the test on a Tuesday. I called John first, around 3:30 p.m. He answered the 4th ring. Dad, what's up? I am at a meeting. John, I need to ask you a question. I'm in danger. What type of trouble? I am unable to purchase my cardiac medication this month. My medicine ran out and I don't have the money to replenish it until my Social Security checks arrive. Can you assist me with $250? Only till the 15th. There was silence then. Dad, I can't keep condoning this behavior. That tone reminded me of a teenager asking for beer money. Enabling what kind of behavior? The persistent need for financial assistance. You should learn to budget properly. You are on a fixed income. You should live within your means. John, this is my heart medicine. I need it to survive. Have you tried phoning the medicine company? They offer support services. Or go to the emergency room. They can't turn you away. I asked my kid for $250 and told him I couldn't. Emily and I have costs. Private school for the children. The boat payment. We're strained thin. The boat. Last summer, I witnessed him buy a 35-foot yacht. I helped him qualify for a boat loan by paying down his credit cards. You have a boat, but you cannot assist your father with medication. That is not fair, Dad. Look, Margaret and I have been speaking. You are getting older. You're experiencing these troubles. Perhaps it is time to investigate assisted living. They manage everything, from meds to meals. You wouldn't have to worry. Assisted living. They intended to warehouse me. John, I'm going to block your number for a bit. Margaret believes we are being too gentle. She says, sometimes tough love is what people need to finally make changes. I believe she is correct. You're only blocking me for a month or so. Give yourself time to work things out. I have to go. The meeting has begun. The call went dead. I sat there numb. My kid had blocked me instead of giving me $250. I looked at my phone's bank app, which displayed $210 million in assets. Then I phoned Margaret. Margaret answered the second ring. Dad, this is not a good moment. Margaret, what do I need help with? I cannot afford my cardiac medicine. I need $250 till I receive Social Security. She laughed. Actually laughed. Are you serious now? Yes. I'm looking for assistance. Dad, I noticed your Facebook post from yesterday. You were in Starbucks. You shared a photo of a latte. If you can afford Starbucks, then you can afford your medicines. That was a tiny coffee. $3. $3 adds up. Do you know what your problem is? You don't keep track of your spending. You make these small purchases and wonder why you are broke. That is not my concern. I'm asking my daughter for help with medicine. I need to live, and I can't help you. I have a mortgage. I have automobile payments. I have Melissa's tuition. Do you believe I am made of money? I am not asking for much. It never happens once with you, Dad. It is always something. You need to organize your funds. Perhaps sell the house. Downsize. I have to go. Showings all afternoon. Click. She hung up. I sat there with my phone in my hand, watching the screen go dark. 2 calls and 2 denials. I had 1 call remaining. My grandson, Hudson Williams, was 20 years old, John's child. He went to Wayne State University to study engineering. We lived in a tiny apartment near university. I worked part-time in a bookshop called Chapter House on Woodward Avenue, earning around $15 per hour. We had always been tight. Even when John began to withdraw, Hudson would call me and say, "Come over for Sunday dinners. Pay attention when I speak." I last saw him 3 weeks ago, and he stated that his automobile was dying. The transmission is running. The mechanic says it will cost more to fix than the car is worth. What are you planning to do? Continue driving it till it dies, I suppose. Cannot afford anything else. I was ready to contact him and ask for money, which he clearly did not have. My hand trembled when I called. He responded promptly. "Hey Grandpa. What's up?" Just hearing his voice, genuinely pleased to hear from me, made my throat tighten. "Hudson, I need to ask you something. I'm in a bad situation." "What is wrong? Are you okay?" "I am unable to purchase my cardiac medication this month. I need around $250 till my Social Security check arrives. I understand you have a restricted budget. So, if you can't, how much do you require exactly?" No hesitancy, no lectures, just how much? $250. "But Hudson, I understand you're working your way through school. If you don't have it, I have around $600 in my checking account. I can Venmo it right now. Do you require more? I can take up extra shifts for $600, which is probably all he has till his next payday." "Hudson, I am unable to accept your money." "Grandpa, stop. You have never asked me for anything. Not once, ever. Last year, when my car broke down, you provided me rides for 3 months. When I couldn't afford textbooks, you paid for them. You don't beg for aid. So, if you are asking now, it is serious. I am sending the money right now." I could hear him tapping his phone and typing. "I mailed $600. Is this enough? Do you need me to drive down? I can leave right now. Are you okay? Should I call anyone?" My eyes were burning. "Hudson, I'm okay. The money helps. I can't explain what this implies. You do not have to. You are my granddad. I adore you." We hung up. I sat in my living room, crying for the first time since Linda's funeral the weekend before. I purchased Hudson a Honda of Detroit. I asked for the sales manager. "I want to buy an automobile. Cash. I need it delivered to an Ann Arbor address by Saturday a.m. "What sort of automobile?" "Honda Civic. New 2023. Silver. Loaded with every safety feature available. Whatever it costs." "That's around $30,000, sir." "Done. Here is the delivery address." Saturday morning, 9 a.m. I called Hudson. "Can you come by the house this afternoon? I need assistance with something." "Sure, I will depart in an hour." He drove up in his dying Nissan. At 11:30 a.m. The Civic was parked in the driveway behind me, wrapped in tarp. "What is below the tarp?" he asked, going up. "Come see." I lifted the tarp off. Hudson paused and gazed. "Grandpa, whose automobile is that?" "Yours." "What?" "The title is in your name. Insurance is paid for 1 year. It is yours." He simply stood there staring between me and the automobile. "I cannot accept this." "Yes, you can. You provided me $600 right when I needed it. When you had nothing. When your father wouldn't even speak to me. This is what it meant to me." He was weeping now. "Grandpa, this is too much. It's not enough, but it is a start." He hugged me. They actually hugged me. Not the obligatory Christmas embrace, but one that means something. "I love you," he said. "I love you too, child." Sunday afternoon, I received a call from John. "Dad, we need to discuss. Margaret and I are coming over." They came at 2 p.m. John's black Audi and Margaret's white Mercedes. Both of them dressed as if they were heading to a country club. They walked in without knocking. Hudson was in the driveway, cleaning his new automobile with a big smile. "Whose car is that?" Margaret demanded. "Mine," Hudson announced, waving. Grandpa bought it for me. John's face turned from perplexed to scarlet in roughly 3 seconds. Dad. Kitchen. We sat at my kitchen table, where I'd fed them for 30 years, helped with schoolwork, listened to adolescent dramas, and tried to raise them to be good human beings. Where did you receive the money for your car? John described his voice as tight and controlled, similar to the one he used in business meetings. I had some savings. Margaret leaned forward. Last week you begged us for prescription money. This week you're purchasing automobiles. What's happening? Was I begging? I kept my voice quiet. I believed I was asking my children for assistance. Do not play games, John. Snap. How much did the automobile cost? $30,000? $35,000? Where did the money come from? I stared at him. At the Rolex on his wrist, and Margaret's luxury purse on my table. I opted not to purchase my cardiac medication. Cars for adoring grandchildren seemed more vital. Margaret's face lost its color. You what? You have heard me. That is absurd. Margaret gave a gasp. You can't just stop taking your medicines. Oh, now you're concerned about my health. Dad, this is not humorous. John stated that if you are experiencing an episode, we need to discuss how we can help you. Episode? That's a good word for it. I am serious. This behavior does not make sense. You are either lying about being broke or having a breakdown. I rose up, went to the living room, returned with a folder, and slid it over the table. Let's speak about money, I suggested. John opened it. Inside I found bank statements, loan documents, and printouts that Ben had prepared. March 2022, I stated. John, you contacted me about $25,000 in company cash flow concerns. Remember? His face became white. I pulled it out of my retirement fund. You claimed you would repay me. You never did. Dad, July 2022. You required $45,000 to cover credit card debt. I sold bonds and abandoned me. You thanked me once and never mentioned it again. I turned to Margaret. Margaret, your mortgage is 3 months overdue. I handed you $20,000. You cried. Said I saved your life. That was 15 months ago. You've contacted me twice since then, each time's asking for more money. She murmured, that's not fair. Your automobile gearbox costs $4,000. Melissa's tuition is $8,000. Your property tax bill is $6,500. I set down the statements. Every transaction, transfer, and check. Do you realize how much I have given you both over the last 3 years? They didn't respond. $150,000, not loans or gifts, because you never paid anything back. The kitchen remained silent. And when I phoned you, I pleaded for $250 for medication because I needed to survive. You have blocked me, John. You laughed at me, Margaret. Hudson arrived at the doorway. He had been listening. His face was paler. You guys have been taking money from Grandpa, he stated softly. For years. Margaret responded. That's different. We are his children, and I am his grandson. He phoned me for assistance. I handed him every single dollar I had. What have you given him? A lecture, I said. About finances, tough love, and assisted living. Dad, if we had known, John began. If you had known what? That I really needed help? That I wasn't being too dramatic? We thought. And you thought nothing. You didn't think about me. I selected another document from the folder and handed it to John. What's this? He asked. A test, I explained. Hudson, ask them a question. Hudson gazed at me before turning to face his father and aunt. If grandfather truly couldn't afford his prescription, he explained softly. Would you aid him if he was in serious difficulty right now? Silence. The hesitation. That was all that I needed to see. That's what I thought, I explained. I proceeded to the kitchen drawer, picked out an envelope and presented it to Hudson. Open it. He pulled out a lottery ticket, glanced at it, and then took out his phone. I watched his face get pale and his hands shake. Grandpa, he muttered. This is the winning Mega Millions ticket from 4 weeks ago. $350 million. John lunged at it. Hudson drew back and held it to his chest. Already claimed, I said quietly, sitting in trusts and investment accounts with Benjamin Carter as CEO. All are lawful and protected. I turned to face John and Margaret. If you'd helped me, if you'd showed even a modest act of compassion, I would have told everyone. Set up trusts for yourself and your children to ensure you never worry about money again. Margaret's face wrinkled. Dad, please. But you did not aid me. You blocked me. You laughed. You instructed me to sort it out myself. We did not know. John stood there, his voice frantic. How was we expected to know? You were not. That was the point. I needed to know who you were because I had nothing. Helping me would cost you something. This is not fair. Margaret was weeping now. You fooled us. No, I tested you, and you failed. John grasped my arm. Dad, please. We made an error. This is something we can address. Just give us another opportunity. I moved my arm away. I gave you opportunities for 3 years. Every time you requested for money, I provided it without hesitation. Every time you missed holidays, neglected birthdays, or viewed me as a nuisance. Those were all chances. I grabbed up my phone, brought up Ben's email, and showed it to them. Benjamin Carter acquired several bills for me this morning. Your boat loan, John, Margaret's credit card, her second mortgage, and your vehicle payment. I now own them. What? John murmured. I am your creditor. 24% interest, industry norm, with the entire balance due in 30 days. 30 days? Margaret yelled. We don't have that much money. I understand that is the objective. What do you want from us? John's voice shook now. I want you to understand what it's like to need aid yet have nowhere to turn. You cannot do this. Margaret was on her feet. We are your children, and I am your father. The father you abandoned when I was no longer helpful. If we can't pay, John couldn't complete his sentence. Then I seize collateral, such as the boat and your automobiles, as allowed by the agreement. I have terrific lawyers now. Ben Carter and his entire business. If necessary, they will keep you in court until you become impoverished. Why are you doing this? Margaret wept. Because you need to know what I learned. That not everyone who is meant to love you does. I turned to Hudson and placed my hand on his shoulder. Your tuition is covered. Undergraduate and graduate school. Everything is included. Tuition, housing, and books. Hudson was also weeping now. Grandpa. You chose to help me even though it cost you everything you had. That is worth more than any sum of money. John and Margaret stood there, watching their fortune evaporate and go to Hudson instead. Marcus, please. Dad. Please. We apologize. We will do better. You'll do what? Pretend you adore me because I'm wealthy today. Visit me because you have to, rather than because you want to. That is not fair, Margaret shouted. You're correct. It's not fair, but it's honest, which is more than I received from any of you. They departed 20 minutes later. No goodbyes. It didn't matter how you apologized. Hudson stayed. Grandpa, he spoke gently. Did you truly need that medicine? No, I am healthy. The test was fraudulent, but the money you provided us was real. Every dime. Because when someone you care about requires assistance, you provide it. There are no questions or conditions. What are you going to do with all this money? I am going to enjoy my life, travel, and do things that your grandma and I never had the opportunity to do. And I'll make certain that you never have to worry about school loans or starting off poor, like I did. He claimed they will return. When they understand you're serious. I understand. That's why Ben has already drafted restraining orders. This is ridiculous. It is necessary. They must learn there are repercussions. That I am not a bank. I am their father, and dads deserve respect. Hudson hugged me again. I'm sorry they are like this. Do not apologize for them. You are nothing like them. Marcus came to my door 2 days later. I did not allow him in. Dad, I need to talk to you. No, thanks. 5 minutes. You have blocked my number, remember? Tough love to help me learn. I was mistaken. I apologize. Can we just speak about what? About your financial needs. Regarding how you will pledge to change if I give you another opportunity. He stared at the ground. Emily left me. It astonished me. What? She found out about the debt and the boat being repossessed. She's going to file for divorce and take the children. I should have felt something. Sympathy, remorse, whatever. I didn't feel anything. I am sad to hear that. That is it. Is this all you have to say? What would you like me to say, Marcus? I'd like you to help me. I'm your son now. I am your father. When you needed $250 for me, I was an inconvenience. I made an error. You made a decision. You're now live with it. So that's all. Are you just going to shut me off after everything? After everything. I laughed. A bitter sound. Marcus, I gave you everything. You took my time, money and pride and offered me nothing when I needed you the most. I can't even recognize you anymore. Good. Since the guy you knew was a doormat. This man respects himself. I closed the door. 3 months later, I was sitting on the beach in Hawaii. Hudson had spring break. I flew him out first class. We slept at the Four Seasons, went snorkeling, and ate at restaurants where the menus did not include pricing. "This is insane, Grandpa," he said one night during supper. "I am eating a $120 steak. Get accustomed to it. When I die, everything will go to you. The entire trust. I do not want to think about that. Okay. I need you to know. Ben has all of the papers. The trust is unwavering. Marcus and Margaret cannot argue. I made certain. Did they try? Marcus hired an attorney. It took 2 weeks until he was unable to afford the retainer. Margaret wrote emails. I have blocked them. Do you miss them? I considered that. Really thought about it. I miss who I believed they were. I don't miss who they really are. That is sad. No, it's liberating. I spent many years making excuses for them, telling myself that they were busy, worried, or going through something. I finally know the truth. They did not love me. They adored what I could offer them. I love you, Hudson said. I know you do. That is why you are here. Margaret visited my residence 6 months following the test. She looked awful. She has thin dark rings under her eyes and drives a 10-year-old Honda instead of her Mercedes. Dad? Could we talk? No, thanks. I am imploring you. I lost everything. My home, business, and marriage. Doug left me. I live with a pal. I work at Target. I restock shelves. I need help. Miller's Diner is recruiting dishwashers. I mentioned that the grocery shop needed overnight stalkers. I worked those jobs for 20 years to raise you. Your turn. You cannot be serious. I have never been more serious. I am your daughter, and I am your father. When your father required medicine, you laughed at him. I didn't realize you had so much money. Exactly. You didn't know. So you showed me who you truly are. Someone who just worries about what benefits them. I apologize. I am sincerely sorry. I feel you are remorseful for failing the test. I don't think you're regretful about who you are. What do I need to do? What can I do to solve this? Nothing. There is nothing you can do. A failed test cannot be retaken. You cannot unblock a phone call. You can't stop laughing at your father's misery. She broke down and sobbed on my doorstep. I closed the door. And 1 year after winning the lotto, I received a call from Ben Carter. David, I have some news. Marcus filed for bankruptcy. Chapter 7. Total discharge. Good. You don't want to know the specifics? Not necessarily. Margaret, meantime, is suffering. Melissa's custody was lost. The courts granted Doug custody. She received supervised visitation. This is between her and the courts. You aren't feeling anything. I'm unhappy that my children have turned out to be individuals I don't respect, but I don't feel guilty. I gave them every opportunity to behave decently. They decided otherwise. And Hudson, who is prospering, made Dean's List. Has a summer internship at an engineering business. Good child. You did the proper thing for him. I did well by all of them. Only one person expressed appreciation. My dad bought my cousin a $38,000 Dodge Challenger with my dead mom's trust fund. So I handed him a lawsuit and let the bank take everything he owned. I've told this story to a few people over the years. Most of them get quiet around the part with the train schedule. Some laugh nervously because they think I'm exaggerating for dramatic effect. I promise you, I'm not. My name is Liam. I'm 24 years old, and I own my own home. I have a career in supply chain management that I built from absolutely nothing, a life I am fiercely proud of, and a chosen family that consists of exactly the people who earned the right to be there. But 6 years ago, on the morning of my 18th birthday, I was standing in my father's kitchen holding a cheap, waxy transit schedule, while my cousin Mason was outside revving a murdered-out Dodge Challenger with a massive red bow slapped on the hood. Let me back up, so this all makes sense. My mom passed away when I was 15, breast cancer. She fought it tooth and nail for 3 brutal years, and I had to watch her get smaller and more fragile every single month until there just wasn't enough of her left to keep fighting. She was the absolute center of our universe. She was the reason our house functioned. She was the one who remembered my science fairs, who drove me to baseball practice in the freezing rain, who sat on the edge of my bed and rubbed my back when I couldn't sleep. My dad, Arthur, was there physically during her illness, but emotionally, he checked out long before she actually died. And after the funeral, he didn't bother checking back in. What he did instead was lean entirely into his younger sister, Clara's, Fanzeri family. Aunt Clara had a son exactly my age named Mason. Mason's dad had walked out when he was 4, and Clara had raised him alone. Somewhere along the way during my mother's decline, my dad decided that Mason was the kid who really needed a father figure. I watched my own replacement happen in real time. Mason got invited on weekend fishing trips. Mason got top-of-the-line baseball cleats when the spring season started. Mason got my dad's arm slung proudly around his shoulder at Thanksgiving dinner, while I sat quietly at the opposite end of the table, pushing cold mashed potatoes around my plate. I want to be completely fair and objective here. My dad didn't scream at me. He didn't hit me. He wasn't overtly abusive in the traditional sense. He just made it crystal clear, through 1,000 tiny, daily choices, that I was no longer his priority. And Aunt Clara? She absolutely fed into it. She was a master manipulator, always whispering in his ear. Mason really looks up to you, Arthur. Mason desperately needs a male role model. You know Liam can handle himself, he's always been so independent. That last line was her absolute favorite weapon. Independent. She used it like it was a glowing compliment and not a tragic diagnosis of a kid who had been abandoned. By the time I was 16, I was cooking my own dinners, doing my own laundry, and getting myself to and from high school. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to prove how tough I was, I did it because if I didn't, no one else was going to do it. My dad paid the mortgage and kept the electricity on. I will give him credit for that. But beyond basic, bare minimum survival, I was completely on my own. Mason, meanwhile, was getting the premium father-son experience. A new iPhone every single year, expensive trips to Florida theme parks, a $3,000 custom gaming PC setup for Christmas. And my dad paid for all of it with this smug, self-satisfied expression on his face, like pouring money into his nephew made him a saint. Here's the honest truth, I didn't hate Mason back then. He was just a kid, same as me. He didn't ask for the blatant favoritism. He just swam in it because it was the only water he knew. We weren't close, but we weren't bitter enemies either. Sometimes, during those excruciating family dinners, he'd look over at me with this flicker of guilt in his eyes. It was like he could feel the massive imbalance in the room but lacked the emotional vocabulary to articulate it. Aunt Clara, though? I understood her perfectly. She was one of those toxic people who could slice you open with an insult while flashing a pristine smile. She'd say things like, Liam, you're always so quiet and withdrawn, just like your poor mother was toward the bitter end. Or, you know, Mason got straight B's this semester. Isn't that just wonderful, Liam? She would stare directly into my eyes, fully expecting me to applaud my cousin for doing the bare minimum, while completely ignoring the fact that I was pulling straight A's while working a part-time job. But I kept my mouth shut. I went to high school, kept my grades pristine, worked 25 hours a week at a local hardware store, and hoarded every single dollar I made into a shoebox in my closet. I didn't know exactly what I was saving for yet. I just knew that whatever came next in my life, I needed to be financially bulletproof. Then came October 12th, my 18th birthday. I came downstairs that morning, the house deadly quiet. My dad was sitting at the kitchen island with a mug of black coffee, blindly scrolling through his phone. There was no birthday card, no wrapping paper, no cake. Just him, the coffee, and the silence. I stood in the doorway for a long moment. He finally looked up, barely registering my presence, and muttered, "Happy birthday." "Thanks," I said, my voice flat. He reached into the back pocket of his jeans, pulled out a folded, laminated piece of paper, and slid it across the marble counter. I opened it. It was a local transit schedule. The train lines printed on that cheap, waxy paper. He had taken a red Sharpie and circled line 7, the route that ran from our suburban neighborhood straight to the local community college. "Time to be a man," he said, taking a slow sip of his coffee. "You're 18 now. The world's not going to hand you anything on a silver platter." I stood there and stared at the red circle. Not because I was shocked. Deep down, a part of me had been bracing for something exactly like this. What made my chest tighten, what made the blood roar in my ears, was the memory of 3 weeks earlier when Mason had turned 18. Mason's party had catered food and 30 guests. Aunt Clara had baked a massive custom cake. And the grand finale? My dad walking Mason outside, handing him the keys to a pitch-black Dodge Challenger, and telling him, "You earned this, buddy." A $38,000 muscle car for Mason. A $2.50 transit schedule for me. I didn't yell. I folded the schedule perfectly in half, slipped it into my back pocket, looked him dead in the eye, and said, "Okay." My dad actually blinked in surprise. I know for a fact he expected me to argue, to scream, maybe even cry. That would have given him the perfect opening to deliver some condescending, rehearsed speech about tough love and the real world. But I completely denied him that satisfaction. "Okay," he repeated, sounding slightly thrown off. "Yeah. Okay." I turned around, walked upstairs to my bedroom, packed 2 duffel bags with everything that mattered to me, and called the one single person in my life who had never treated me like an inconvenience. My mom's older brother, Uncle Julian. He answered on the first ring. "Hey, Liam. Happy birthday, kiddo. You still coming over for dinner tonight?" "Actually," I said, my voice finally cracking just a little. "Can I come over right now, and maybe stay for a long while?" There was a heavy pause on the line. Uncle Julian was a retired structural engineer. He was methodical, intensely careful, and never rushed a single decision in his life. But when he finally spoke, his voice was like steel. Your room has been ready for 3 years. Come home, kid. I didn't leave a dramatic note, I didn't slam any doors. I carried my bags down the stairs, walked right past my dad who was still sitting at the exact same spot at the island, and said, I'll be staying at Uncle Julian's. He didn't even stand up to stop me. Julian lived in a clean, quiet 2-bedroom apartment on the opposite side of the city. It smelled like old books and fresh coffee. After my mom passed, he was the only person on earth who called me on her birthday just to say he was thinking of me. He was the only adult who asked how I was actually doing and waited to hear the real answer. That night, after we ate takeout pizza, Julian handed me a small, velvet box. Inside was a vintage silver watch with a cracked leather band. That was your mother's, he said softly. She bought it for herself after her very first promotion. She told me before she passed that she wanted you to have it the second you turned 18. I put it on my wrist and I swear to you, I didn't take it off for 4 years. We sat on his small balcony in the crisp October air, and he said something that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of my life. Your mom set things up for you, Liam. She was brilliant. Much smarter than Arthur ever gave her credit for. What do you mean, set things up? I asked, confused. He hesitated, rubbing his jaw. We'll talk about it when you're settled. Let's just get through tonight. I let it go, but it gnawed at the back of my mind. 2 weeks later, while I was unpacking the very last box of my childhood things, I found a sealed white envelope wedged deep inside the lining of my mom's old wooden jewelry box. It was addressed to me in her unmistakable, elegant handwriting. Inside was a single, folded piece of paper. It was a printout from a major bank, showing a trust and savings account in both my name and my dad's name. The balance, dated exactly 7 years ago, was $145,500. I stopped breathing. I read the numbers 4 times. I sat on the edge of the guest bed and stared blankly at the wall until my vision blurred. My mother had left me money, real, life-changing, foundational money, and I had never seen a single solitary cent of it. She had carefully hidden this statement, knowing that eventually, someday, I would find it. The next morning, I slammed the paper down on Uncle Julian's kitchen table. He put on his reading glasses, looked at the document, and went completely motionless. I was wondering when you were going to find this, he sighed. You knew about this money? I demanded, my voice shaking with a mix of betrayal and hope. I knew your mother set up a custodial account. It was a mix of a life insurance payout and savings she had been secretly hoarding since you were a toddler. She told me about it 6 months before the cancer took her. She said it was strictly for your college tuition, your first house down payment, or whatever you needed to launch your life. Then why didn't you tell me? I yelled. Julian took off his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes. Because Arthur was the legal co-signer. Your mom had to put him on the account so he could manage the funds until you turned 18. I assumed stupidly, I admit that he was letting it grow for you. I didn't want to accuse him of financial abuse without proof and ruin whatever fragile relationship you two had left. I could hear the crushing guilt in his voice. I need to know exactly what is in that account right now, I said. Julian nodded. Get your coat. Because I was legally 18 and my name was on the account, the bank had to give me access. Julian drove me to the main branch, and we sat in a glass-walled office with a branch manager named Brenda. She typed my social security number into her computer, clicked a few buttons, and turned the monitor toward us. The current balance was $9,240.15. I will remember those digits until the day I die. $145,500 had been whittled down to $9,240.15. Over $136,000 was completely gone, vanished. Can I see the entire withdrawal history? I asked, my voice terrifyingly calm. Brenda looked at Julian with wide eyes, then back at me. She hit print. The machine spat out 15 pages of transaction records. Julian and I sat in his parked car for 2 hours, going through every single line item with a highlighter. The bleeding started exactly 16 months after my mom died. It started small. $1,500 here. $2,200 there. Then, the numbers exploded. $4,000 in December of the year. Mason turned 1,500, the exact cost of the gaming PC and his Christmas haul. $18,000 withdrawn on April 12. What happened in April? I asked. Julian pointed a trembling finger at the date. That was the exact week your Aunt Clara closed on her new townhouse. It was all there. Every single major withdrawal perfectly aligned with a massive purchase Aunt Clara or Mason had flaunted. But the final nail in the coffin was the $38,500 wire transfer that had been initiated exactly 1 month before my 18th birthday. The exact sticker price of a Dodge Challenger. My father had literally bought his nephew a muscle car using the money my dying mother had desperately saved to protect me. He had funded his sister's real estate and his nephew's lavish lifestyle using the safety net my mother bled for. The train schedule wasn't a lesson in tough love. It was the punchline to a six-figure theft. I didn't call my dad. I knew if I heard his voice in that moment, I would end up in a police car. Instead, I channeled my mother's quiet, terrifying focus. I got relentlessly organized. I enrolled at the community college that fall, taking the exact Line 7 train my dad had circled. I rode that train every single day with that laminated schedule burning a hole in my pocket. I worked 35 hours a week at the hardware store and picked up grueling night shifts at a warehouse loading docks. I kept my expenses at absolute zero, kept my GPA at a 4, and kept my mouth completely shut. My dad called me exactly once, about 2 months after I left. The conversation lasted less than 2 minutes. "You still mooching off Julian?" "Yeah." "You planning on coming home?" "No." A heavy sigh. "Suit yourself, kid." And he hung up. "No, I miss you." "No, let's work this out." Just annoyance that his prop was missing. Aunt Clara called once, too. "Liam, your father is just sick with worry over you," she lied seamlessly. "Mason has been asking about you constantly. You really need to stop this childish rebellion. Family is everything, Liam. Your mother would be devastated to see you abandoning your father like this." I gripped my phone so hard the screen almost cracked. "Do not ever speak my mother's name again." She gasped, offended. "I am just trying to keep this family together." "Goodbye, Clara," I said, and blocked her number. That was the last time I spoke to any of them for 4 solid years. During those 4 years, I executed my plan flawlessly. I transferred to a state university on a full academic scholarship. I finished my degree in supply chain management. I graduated with zero debt because I worked night shifts the entire time. Uncle Julian refused to charge me rent, but I kept a meticulous Excel spreadsheet of every utility bill and grocery run he paid for, vowing to pay him back. By the time I was 23, I was hired as a regional logistics director for a major distribution firm. I was making exceptional money, living in a nice apartment, and quietly stacking cash for a house down payment. I had completely ghosted my father's side of the family. And then, on a random Tuesday, Uncle Julian called me. "Liam, we have a situation. Aunt Clara is throwing a massive 50th birthday party at the Oak Ridge Country Club next month. Rented out the whole ballroom. And the family grapevine is buzzing. Your dad has been telling everyone who will listen that he expects you to be there." "Why would he think I'd show up?" I asked. "Because," Julian said, his voice dripping with disgust, "he has spent the last 4 years rewriting history. He's been telling the extended family that you've been away at an elite school, and that he personally funded your entire education. He's taking full credit for your success, Liam. He's using your accomplishments to play the role of the ultimate, sacrificial father." I let out a dark, hollow laugh. "There's more," Julian said softly. I had Brenda look at the account again. 3 months ago, Arthur went into the branch. He drained the remaining $9,240. The account is at zero. He closed it out. He had taken the last scrap of my mother's legacy to likely fund Clara's extravagant country club birthday bash. "Julian," I said, staring at the framed train schedule I kept on my desk, "it's time to call the lawyer." Julian set me up with a woman named Sarah Vance. She was a ruthless, no-nonsense fiduciary litigator who worked out of a sterile, heavily air-conditioned office downtown. I handed her my meticulously organized binder, the bank statements, the withdrawal timeline, the receipts, and the crown jewel, a notarized copy of my mother's will that Julian had kept locked in a safe. The will explicitly designated the account as a custodial asset for my exclusive benefit, explicitly naming Arthur as a fiduciary manager, not a joint owner with discretionary spending power. Sarah reviewed the documents in total silence for 20 minutes. When she finally looked up, she smiled. It was a terrifying smile. "Your father committed a textbook breach of fiduciary duty. He misappropriated roughly $136,000 of protected assets. With statutory interest and legal penalties, we are looking at a demand of over $160,000. We have him dead to rights. He either pays, or we destroy him in civil court." "Draft the demand letter," I said, "but don't mail it yet. I have a party to attend first." Update 1. The Oak Ridge Country Club was dripping with fake wealth, crystal chandeliers, a string quartet, open bars. Clara had invited over 80 people. I walked in wearing a tailored charcoal suit and my mother's silver watch. I looked incredibly successful, and more importantly, I looked untouchable. My dad spotted me near the ice sculpture. To my absolute horror, his face lit up with a massive, performative smile. He marched across the room, threw his arms open, and pulled me into a suffocating hug. "Liam, my boy. Look at you," he boomed, making sure the surrounding relatives heard him. He grabbed my shoulders and turned to his friends. "I told you my kid was a superstar. Paid every dime of his tuition. And look at the return on investment. I felt violently ill, but I forced a smile. Good to see you, Arthur. Mason walked over a few minutes later, holding a craft beer. He had bulked up, wearing a flashy designer blazer and a Rolex that probably cost more than my first year of college. Liam, bro, it's been forever. We shook hands. The weirdest part? Mason seemed genuinely thrilled to see me. He was completely oblivious to the rotting foundation his life was built on. Aunt Clara floated over in a sequined gown, kissing both my cheeks. Liam, darling. I am so incredibly blessed you came. This family is finally whole again. She gestured to the room like a proud queen surveying her kingdom. She genuinely believed the delusion. She believed Arthur was a saint, Mason was a genius, and I was just the quiet kid who finally learned his place. After dinner, Clara tapped her champagne glass. She gave a tearful, 10-minute speech about family, sacrifice, and how her brother Arthur had been her rock. Then, she looked directly at me. And we are so honored to have Liam here tonight. Liam, sweetheart, you've always been so bright. Would you like to say a few words about your father? The entire ballroom went dead silent. 80 pairs of eyes locked onto me. I stood up slowly. I picked up my glass of club soda. I looked at Clara, then at Mason, and finally, I locked eyes with my father. Thank you, Clara, I said, my voice echoing off the high ceilings. I'll keep this brief. I want to raise a glass to the people who actually invested in my future. To the people who didn't just talk about family, but actually lived it. To the people who didn't steal to survive, and didn't lie to save face. You know exactly who you are. I raised my glass. To the truth. The room hesitated. A few confused people clinked their glasses. Clara looked bewildered. But my dad? All the color instantly drained from his face. His jaw went slack. For one fraction of a second, the mask completely slipped, and I saw pure, unadulterated panic in his eyes. He knew. I set my glass down, buttoned my suit jacket, and walked out of the ballroom without another word. The very next morning, at 9 a.m. sharp, Sarah Vance mailed the demand letter via certified priority mail. The letter was a masterpiece of legal violence. It outlined the exact origin of the trust, cited my mother's will, listed every single fraudulent withdrawal with agonizing precision, and cross-referenced them with Clara's townhouse deed and Mason's DMV car registration. It formally demanded the immediate restitution of $162,450, principal plus interest and legal fees. It gave Arthur exactly 30 days to comply before we filed a massive civil lawsuit that would freeze his bank accounts and likely trigger a criminal fraud investigation. My phone rang at exactly 11:14 a.m. on Tuesday. It was my dad. What the hell is this, Liam? His voice wasn't the booming, proud father from the party. It was the vicious, cold man I remembered from my childhood. It's a demand letter, Arthur. I suggest you read it carefully. You hired a vicious attack dog lawyer to sue your own flesh and blood, over a joint account. I had every legal right to manage that money. Manage it? I laughed coldly. You bought Mason a Dodge Challenger. You paid for Clara's down payment. You funded your pathetic need to be worshipped by your sister. That was my mother's life insurance, Arthur, and I want every single penny back. You don't understand. He screamed, his voice cracking. Clara was going to be homeless. Mason needed a reliable car for school. I made the hard choices to protect this family. And look at you. You're rich. You're successful. My tough love worked. You didn't even need the money. The sheer audacity of his mental gymnastics left me breathless. I am successful because of Uncle Julian, because of my dead mother, and because I worked 80-hour weeks while you played pretend dad with Mason. I'll see you in court, Arthur. I hung up. 2 hours later, Clara called. She was hysterical. Liam, what kind of sick, twisted lies is Julian feeding you? Your father sacrificed everything for us. You are destroying this family over pure greed. Your mother is looking down on you with absolute shame. I didn't yell. I just spoke with icy precision. April 12th, $14,000 transferred from my trust. April 15th, you closed on your townhouse on Elm Street. Do you want me to read the exact wire transfer routing number, Clara? Because I have it right here. My mother isn't ashamed of me. She's disgusted that her cancer payout bought your living room furniture. She let out a choked, horrifying gasp and hung up. Update 2. The family completely imploded. Clara had foolishly complained to the extended family about my fake lawsuit, which prompted my lawyer to accidentally on purpose send copies of the bank statements to a few key gossiping aunts to clarify the legal parameters. Within 48 hours, everyone knew my dad was a thief. Half the family blocked his number. The other half demanded he pay me back. My dad hired a cheap strip mall lawyer to fight back, claiming the statute of limitations had passed. Sarah Vance completely annihilated him in a single email, citing 3 state Supreme Court precedents regarding delayed discovery and fiduciary fraud. His lawyer essentially told him he was going to be slaughtered in front of a judge. On day 28 of the 30-day notice, my dad caved. He didn't have $162,000 in liquid cash. So, Sarah forced him to liquidate his life. He was forced to sell his prized 2020 Winnebago RV, which he sold at a massive $15,000 loss just to get the cash fast. He had to sell his Chevy Silverado and buy a beat-up, 12-year-old Honda Civic. He drained his entire retirement brokerage account. We settled for $140,000. He paid $85,000 upfront from the fire sale of his assets, and his wages are now legally garnished for the remaining $55,000 over the next 4 years. If he misses a single payment, Sarah gets to place a lien on his house. Clara completely cut contact with him because he couldn't fund her lifestyle anymore. The irony is poetic. He ruined his relationship with his actual son to buy the love of a sister who abandoned him the second the money dried up. But the most shocking twist came 2 weeks after the settlement was signed. I was sitting in my living room when there was a knock at my door. It was pouring rain. I opened it to find Mason standing on my porch, completely soaked, looking like a ghost. "Can I come in?" he asked, his voice shaking. I stepped aside. He walked into my kitchen, reached inside his wet jacket, and pulled out a folded cashier's check. He placed it on my counter and slowly slid it toward me. I looked at it. It was a check made out to me for $26,000. "Mason, what is this?" I asked, completely stunned. "I sold the Challenger," he whispered, staring at the floor. "I got 26 grand for it. I didn't know, Liam. I swear to God, I didn't know where the money came from." He told me he had been saving up from his bonuses. When my mom told me about the lawsuit, I called him. I forced him to tell me the truth. Mason looked up at me, and his eyes were bloodshot and brimming with tears. "Every time I drove that car, I was driving your mom's ghost. I was driving the money that was supposed to keep you safe. I can't give you back the vacations. I can't give you back the computers, but I can give you this. Please take it, please." I stared at my cousin. The golden child. The boy who had unknowingly stolen my life. And in that moment, I didn't see an enemy. I just saw another victim of Arthur and Clara's toxic manipulation. "Thank you, Mason," I said quietly, picking up the check. We sat in my kitchen for 3 hours, drinking coffee and talking. Really talking. Without Clara's poison or Arthur's shadow hanging over us, we aren't best friends, and we have a lot of baggage to unpack, but we are slowly building a relationship on our own terms. As for me, I used the settlement money to officially pay off my mortgage. I am 24, completely debt-free, and living in a beautiful home. I went to Uncle Julian's house last week and handed him a check for $20,000 to cover every single grocery bill, electric bill, and drop of gas he spent on me during my college years. He cried, hugged me, and told me my mother would be unbelievably proud of the man I've become. I have a home office now. Above my desk, right next to my mother's silver watch, I have a small picture frame. Inside it is a cheap, waxy, faded transit schedule with a red circle drawn around line 7. It's not a symbol of bitterness. It's a daily reminder of exactly what I was handed, and exactly what I built despite it. Every morning, I look at it, smile, and think, "Thanks for the route, Arthur." Top comments. User 1. I am a 40-year-old man and I am literally crying at my desk reading the part about Mason bringing you the check. That kid was manipulated his whole life, but the second he learned the truth, he did the right thing. He sold his dream car to make it right. Your dad and aunt are garbage, but Mason broke the cycle. OP reply, it was a surreal moment. I harbored a lot of quiet resentment toward Mason for years, but seeing him standing in the rain, completely shattered by what our parents did. It changed everything. He drives an old Toyota Corolla now, and he's never been prouder of a car. User 2, as a lawyer, I am standing up and clapping for Sarah Vance. The absolute precision of waiting until after the big 50th birthday party to drop a nuclear demand letter is the level of petty professionalism I aspire to. Also, your dad claiming he made you independent is prime narcissist behavior. He didn't make you strong, you survived his neglect. User 3, I'm so glad you paid Uncle Julian back. That man stepped up when your own father threw you away. But I have to ask, has Arthur tried to contact you since the wage garnishment started? OP reply, he tried calling once from an unknown number to complain that the $1,145 monthly garnishment was making it hard for him to afford groceries. I told him I heard line 7 is a very affordable way to get to the food bank, and hung up. User 4, the fact that Aunt Clara completely dumped your dad the second he was broke is the most predictable, satisfying karma ever. They deserve each other's misery. You handled this with absolute class, Liam. Your mom was definitely looking out for you. User 5, frame that train schedule in gold, King. You took the absolute worst hand dealt to a teenager, played it flawlessly, and walked away with everything. Respect. King. My brother shoved my 10-year-old daughter's face into her birthday cake, leaving her bleeding and crying, and my parents told me to apologize to him. So, I packed our things, walked out of their lives, and spent the next 5 years quietly building a multi-million-dollar empire until the day I bought my father's bankrupt company and fired my entire family on the spot. My name is Liam. I'm 35 years old, and before I tell you about the absolute financial and emotional devastation none of them saw coming, let me know where you're watching from in the comments below. I love seeing how far these stories travel. Now, let's go back to the day my life shattered and rebuilt itself. It was Lily's 10th birthday. For a single dad, hitting double digits is a monumental milestone. Since my wife passed away 3 years prior, Lily had become my entire universe. She was the only reason I dragged my exhausted body out of bed at 4:30 a.m. every single morning. She was the reason I worked 60-hour weeks at a freezing Chicago construction site, hauling drywall and pouring concrete just to keep the heat on in our cramped, damp apartment. Lily had a soul made of pure magic, just like her mother. She was obsessed with fantasy books, knights, and castle stories where the villains always face justice. So, for her big day, I wanted to give her a piece of that magic. I couldn't afford a $500 custom cake from a boutique bakery, but I had steady hands and an architecture degree that my parents had forced me to abandon. I stayed up for 3 consecutive nights. I baked a rich vanilla bean sponge from scratch and whipped up a fresh raspberry buttercream. But the structure was where I poured my soul. I hand-sculpted tiny cobblestones out of fondant. I spun boiling sugar into fragile, glass-like stained windows. I built a literal 3-story castle out of tempered white chocolate. When I finished, it wasn't just a cake, it was a promise. It was me telling her that even though her mom was gone, I would build a beautiful world for her with my bare hands. The party was hosted at my parents' house. My mother, Martha, had reluctantly allowed us to use her pristine suburban backyard. She always complained that my apartment smelled like failure and wanted to control the aesthetics of the photos. Lily wore a pale purple dress, looking like a little princess. She kept circling the cake table, her eyes wide with absolute awe. "Daddy, it's too beautiful, I don't want to cut it," she whispered. I smoothed her hair. "Castles are made to be conquered, sweetie. But we have to wait for Uncle Marcus and Grandpa." That was the catalyst for the nightmare. Marcus, my older brother, was the undisputed golden child of the family. He arrived 2.5 hours late. He was 39, drove a leased Porsche that my dad secretly paid for, and wore tailored Italian suits he absolutely did not earn. Marcus had always been the main character in my parents' eyes, while I was merely a background extra. He had bankrupted 3 different tech startups, yet my parents treated him like a visionary genius, draining their retirement accounts to fund his lavish lifestyle. When Marcus finally swaggered into the backyard, the overwhelming scent of Tom Ford cologne couldn't mask the sharp stench of stale vodka. He was stumbling, a fresh glass of scotch already sloshing in his hand. He laughed, a loud, obnoxious sound that shattered the quiet afternoon. "Busy people don't wear watches, right? Happy birthday, kid." He didn't even look at Lily. My dad, Arthur, sat at the head of the patio table, waving his hand dismissively. "It's fine, son. You're here now. Sit down, you work too hard." I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles turning stark white. Work? Marcus hadn't worked a legitimate day in his entire life. But I swallowed my anger for Lily's sake. "Okay," I forced a tight smile. "Time for candles. Make a wish, Lily." Lily closed her eyes tightly, her small hands clasped over her heart. The candlelight flickered across her innocent face. I knew she was wishing her mom was there. Just as she took a deep breath to blow out the candles, Marcus abruptly stood up. He swayed dangerously, looming over the delicate chocolate castle. "What the hell is this garbage?" Marcus slurred, pointing a shaking finger at the cake. "You make this, Liam? God, it looks so pathetic. Real men build actual buildings. They don't play with sugar and candy." "Marcus, back off," I warned, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous register. "Let her blow out her candles." "Oh, lighten up, you loser. I'm just joking." Marcus sneered. He looked at Lily, then back at the cake. A cruel, intrusive thought visibly crossed his intoxicated mind, his eyes glazing over with pure malice. Before my brain could even process his movement, Marcus lunged. "Have a bite, princess." He grabbed the back of Lily's neck and violently shoved her face downward. Crunch. That sound will echo in my nightmares until the day I die. It wasn't a soft landing. The structural white chocolate shattered. The hard sugar glass windows snapped into jagged shards. Lily's face hit the dense sponge cake with a sickening thud. She screamed. It wasn't a child's surprised yelp, it was a shriek of absolute terror and physical agony. Lily flailed backward, ripping her face out of the cake. Her beautiful face was smeared with smashed raspberry cream and crumbs, but underneath the red frosting, there was real, bright red blood. A jagged shard of the hard sugar glass had sliced a deep gash across her cheek, and the acidic raspberry jam was burning her eyes. She was coughing, choking on the dense cake, screaming, "Daddy, my eyes, it burns." Marcus threw his head back and laughed a loud, braying, soulless laugh. "Look at her, she looks like a horror movie extra. Happy birthday." A red mist descended over my vision. In that fraction of a second, I wasn't the submissive, quiet younger brother anymore. I was a father protecting his cub. I vaulted over the corner of the table and shoved Marcus squarely in the chest with both hands. Are you out of your psychotic mind? Marcus, drunk and top-heavy, tripped backward over a lawn chair and crashed hard into the grass. His scotch glass shattered on the patio. Instantly, my mother shrieked like a banshee. Marcus, oh my God, are you okay? She literally ran past her bleeding, sobbing granddaughter to help a 39-year-old man up from the dirt, frantically brushing grass off his designer jacket. Nobody, not my mother, not my aunts, looked at Lily. I dropped to my knees, frantically using my shirt to wipe the frosting and blood away from Lily's eyes, my heart shattering as she sobbed hysterically into my shoulder. Dad! I yelled, turning to Arthur. I needed him to be a grandfather. I needed him to execute justice. Arthur stood up slowly. He looked at Marcus, who was faking a limp. He looked at the ruined castle, the symbol of my love entirely demolished. And then he looked at me. His eyes were dead, devoid of any paternal warmth. He took off his heavy gold signet ring and slammed it down onto the glass patio table. Bang! The entire backyard went deathly silent. The only sound was Lily's whimpering. My father pointed a trembling, furious finger at me. You dare? He roared, his face turning purple. You dare put your hands on your brother over a stupid piece of cake? I froze, my brain failing to compute the sheer absurdity of his words. Dad! He shoved her face into glass. She is bleeding. It was a joke. Arthur bellowed. It was a man's joke. You have always been this way, Liam, too soft, too sensitive. Marcus is the eldest. He was toughening her up, and you respond with unprovoked violence against your own flesh and blood. My mother chimed in, her voice dripping with venom. Exactly, Liam. Look at Marcus's suit. It's grass-stained and ruined. That cake was nothing but a cheap distraction. Stop making a scene and ruining the party. I looked at them. I truly looked at the people who had raised me, and I realized I was staring at strangers. They didn't care about Lily. They never had. You call that a joke? I asked, my voice vibrating with 3 decades of suppressed rage. She is 10 years old. She is terrified, and you're worried about a dry cleaning bill? If you don't know how to behave in this family, Arthur stated, his voice dropping to a terrifyingly cold whisper, then get off my property. I don't have a son who is jealous and disrespectful. Walk out that gate and don't come back until you are ready to get on your knees and apologize to your brother. I looked down at Lily. She was gripping my ruined shirt so tightly her knuckles were white. One eye was completely swollen shut. Let's go, Daddy, she whispered, her voice trembling. Please, take me home. I scooped Lily up into my arms. I didn't say another word. I didn't look at my parents. I didn't look at the smug, victorious smirk creeping onto Marcus's face. I walked straight out the side gate and into the gray, drizzling afternoon. I lost my biological family that day, but I promise you, that was not the end of the story. That was merely the prologue to my revenge. Update 1. The drive back to our neighborhood was a blur of rain and quiet tears. My old rusted truck rattled as we hit potholes, the wipers fighting a losing battle against the storm. Lily sat curled into a tight ball in the passenger seat. I had used a water bottle to clean the rest of the sticky cream off her face, but the sickly sweet smell of raspberry, a smell that should have meant joy now, filled the cab with the stench of humiliation. Daddy? Lily's voice was barely audible over the engine. Is it my fault? Did I do something bad? Is that why Uncle Marcus hurt me? That question felt like a physical knife twisting in my gut. It knocked the air straight out of my lungs. No, Lily. I said, gripping the steering wheel until my hands ached. You did absolutely nothing wrong. Uncle Marcus is a bully. And Grandpa and Grandma were wrong to protect him. But Grandpa told you to leave. She sniffled. He never yells at Uncle Marcus. Not even when Marcus crashed his car last year. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted copper. Kids notice everything. The glaring unfairness wasn't new, it was the rotting foundation our entire family was built upon. As I drove, my mind was violently dragged back to the past. I remembered being 18. I had graduated high school with honors and got accepted into a prestigious university for architecture. I wanted to build skyscrapers. But the week before my tuition was due, my parents sat me down. Arthur wouldn't look me in the eye. The college money isn't there, Liam. What? I had asked, panicked. Marcus needed capital for his new app development company, Arthur had declared, daring me to argue. He's an entrepreneur. He's going to make this family millions. We transferred your college fund to his business account. You're good with your hands, Liam. Go work construction. It's cheaper. They stole my future to fund Marcus's first failed business, an app that went bankrupt in 7 months because he spent the budget on VIP club tables in Vegas. They clipped my wings so Marcus could pretend he knew how to fly. And now, they were trying to teach my daughter that her physical safety didn't matter as much as Marcus's ego. Never again. I pulled the truck over to the side of the road. My hands were shaking, but my mind had never been clearer. I pulled out my phone. I had 18 missed calls from Martha and 5 texts from Marcus. I opened Marcus's thread. "You're such a coward. Dad is furious. You better turn that truck around and grovel right now, or you can kiss your inheritance goodbye. Don't be an idiot." Inheritance, money, that was the leash they always used to yank me back into submission. They thought financial threats would make me swallow my pride. I typed one single response: "Keep your money. I have everything of value sitting in the passenger seat. We are permanently done." I hit send. I blocked Marcus. I blocked Arthur. I blocked Martha. I blocked every aunt, uncle, and cousin who had stood in that backyard and watched my daughter bleed in silence. I tossed the phone onto the dashboard. I was poor, I was entirely alone, and I had no safety net. But as I merged back onto the highway, the crushing weight of their expectations and gaslighting lifted. I was finally free, and I was going to build a fortress so strong they could never touch us again. The next 2 years were a masterclass in sheer survival. We lived in a basement apartment that constantly smelled of mildew. The heater sounded like a dying lawnmower. To rebuild a savings account for Lily's future, I pushed my body beyond human limits. I woke up at 4 a.m. to haul concrete and hang drywall at the construction site until 4 p.m. I'd rush home, feed Lily, help her with her math homework, and kiss her goodnight. Then, a trusted neighbor would listen out for her while I went to my second job. I got hired as a nighttime dishwasher at Sophia's, the most elite, high-end bakery in downtown Chicago. I was an invisible ghost. I stood at the back sink for 5 hours a night, scrubbing burnt caramel off heavy copper pans until my knuckles bled. But my eyes were always watching. I watched the master pastry chefs temper chocolate. I watched them mix fondant. And most importantly, I watched them completely fail at structural engineering. The head chef, a guy named Julian, was a flavor genius but an architectural disaster. He tried to build massive, towering wedding cakes, but he didn't understand physics. He didn't understand load-bearing pillars, torque, or center of gravity. I'd watch him stack tiers that were clearly leaning, using wooden dowels that were far too thin to support the mass. "Gravity doesn't work like that," I'd mutter to myself over the sink. But nobody listens to the dishwasher. Until one freezing Friday night, it was the bakery's biggest contract of the decade. A state senator was hosting a massive charity gala, and he had ordered a 6-foot-tall replica of the Brooklyn Bridge made entirely of dark chocolate, sponge cake, and spun sugar. It was a $25,000 order. Disaster struck at 8 p.m. Julian slipped on a puddle of spilled oil, shattered his ankle, and was rushed away in an ambulance. Absolute chaos erupted. The junior chefs panicked. They tried to assemble the bridge based on Julian's messy sketches, but the structure kept sagging. The chocolate suspension cables were snapping under the immense weight of the cake tiers. Sophia, the owner, a fierce, intimidating woman who tolerated zero mistakes, was pacing the kitchen, hyperventilating. "We are ruined," she muttered, grabbing her hair. "The delivery truck arrives in 3 hours. We cannot send a collapsed pile of garbage to a senator." The kitchen fell dead silent, thick with the smell of melting chocolate and despair. I wiped my blistered hands on my dirty apron, stepped away from the sink, and walked toward the prep table. "Miss Sophia," I said, my voice raspy from disuse. Everyone stared at me. A junior chef scoffed. "Get back to the dishes, Liam. We don't have time for this." "I can fix it," I said, ignoring him, looking dead into Sophia's eyes. Sophia looked at my scuffed steel-toe boots and calloused hands. "You are the dishwasher, Liam. I used to study architecture," I said firmly, "and I build houses for a living. Your problem isn't the chocolate, it's the physics. The internal supports are placed wrong. The torque is snapping the beams because the weight distribution is asymmetrical. Give me 2 hours. I can re-engineer the internal frame using hard candy supports and redistribute the mass." Maybe it was sheer desperation, or maybe she saw the absolute certainty in my eyes, but Sophia slowly nodded. "If you ruin it further, you are fired. Do it." I stepped up to the table. Suddenly, the bakery faded away. It became a job site. The chocolate was concrete. The sugar was steel. I worked in a state of absolute flow. I melted down hard candies to cast rigid I-beams. I used tempered dark chocolate as welding material. I calculated the precise angles of suspension. I shaved exact millimeters off the cake layers to perfectly center the mass. My hands, rough from bricks and mortar, moved with surgical precision. 2 hours and 40 minutes later, the Brooklyn Bridge stood on the steel table. It was 6 feet long, perfectly straight, and structurally flawless. I brushed the cables with edible silver dust so they caught the light. The kitchen was completely silent. Sophia walked up to the bridge. She tentatively tapped one of the main chocolate towers. It didn't even vibrate. It was as solid as a rock. She turned to me, her eyes welling up with tears. "Liam," she whispered. "How?" "Just balancing the load, ma'am," I shrugged, turning back toward my sink. "Stop," Sophia commanded. She grabbed my arm. "You are never touching a dirty dish in my kitchen ever again. You have the hands of a master builder. From tomorrow on, you are my lead structural designer." You. That night changed the trajectory of my entire life. My income quadrupled. But I didn't stop there. Over the next 5 years, I evolved. I realized there was a massive, untapped market for structurally impossible edible centerpieces and event architecture. I partnered with Sophia, bought out her retiring partner, and rebranded the company as Vanguard Event Structures. We didn't just make cakes anymore. We built massive, interactive, gravity-defying installations for tech billionaires, corporate galas, and elite weddings. We operated out of a massive converted warehouse in the Arts District. We didn't advertise, we were an exclusive, invite-only service. I went from hauling drywall to commanding $50,000 to $100,000 per contract. I was wealthy, I was respected, and my family had absolutely no idea I even existed in this tax bracket. To them, I was still the broke loser, who stormed out, over a cake. Then, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon in November, the ghosts of my past finally caught up to me. I was in my private office, reviewing blueprints for a suspended floral installation for a celebrity wedding, when my assistant, Leo, knocked on the glass door. He looked incredibly uncomfortable. "Boss," Leo said, clearing his throat. "There is a woman in the lobby. She doesn't have an appointment, but she's crying. She says her name is Chloe. She says she's your sister-in-law." My pen stopped moving. I hadn't heard that name in 5 years. Chloe was Marcus's wife. "Send her in," I said slowly. Chloe walked into my office clutching a wet designer handbag like a shield. She looked absolutely haunted. The Chloe I remembered was a pristine, arrogant country club wife who used to look down her nose at my cheap clothes. This woman had dark circles under her eyes, her hair was a mess, and she looked utterly broken. When she saw me, she stopped dead in her tracks. I wasn't wearing a dirty t-shirt. I was wearing a tailored charcoal suit, sitting behind a massive reclaimed wood desk. "Liam?" she breathed, her eyes darting around the luxurious office. "My God, the rumors in the industry were true, you really are the CEO of Vanguard." "Hello, Chloe," I said coldly, not offering her a seat. "Why are you here?" "I'm leaving him," she blurted out, a sob escaping her throat. "I filed for divorce 3 days ago. I took my 2 boys and moved into a hotel." I felt a tiny flicker of human sympathy, but I extinguished it immediately. "I'm sorry to hear that, but I fail to see what Marcus's marriage has to do with me. He's going to destroy me, Liam," she panicked, stepping forward. "He's fighting for full custody of the boys. Not because he loves them, he doesn't even know what grade they are in. He wants them so he can control my family trust fund. He hired absolute sharks for lawyers, and he's claiming I'm mentally unstable." "And you want money for legal fees?" I asked, reaching toward my desk drawer. "Fine. For the sake of my nephews, I'll write you a check." "No." Chloe reached into her massive tote bag and pulled out a ridiculously thick, heavy black binder. She slammed it onto my desk. "I don't want your money, I want you to completely ruin him." I looked at the binder. The label read, R.D. Builders, Internal Financial Ledgers 2020 to 2025. R.D. Builders was my father's construction company, the legacy he prized above all else. "What is this?" I asked. "It's the murder weapon," Chloe whispered bitterly. "You know your dad's company is failing, right? The whole industry knows. They are hemorrhaging cash and are weeks away from declaring total bankruptcy." I nodded. I knew. I had watched their stock and public valuation plummet for the last 8 months. It was my favorite morning coffee reading material. "Marcus blames the economy. He blames the unions and material costs," Chloe said, her voice hardening into pure hatred. "But, it's him, Liam. It's always been him." I opened the binder. It was a forensic accounting nightmare. My eyes rapidly scanned the columns. It was a complete slaughter. There were massive withdrawals for consulting fees wired to shell companies in the Caymans. There were company credit card charges for private jets to Vegas, high-stakes sports betting, and luxury car leases. All flagged as business expenses. "He's been embezzling," I said, the realization hitting me like a freight train. "He's been stealing directly from Dad. Arthur thinks Marcus is a misunderstood genius having a run of bad luck." Chloe scoffed. "Your dad signed over full power of attorney to Marcus 2 years ago when Arthur had a mild heart attack. He doesn't look at the books anymore. He trusts his golden boy implicitly." "The golden boy implicitly?" Chloe pointed a shaking finger at the grand total at the bottom of the final page. $4.2 million, she said. "That's what Marcus has siphoned out in 5 years. That includes the employees' pension funds. It includes the equity in your parents' house. It's all gone, Liam." He snorted and gambled away half a century of your father's hard work. I closed the binder. My heart was pounding, but not with anxiety. It was a cold, calculated adrenaline. Why bring this to me? Go to the FBI. Because if I go to the feds, the assets get frozen in litigation for years. I need Marcus stopped right now, Chloe said, leaning over my desk, and because I know what they are doing tomorrow morning. I raised an eyebrow. Enlighten me. They are desperate. They are meeting with a private equity firm called Apex Holdings tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. They are trying to sell a 51% controlling interest in the company for a massive cash injection to cover up the payroll fraud before the state auditors arrive next week. I sat back in my chair. Apex Holdings. Chloe looked around my office, at the architectural awards on the wall, and at the framed photo of Lily on my desk. Vanguard. Apex. It's you, isn't it? You own the equity firm. I looked at her. I didn't smile. I picked up my desk phone and dialed Leo's extension. Leo. I said, my voice eerily calm. Call our legal acquisition team, tell them to prep the final buyout papers for RD Builders, and tell them I will be leading the negotiation personally tomorrow morning. I hung up and looked at Chloe. You'll get full custody of your boys, I promised her, and tomorrow, Marcus won't just lose his marriage. He's going to lose his entire kingdom. Update 2. I didn't sleep a single minute that night. I sat in my home office in my penthouse, staring at the financial ledgers. I thought about the smashed cake. I thought about Arthur slamming his ring on the table. I thought about Lily asking if she was a bad girl. I wasn't just going to buy a company tomorrow. I was going to perform a corporate execution. The morning of the meeting, Chicago was battered by a torrential downpour. The sky was a bruised, heavy gray. It felt incredibly fitting. For 5 years, I had dressed for utility. Today, I dressed for war. I put on a bespoke midnight blue 3-piece suit. I fastened a platinum Patek Philippe watch to my wrist, a watch that cost more than the house I grew up in. I styled my hair back, revealing the gray that had started to touch my temples. I didn't look like the soft, quiet scapegoat anymore. I looked like an apex predator. Before I left, Lily walked into the kitchen. She was 16 now, tall, confident, and brilliant. She was holding a mug of tea, wearing her private school uniform. You look terrifying, she said, raising an eyebrow. Is today the day? I grabbed my briefcase. Yes, sweetie, today is the day. Are you going to destroy them? She asked quietly. No, I said gently, kissing her forehead. I'm just going to hold up a mirror. Whatever destroys them is already inside them. I drove my sleek black Audi to the RD Builders headquarters. The building was a depressing shadow of its former glory. The landscaping was overgrown, and the letters on the concrete sign were visibly rusting. I walked into the lobby. The receptionist, a temp who had no idea who I was, didn't even look up from her phone. Meeting with Apex Holdings, I said smoothly. Top floor boardroom. She lazily pointed to the elevator. The ride to the top floor felt like a lifetime. Every floor ping was a countdown to absolute reckoning. The door slid open. I walked down the dimly lit hallway. I could hear voices echoing from inside the boardroom. Stop pacing, Marcus, they'll be here. My father's voice sounded weak, ragged. The email said 9 a.m. sharp. I hate dealing with these faceless shadow investors, Marcus whined, his voice grating on my nerves. Who is this Apex guy anyway? Who cares? My mother, Martha, snapped. As long as his check clears, Marcus. Fix your tie. You look incredibly unprofessional. I adjusted my cuffs. I took a deep breath, savoring the final moment of their ignorance, and pushed the heavy oak double doors open. The doors swung inward with a loud groan. 3 heads violently snapped toward me. The boardroom was massive but dusty, lit only by the gloomy rain hitting the floor-to-ceiling windows. At the far end of the long mahogany table sat the architects of my trauma, Arthur, Martha, and Marcus. For a solid 10 seconds, absolute silence reigned. They squinted at me. The silhouette of a broad-shouldered man in a $4,000 suit standing in the doorway simply did not compute with their deeply ingrained memory of Liam, the failure. Marcus broke the silence. He genuinely didn't recognize me at first. He threw his hands up in exasperation. Finally, you must be the junior rep from Apex Holdings. You're late. We have a very tight schedule. I didn't say a single word. I walked into the room, the heels of my leather shoes clicking rhythmically against the hardwood. Click, click, click. I walked past the empty chairs. I walked past Marcus, catching the distinct, pathetic smell of breath mints trying to hide morning vodka. I walked past my mother, who was staring at my watch with a deeply confused frown. I walked straight to the head of the table, directly opposite my father. I pulled out the heavy leather chair, sat down, and placed Chloe's massive black binder onto the table. Only then did I look up. Arthur was staring at me. His mouth was hanging slightly open. His eyes were darting frantically over my face, his brain aggressively trying to reject reality. Liam? He whispered. It came out as a terrified squeak. Marcus spun around in his chair. What, Liam? He squinted, leaning forward, and then let out a harsh, barking laugh. Holy shit, it is Liam. The brief shock on Marcus's face instantly morphed back into his default setting, sneering contempt. It was muscle memory for him. He clapped slowly, sarcastically. Wow. Look at you, playing dress up. Did you get a job as a chauffeur for the Apex investors? Is that it? You're here to set up the coffee before the real men show up? Liam, my mother scolded, her voice finding its old, shrill, commanding rhythm. You absolutely cannot be in here. We are in the middle of a corporate crisis. We are waiting for the owners of Apex Holdings. If they see you here in this costume, they'll think we're a joke. Have you no shame? Get out. I leaned back in the plush chair, resting my elbows on the armrests, and steepled my fingers. I'm not the chauffeur, I said. My voice was deep, calm, and resonated through the room without me needing to raise it. And I'm not late. It is exactly 9 a.m. Marcus slammed his hand on the table. I am not in the mood for your pathetic reunion tour. Security. There is no security, I stated simply. You fired the entire security staff last week to save money. Remember? No. Marcus froze, his hand hovering in the air. And you can stop waiting for the CEO of Apex Holdings. I continued, locking eyes with my father, watching the color rapidly drain from his face. You're looking at him. What? Arthur croaked, grabbing his chest. Apex, I enunciated clearly. Did you really think it was a coincidence that the only firm willing to touch this sinking ship reached out this week? That's legally impossible, Martha stammered, frantically clutching her pearls. You wash dishes. You live in a basement. You don't have money. I have enough liquid capital to buy this building, burn it to the ground, and build a skyscraper over the ashes just for fun, I said, my voice dropping to a freezing temperature. While your golden boy was busy bankrupting your legacy, I was busy building an empire. My salary isn't paid by daddy anymore, Marcus. I sign my own checks. Marcus's face turned a violent, mottled shade of crimson. You're lying. You're bluffing. You rented that suit. You're just here to gloat because you heard we were having a rough quarter. A rough quarter? I raised an eyebrow, amused by his delusion. Is that what you're calling a $4.2 million deficit? I reached for the black binder. I am here to make a formal offer. I said professionally, I will buy 100% of the assets of RD Builders. I will inject the necessary capital to save the company from immediate insolvency. I will ensure the 150 blue-collar employees, people who actually work for a living, do not lose their jobs or their pensions. You would do that? Arthur's eyes welled up with desperate tears. He saw a lifeline. Oh, Liam. Son, I knew it. I knew deep down you cared about the family legacy. I knew you would come back to us. I cut him off, my voice sharpening into a blade. There are conditions. Anything, Arthur said, practically weeping. Name it. Condition number 1, I said. I want to talk about the cake. The cake? Marcus looked genuinely baffled. What cake? Lily's 10th birthday cake, I said. The one you destroyed. The one you laughed at while she bled. Oh, for the love of God. Marcus threw his hands up, rolling his eyes dramatically. Are you seriously still harping on that? That was 5 years ago. It was a harmless joke. Get over it, you sensitive little... I stood up. I picked up the extraordinarily heavy binder of evidence. I walked slowly down the length of the table until I was looming directly over Arthur. You slammed your ring on the table. I whispered to my father, staring into his soul. Do you remember? You slammed your gold ring down, told me I was pathetic, and banished me. Liam, please, Arthur whimpered, shrinking back into his chair. I lifted the heavy binder high above my head. This is my ring, I hissed. Bam! I slammed the binder down onto the mahogany table with every ounce of physical strength I possessed. The sound was like a cannon going off in the closed room. A visible crack splintered down the center of the wood. Martha screamed. Marcus physically jumped out of his chair, stumbling backward. Read it, I commanded, my voice booming with absolute authority. Arthur, shaking uncontrollably, opened the binder. What is this? He gasped, his eyes darting over the highlighted numbers. That, I said, pointing a lethal finger at Marcus, is the undeniable proof that your golden child is a parasite and a thief? Look at page 12, Dad. Look at the offshore transfers. Arthur's eyes scanned the page, his breathing becoming shallow. $400,000 to a Cayman account, $80,000 for a luxury boat lease? He stole every single cent, I said mercilessly, letting the reality crush them. The college funds for his own children? Gone. Your retirement accounts? Gone. The equity in the house you live in? Embezzled. He didn't just fail at business, Dad. He robbed you completely blind to pay for his gambling addictions. Arthur slowly looked up at Marcus. The sheer devastation and betrayal in the old man's eyes was absolute. Marcus. Tell me this is a lie. Tell me this is a mistake. Marcus was backing away toward the door, his face as pale as a ghost. Dad, listen, it's complicated. The market was brutal. I just borrowed it. Dad. I was going to win it back and replace it, I swear. You stole my life, Arthur screamed. He tried to stand up, grabbing his chest, his face contorting in agony. I trusted you, I gave you everything. I sacrificed Liam for you. Sit down, I barked. They both froze. The sheer dominance in my voice anchored them to the spot. They sat. Here is the final offer, I said, buttoning my suit jacket smoothly. I buy the company for $1. I assume all debts, which keeps you out of federal prison for fraud. But the board of directors is dissolved immediately. You, Dad. You, Mom. And you, Marcus. You are all fired. Today. Right this second. The silence that followed was suffocating. It was the sound of an entire dynasty crumbling into dust. Marcus was the first to completely break. The arrogance, the sneer, the golden child persona, it all evaporated, leaving behind a pathetic, terrified shell of a man. He didn't just stand up, he fell to his knees. He actually crawled across the carpeted floor toward me. Liam, please. He blubbered, tears streaming down his face, reaching out to grab my pant leg. I took a step back in pure disgust. You can't do this. Chloe filed for divorce. She knows about the money. If I lose this job, if I lose the company's legal protection, she'll send me to federal prison. I'll be ruined. Think about my kids, Liam. We're brothers. Blood is thicker than water. I looked down at him. I actively searched my soul for a single shred of pity. I really did. But all I saw was Lily's swollen, bleeding face. Your kids? I asked, my tone deadly flat. You mean the kids whose futures you snorted up your nose and gambled away on blackjack? I am thinking about them, Marcus. That's exactly why I'm taking the company. To ensure there is something left to pay for their therapy. Liam, my mother started to wail that weaponized, victimized crying she had perfected over 40 years. How can you be so vindictive? We are your parents. We gave you life. You can't kick us out of our own company. We have no savings. What will we do? I turned my cold gaze to her. You'll survive, Mom. Just like I did. You have a house, well, the bank owns it now thanks to Marcus, but if you sell it quickly, you might walk away with enough to rent a small apartment. Maybe you can get a job. I hear retail is hiring. A job? She gasped, clutching her chest as if I had physically stabbed her. I am 65 years old. And I was 28 when you threw me onto the street with a traumatized child, I reminded her brutally. I worked 3 jobs on 3 hours of sleep. You can handle one. Arthur hadn't spoken since reading the final total in the ledger. He was slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the cracked table. He looked like a man who had just realized his entire existence was a farce. He slowly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot. I made a mistake, Arthur whispered, a tear finally escaping and rolling down his wrinkled cheek. You made thousands of mistakes, Arthur, I corrected him. No. He shook his head slowly. I bet on the wrong horse. I thought Marcus was the strong one. I thought you were weak, because you cared about art and baking. But I was so blind. You are the one who actually built something. You are the man I desperately wanted him to be. He reached a trembling hand across the table toward me. Son, please, can we fix this? I want to know my granddaughter. I want to see Lily. For a fraction of a millisecond, I felt a tug in my chest. The little boy inside me, who had spent his entire childhood desperately seeking his father's approval, wanted to say yes. But then I remembered the last 5 years. I remembered every birthday he ignored. I remembered the coldness in his eyes, when he chose a grass-stained suit over my bleeding daughter. No. I said firmly. Oh? Arthur physically flinched. Lily is happy, I told him, ensuring every word cut deep. She is kind. She is brilliant. And she is safe. And she will stay that way permanently because you will never, ever be in her life. I signaled to Leo, who had been standing silently in the hallway. He walked in and placed 3 termination contracts and the corporate purchase agreement on the table. Here is the deal, I said, looking at my watch. You sign these. I take the company. I pay off the immediate fraudulent debts so the FBI doesn't arrest you today, but you walk away with absolutely zero. No golden parachute, no severance, no company cars. Nothing. And if we refuse to sign? Marcus asked, wiping snot from his nose. Then I walk out that door, I said, turning my back to them. I call the SEC and the IRS from the elevator, and by dinner time, this building will be raided, and you, Marcus, will be in handcuffs. The pen shook violently in Arthur's hand, but he knew he was utterly defeated. He signed. Martha signed, sobbing hysterically. Marcus signed, staring blankly at the floor, a broken man. I picked up the paperwork, verified the signatures, and handed them to Leo. You have exactly 1 hour, I said to the room. Take your personal photos only. My new security team is waiting in the lobby to escort you out. I turned on my heel and walked toward the door. Liam, Arthur called out, his voice cracking with utter despair. I love you. I paused in the doorway. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I know, I said to the empty hallway. But you loved him more. And that has a price. I walked out of the building and into the pouring rain. But I didn't feel cold. I felt a massive, radiant warmth spreading through my chest. I pulled out my phone and dialed Lily. She answered on the first ring. Hey, Dad. Is it done? It's done, baby, I smiled, letting out a breath I felt like I had been holding for 35 years. It's finally over. Are you okay? She asked softly. I'm better than okay, I said, looking up at the Chicago skyline I was now helping to build. I'm completely free. Preheat the oven, kiddo. I'm coming home to bake. Top comments. User 1. The absolute poetry of using an architecture degree to fix a cake, which led to building an empire, which led to buying a construction company. Chef's kiss. You didn't just get revenge, you orchestrated a masterpiece. User 2. The fact that the dad tried to pull the I love you, let me see my granddaughter card only after realizing you were rich and powerful is disgusting. Good on you for protecting Lily and keeping that door firmly shut. User 3. I bet on the wrong horse. That line tells you everything you need to know about your parents. They didn't view you and Marcus as sons to love, but as investments to brag about. Marcus got exactly what he deserved. Aftermath. Final thoughts. It has been exactly 1 year since I walked out of that boardroom into the rain. 1 full year since I surgically cut the cancer out of my life. People often ask me if I regret it. In movies, this is the part where the protagonist stares out a rainy window, swirling whiskey, feeling an aching void where his family used to be, but this is reality. And the truth is, I don't feel a void, I feel profound relief. It's like a low-level, deafening alarm that has been ringing in the background of your life for 30 years suddenly stops, and you finally realize what true peace sounds like. I kept my word. I bought the company, rebranded it, and completely gutted the toxic, corner-cutting culture Marcus had installed. I rehired the foreman Marcus had fired for speaking up. I instituted a generous profit-sharing model for the blue-collar workers. It turns out when you treat people with actual dignity instead of treating them like disposable peasants, business booms. We doubled our profits in the third quarter. But the real victory was personal. I haven't spoken to Arthur, Martha, or Marcus since that day. I maintain the block on their numbers and emails. However, Chloe, Marcus's ex-wife, occasionally gives me updates when we meet for coffee. The fallout for them was swift, brutal, and thoroughly deserved. Without the company credit card and the endless siphon of embezzled funds, Marcus's lavish lifestyle collapsed in a matter of weeks. Chloe told me he tried to keep up appearances for a while, putting rounds of expensive drinks on credit cards that were completely maxed out, but reality inevitably came knocking. His Porsche was repossessed in a grocery store parking lot. Today, the former golden child is living in a tiny, unair-conditioned studio apartment above a mechanic's garage in the bad part of town. He works on commission at a shady used car dealership. Apparently, he tells anyone who will listen that he was the victim of a hostile corporate takeover by a jealous, vindictive younger sibling. He still wears his old Italian suits to work, even though they are fraying at the seams and smell like desperation. He is a king without a kingdom, ruling over a gravel lot of rusted sedans. As for my parents, they had to sell the massive suburban house. After paying off the remaining debts Marcus had secretly saddled them with, there wasn't much left. They moved into a cramped, 2-bedroom condo in a depressing retirement community an hour outside the city. There is no grand backyard for high society parties. There is no status to lord over the neighbors. Just 2 bitter old people sitting in a small room, wondering where it all went wrong. Chloe says they blame Marcus now, speaking about him in hushed, angry tones, but old habits die hard. Martha reportedly still drives an hour every Sunday to bring Marcus casseroles and do his laundry, enabling him even as he drags them straight to the bottom of the ocean. Some cycles are unbreakable unless you are the one brave enough to step out of the wheel. I chose to step out. Last month, I met Chloe at a park downtown. Her divorce was finalized, and she looked 10 years younger. The stress lines around her eyes had completely vanished. He signed the papers, she told me, handing me a coffee. I got full custody. He gets supervised visits twice a month, but honestly, he rarely shows up. He says his business schedule is too demanding. He's selling 2008 Honda Civics. Chloe, I laughed, it's not exactly Wall Street. I know, she smiled genuinely. But thank you, Liam, for everything. The forensic evidence you dropped in my lap saved my boys. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a thick manila envelope. I have something for you. Or rather, for my nephews. Chloe opened it. It was a legal trust fund document. She scanned the pages, her eyes going wide with shock. Liam, this amount. I absolutely cannot accept this. It's not for you, I said gently but firmly. It's an irrevocable educational trust for the boys. Marcus stole their future to pay for his gambling and ego. I'm giving it back. But there is an ironclad clause. Marcus cannot touch a single cent of it. Not for management, not for investments, nothing. The money goes directly to their universities, or to the boys when they turn 25. Chloe started to cry right there in the middle of the crowded park. Why? After everything he did to you and Lily? Because they are children, Chloe, I said, watching kids play on the swing set nearby. They are entirely innocent. I was the scapegoat, and Marcus was the golden child, and look how incredibly messed up we both turned out. I want to break the cycle. I want your boys to know that someone in this family has their back, even if their father is a deadbeat. Doing that felt infinitely better than any revenge I could have exacted on Marcus personally. The best revenge against a narcissist isn't to hurt them. It's to render them completely irrelevant while you succeed and protect the people they neglected. But the absolute highlight of my year wasn't business, and it wasn't charity. It was yesterday. Lily turned 16. In our culture, the sweet 16 is a major rite of passage. But for Lily and me, it carried a much heavier weight. It was the anniversary of the disaster. 6 years ago, her birthday was the worst, most traumatic day of her life. I wanted this one to overwrite that memory forever. We didn't invite any biological family, we invited her chosen family. Her friends from the art club, the staff from the bakery who had watched her grow up, Chloe and her boys, and Leo. I rented out the rooftop garden of the Chicago Art Museum. It was a clear, crisp evening. We strung thousands of fairy lights across the glass pergola so it felt like we were standing inside a glowing galaxy. A jazz quartet played softly in the corner. And then, there was the cake. I spent 2 full weeks engineering it. I didn't want a castle this time. Castles are for fairy tales, and we were living in a beautiful, hard-won reality. The cake was a masterpiece of modern edible architecture. It was 4 tiers, but they weren't stacked. Using a hidden internal cantilever system and magnetic levitation bases I had custom machined, the tiers appeared to be floating in midair, slowly rotating, completely unconnected to each other. It was decorated with hand-painted edible watercolor panels depicting the night sky, transitioning from dusk at the bottom to a star-filled midnight at the top. And in the very center, instead of a fragile sugar house, I placed a single, perfect sugar glass lotus flower. The lotus grows in deep mud but rises above the surface to bloom beautifully. It was a symbol of her resilience. When I wheeled it out, the entire rooftop went silent. The guests gasped, but I was only looking at Lily. She was wearing a stunning silver dress that caught the ambient light, looking more like her late mother than I had ever seen her. She covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes weren't filled with the sheer terror of frosting and blood like they were 6 years ago. They were overflowing with tears of pure, unadulterated joy. "Dad," she whispered, stepping closer. "It's floating." "It is," I said, standing proudly beside her. "Make a wish, sweetheart." She looked at the cake. She looked at me. She looked at the friends surrounding her who loved her for exactly who she was, not for what she could provide them. "I don't need to wish for anything. GMDA. I don't need to wish for anything," she said, her voice strong, clear, and confident. "I already have everything I want." She blew out the 16 silver candles. The crowd erupted into cheers. There was no drunk uncle to ruin the moment. There was no critical grandmother wiping invisible dust off a suit. There was just love. Safe, unconditional love. Later that night, as the party was winding down and the guests were leaving, Lily and I sat on the edge of the rooftop terrace, dangling our feet and looking out over the glittering city skyline. We were eating slices of the floating cake on cheap paper plates. "Hey, Dad," she said, licking blue galaxy frosting off her fork. "Yeah, kiddo? Do you ever think about them?" She didn't have to specify who. I took a long moment to answer, looking at the city below. "Sometimes. I think about how incredibly sad it is. They had everything. They had a family that loved them. They had money, health, and a legacy. And they threw it all into the garbage because they couldn't stop competing with each other to feed their egos." Lily leaned her head heavily on my shoulder. "I'm really glad you got us out. I remember being terrified all the time when we went to Grandma's house. I felt like I had to be absolutely perfect, or they wouldn't like me." "You never have to be perfect for me," I said, kissing the top of her head. "You just have to be you." "You know," she said thoughtfully, swinging her legs, "Uncle Marcus used to say you were weak because you liked baking and art. He said it was women's work and that real men build things." I laughed out loud. "He did say that." "Well," Lily gestured widely to the skyline, pointing toward the district where Vanguard was currently constructing 3 sustainable housing projects, and then to the rooftop we were sitting on. "He sells used cars in a dirt lot. And you built a floating, magnetic cake and literally bought his entire company out from under him. So, I guess he was pretty wrong about what makes a man strong. Strength isn't about how loud you yell, how much you drink, or how hard you can hit," I told her, feeling a thick lump form in my throat. "Strength is about what you can build from the absolute wreckage. Strength is protecting the people you love, no matter the cost." My phone buzzed in my jacket pocket. I pulled it out. It was a blocked number, but my phone's voicemail transcription popped up automatically on the screen. It was from Martha. "Liam, it's Mom. It's Lily's birthday today, isn't it? I wanted to say we miss you so much. Your father isn't doing well. His blood pressure is dangerously high. Marcus is asking us for money again, and we have nothing left. We are just so tired. Liam, please call us back. We are family." I read the text transcription in the glow of the fairy lights. I looked at Lily, happy, safe, and entirely at peace resting on my shoulder. I looked at the beautiful world we had built from the ashes of their cruelty. "Who is it?" Lily asked, glancing at the screen. I looked at the message one last time. Nobody, I said. I deleted the voicemail. I didn't feel a spike of anger. I didn't feel a shred of guilt. I just felt a quiet, absolute confirmation that I had made the right choice all those years ago. Ready to go home? I asked. Yeah, Lily smiled, standing up and brushing crumbs off her dress. Let's go home. We drove back to our penthouse with the windows down, the cool night air filling the car. As I navigated the streets of the city I now helped shape, I started thinking deeply about the psychological concept of the golden child. For years, I deeply envied Marcus. I wanted to be him. I wanted the praise, the easy path, the unconditional, blinding approval of my parents. I thought he was the lucky one. But looking back now, with a decade of clarity, I realized that being the golden child was a horrific curse disguised as a blessing. Because Marcus was never held accountable for a single mistake, he never learned how to grow. Because he was always rescued from the deep end, he never learned how to swim. My parents didn't raise a leader or a businessman. They raised a dependent parasite. They stunted his emotional and professional growth with their toxic enablement just as effectively as if they had physically broken his legs. And being the scapegoat? Being the one who was constantly blamed, ignored, and pushed aside? It was excruciatingly painful. It left deep psychological scars that I will carry for the rest of my life, but those scars eventually became my armor. The sheer neglect forced me to be entirely independent. The constant, unfair criticism forced me to be a perfectionist in my craft. The total lack of financial support forced me to build my own unshakable foundation. I am the man I am today specifically because of what they did to me, not in spite of it. They tried to bury me in the dirt, but they didn't realize I was a seed. I know there are thousands of people reading this right now who feel exactly like I did. Maybe you are the black sheep of your family. Maybe you have a sibling who can do absolutely no wrong, while you are criticized just for breathing too loudly. Maybe you are holding on to a deeply toxic relationship because society has hammered it into your head that blood is thicker than water. Let me tell you something that took me 35 years of pain to truly understand. The full, original quote is actually, "The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb." It means the bonds you consciously choose to make with friends, with partners, with the people who actually show up for you in your darkest hours are infinitely stronger than the random bonds of biology. DNA is just a genetic lottery ticket. It doesn't give anyone the right to abuse you. It doesn't give anyone a lifetime VIP pass to disrespect your boundaries, steal your peace, or physically hurt your children. I used to think that cutting my parents off would kill me. I thought I would die of guilt and loneliness. But the exact opposite happened. The moment I cut the dead weight, I finally came alive. I look at my life now. I have Lily, who is growing into a compassionate, brilliant, and fiercely independent young woman. I have a thriving business that I built with my own two hands, based on integrity, hard work, and mutual respect. I have friends who would drop absolutely everything to help me if I called them at 3 a.m. I don't have a perfect, fake family photo to put on the mantle to impress the neighbors, but I have absolute peace when I put my head on the pillow at night. If you are waiting for an apology that never comes, stop waiting. If you are trying to buy love and acceptance with your silence and compliance, stop paying the toll. If you are letting toxic family members hurt you because you are terrified of being alone, let me tell you from the other side. Being alone is 1,000 times better than being surrounded by people who make you feel incredibly lonely. Marcus is still out there somewhere, standing in a dusty car lot, probably blaming me for his total misfortune. My parents are still out there, sitting in a cramped condo, waiting for me to magically come back and fix the massive mess they created. But I'm not coming back. I have cakes to bake. I have buildings to design. And I have a daughter to love. My name is Liam. I was the discarded scapegoat who became the architect of his own destiny. And if I can rebuild my entire life from the shattered, bloody rubble of a 10-year-old's birthday cake, then believe me, you can rebuild yours, too. Thank you for reading my story. It wasn't easy to drag these memories back up, but I hope it helps even one person out there realize that you hold the power. You always have the power to walk away. Thanks for watching. Thank you for reading. The bit on. Stand your ground, protect your peace, and build a beautiful life they can never touch. My sister claimed my business success as her own, and demanded 27% profit, but I dropped the receipts and her smiles shattered instantly. Everything about that Sunday dinner was meant to dazzle, every flower arranged, every smile rehearsed. Yet even before I noticed the envelope beside my father's plate, I caught the sneaky twinkle in Emily's eyes, the same one she'd had since we were kids, as she practically buzzed with excitement. "I am elated that you made it, Monica." With an unusually insistent hand on my back, Mom leads me to the dining room, where Sunday food is waiting. The table is very lovely, as expected. Featuring fresh flowers as the centerpiece, Mom's finest china, and the crystal glasses that are reserved for special occasions. Whatever it is, they've certainly put a lot of thought into it. Emily, whose smile brings back a memory of the time she was 8 years old, and saw that I was going to walk on the whoopee cushion she had hidden under my chair cushion, is seated across from me as usual. My dad expertly carves the roast beef as Mom serves the sides of mashed potatoes, green beans, and those Parker House rolls that have been a favorite of mine since I was a kid. At that moment, I notice it. Perched just beneath Dad's napkin, a manila envelope lies nestled next to his plate. My gut feels constricted. The health center is doing well, right? Mom? She asks, her voice made to sound more lively. Are you still putting in those insane hours? Commerce is brisk. As I observe Dad's rapid eye movement toward the folder, I opt for a straightforward response. This quarter, we saw a 22% rise in our patient load. Emily gives a little snort. There were so many people in the waiting area, but it was so little. Your workplace management may use an improvement, seriously. In my mind, everything fits together. Something I'd rather not figure out. After clearing his throat, Dad sets his fork down on the exquisite china with a deliberate clink. Our thoughts have been with your clinic's future, Monica. As the meal turns to pulp in my mouth, I stop biting in the middle. Mom steps in with ease, as if they've practiced this. My darling, family companies require family leadership. Your dad and I have been talking about ways to ensure the continued practice of healing hands within your family. I say this with great care. It is not a family business. I put it together by myself with our help, Dad says, his hand slipping to the folder. On top of that, Emily has come up with a fantastic proposition that will be good for everyone. With an attitude of near preening, my sister straightens herself in her chair. In order to take over as manager of your practice, I have devised a strategy. I'd take care of the tedious paperwork so you can concentrate on the patients. Leaning forward, her eyes sparkle. Considering all the growth I'll bring, my request for a 27% profit share is really realistic. My ears are ringing with my heartbeat. This is no ordinary Sunday feast, it's a trap. Unexpected flashbacks ensue. Working 2 shifts in the hospital cafeteria while I was a physical therapist student allowed me to send money home to support Emily while she navigated her first year of college, and I survived on ramen in a tiny apartment furnished with items I found on the curb. After 14 hours of clinical rotations, students spend the night studying. I still have $193,000 in school loans, and they take money out of my bank account every month. Surprisingly, I mention that I already have a clinic manager. Emily, in contrast to Mom's condescending wave of the hand, is an actual people person. Do you recall how she wowed Dr. Patel during the grand launch of your clinic? He paid you hardly any mind at all. The details are fresh in my mind. Similar to how I recall my dad denying me my academic awards upon my graduation. Practices are not built on book smarts. Monica, we were taking pictures of Emily in our matching gowns and caps. During the summer of 2016, Emily worked as a temporary front desk assistant, which led to her sorority sisters receiving illicit discounts. After her scheduling blunders caused some patients to have to wait hours or even be turned away, I spent weeks apologizing to them. Is it possible for me to view your plans? Yes, I do, gesturing toward the file cabinet. With a pleased grin on his face, Dad slides it across the table. My attorney has already drafted it. Completely need your assent. Yes, Maybe tomorrow would be a good day to begin. Emily gives a loud clap. If you want me to redecorate your office, I have ideas already. After taking a slow drink of water, I carefully place the glass back on its coaster. I carefully retrieve my own briefcase that is propped up next to my chair. I think you should view this before we continue talking about it. I hear a click that sounds like a gunshot as I unlock my briefcase in the ensuing weighted quiet. I take out a leather portfolio, the pricey one I treated myself to after signing a deal with Denver Sports Medicine, and my father's self-assured smile wavers. The portfolio serves as a subtle reminder of the accomplishments I've had without their assistance. Identify this. A man habituated to surprises. Has a little tremble in Dad's voice. As she nervously looks between her husband and Emily, Mom fidgets with her napkin and her fingers. Emily's formerly victorious smile starts to fade as I meticulously set out my paperwork on the table, matching each piece with the exactitude I apply to my patients' treatment programs. My deal with Colorado Healthcare Partners for Management Services was inked 4 weeks ago. On the top page of the letterhead, their corporate emblem sprawls, and I touch it. They will be in charge of any future administrative tasks related to mending hands. With a wrinkled brow, Dad reaches for the papers. In order to make a choice like this, you must involve your loved ones. Sure, I can. To his attention, I slip another document. For your convenience, I have highlighted section 4.3. The board must agree unanimously before any member of the family can hold a managerial role. Myself and 2 associates from CHP make up the board. Seek for my assistance with Delatine and inform him. Emily gets a red flush. This was deliberate on your part. A business decision was mine to make. For one thing, I've learned from past mistakes and can't tear my gaze away from my sister. I retrieve a folder from my portfolio that contains the patient complaint forms, which are all neatly filed according to the date. You worked at the clinic last summer, therefore these are from that time. The thickness tells me all I need to know. 2 patients ended up in the same treatment room because of 15 scheduling mistakes. The sorority sisters received 8 of the 24 unlawful discounts. A near insurance audit was almost triggered by 31 billing code errors. My mom's fingers hovered dangerously close to touching mine as she extended across the table. Monica, my darling, it's normal to mess up when you're learning. There was no room for error in this regard. I slowly get to my feet, discovering an unanticipated strength in dominating my seated relatives. Someone who believed the rules didn't apply to her committed these reckless mistakes. This one was also prepared by my accountant, and I am withdrawing it. Detailed here are the 4 years' worth of complimentary medical care that one family received, totaling $46,000. Dad's rotator cuff therapy. The plantar fasciitis that my mother suffered from. Prior to her beach holidays, Emily gets sports massages. Shock and stillness wash over you like a wave of approval. Their expressions change from a sense of entitlement to one of uneasy disbelief. I was paying off my student loans while eating ramen noodles, so I covered your healthcare requirements. For Emily's first year of college, I put in extra shifts at the hospital cafeteria. I met my father's gaze when you indicated that our educations couldn't be funded at the same time. When I couldn't afford rent or malpractice insurance, I slept on treatment tables. Someone has texted me. I look down and notice a message from my clinic manager. Are they still in the dark? The timing is perfect. Now I know I'm not in this alone. In the midst of Emily's wild summer, my employees stayed up late to correct her errors as she shared Instagram photographs from rooftop parties. The dynamics of the Hale family are known to them. When I think back on my mentor's warning that family and business don't get along, it's like oil and water. After Dad was unable to attend my clinic's grand opening, Sato noticed that I was sobbing in the supply closet and gave me a worried look. My delay in listening was intentional. I meticulously assemble all of my documents and return them to my portfolio in the exact sequence that will be required in the event that this conversation takes a turn for the worse. Similar to how I find that deliberate movement helps me relax before a challenging patient session when I am organizing treatment supplies, here we may discuss the details. The authoritative tone that Dad used to have in his voice is now more reminiscent of the way he sounds when a business deal is about to fall through. 22% for the trial period rather than 25%. My portfolio is quickly closed. Your money isn't my livelihood, it's my clinic. Over the years of family disputes, Mom has perfected the theatrical motion of flying her palm to her throat. I never thought you'd put business before family, she whispers. The statement dangles in the air, exposing their flawed viewpoint. They believe that my achievements are for their own good. Their chance, not my accomplishment, is symbolized by my clinic. Business will not take precedence over family for me. My voice is more composed than my emotions when I respond. I'm creating limits before taking advantage of anyone. Emily reclines away from the table, causing her chair to scuff the wooden floor. Even though we've always been here to help you, Monica, you've always acted so dramatic, as if you were responsible for everything. Helped me out? What gives me the willies is an eyebrow lift. For what time frame is this scheduled? Did my dad take pictures of you wearing my cap and gown? When I graduated. When did Mom inform the doctor? Patel, I was merely the on-site doctor when my clinic first opened. The recollections rise to the surface like water bubbles, abrupt, harsh, and unstoppable once they begin to rise. Do you recall receiving a card and a new bicycle for my 13th birthday, while Emily got a present? Or the valedictory ceremony I had in high school, when no one from my family could make it because Emily was sick with a cold? Snapping my briefcase shut, I go. When it really counted, your support was noticeably non-existent. My father is also standing now. He used to be quite towering over me when I was a kid. But now he's just tall. Monica, you've evolved. You are now icy dew of your success. No, I look him straight in the eyes. You have no idea what to do with a daughter who demands attention, and my success has made me public. Considering the amount of weight I've carried for so long, I'm taken aback by how light my briefcase seems when I raise it off the chair. I inhale deeply without experiencing chest pain for the first time since entering their home. I'll take care of myself. As I pause, I shift my attention to the door. By the way, our usual charges will apply to family treatments beginning next month. People who would rather not pay are not eligible for our charity program. It is for people who truly cannot afford medical treatment. From behind me, I can make out my mom's startled gasp, Dad's mumbled expletive, and Emily's dramatic sob. However, I am relieved that their reactions have not resorted to the tried and true tactic of compromising once again. My phone beeps again as I step out into the evening air. This time it's my clinic manager. You can count on our support. This is the first time that I have ever believed it. Recollections flooded back that evening in my apartment. My 13th birthday is on an April Tuesday, and it's not much to celebrate other than the fact that I aced my arithmetic test and had one card propped up against my cereal bowl first thing in the morning. After 2 weeks, Emily gets a shiny teal bike with streamers on the handlebars, and a wicker basket to hold all the treasures she finds around town for her 11th birthday. While our parents applaud her every shaky loop around the driveway, I stand on our front porch and watch. Shoot a photo of your sister, Monica. Dad, I need your help with this, he says, hands me his camera. Something has been accomplished. I tilt the viewfinder to catch a glimpse of Emily's radiant face, her locks reflecting the sunshine as her dad steadies the bike seat. In a royal manner, Mom waves a handkerchief as she bids farewell. I still have the receipt for my first bike. After I've helped Mom with the dishes and saw that the kitchen table is still covered in birthday cake crumbs, I inquire. She stops, her sponge dangling. Monica, you were really a down-to-earth kid. Books were always more appealing to you. Oh, I didn't. I had been obsessively perusing bike catalogs for the past 4 years. After finishing high school, a student can attend Colorado State University on a full scholarship, receive a science medal, and be named valedictorian. Parents cradling bouquets and cameras fill the theater. Mine showed about 7 minutes after I spoke, and they slid into the seats in the back as I went back to mine. There was horrendous traffic. After they go without taking anything, Mom whispers to me. However, tonight is Emily's dance recital, and we will be present. Will you be there? Throughout college, the pattern manifests itself. Despite working 2 shifts at the hospital cafeteria, I am still waiting for my Dean's List credentials to come at our family home. For weeks, the sealed envelopes sit on the kitchen counter. At last, the day has come for me to stand alone following the physical therapy school commencement ceremony while Emily sends a wave across the quad. You have it. Her hand snatches my mortarboard. Papa wants me to wear this in several photos. I assume it's okay with you? For 20 minutes I stand by while my parents pose my sister for a photo with my prized cap, honor cords, and diploma case in my possession. Book smarts don't build practices, Monica, my dad says later as he returns my cap, avoiding eye contact with me. At midnight, 4 years after graduating, with only the light from my office lamp to illuminate the clinic, I am slouched over my laptop. My rent is more than the monthly payment on the $193,000 worth of debt that stares at me from the computer screen. In the meantime, I've sent $1,200 to Emily to help with her housing situation, as she adjusts to her 4th job in 2 years. Even after numerous cleanings, my apartment is still cluttered with random finds from the side of the road, an uneven-legged coffee table, and a sofa that still manages to retain a faint aroma of its former owners. The deserted medical facility is filled with the screech of my stomach. From our meeting that morning, the sound of the bank manager's voice echoes in my head. Miss Hale, we are unable to grant this loan for company expansion at this time without additional collateral or a co-signer. My parents declined to co-sign, but they bought Emily a new car a month ago, so she has reliable transportation for interviews, so I nodded courteously and put the rejection letter in my suitcase with the others. That night, I slept on the treatment table. After spending 16 hours crammed into consecutive appointments and insurance paperwork, I roll onto the paper-covered plastic and wrap myself in a patient blanket. In the wee hours of the morning, still clinging to spreadsheets, the cleaning staff discovers me there. In the interim between Emily's bridal shower and their dinner reservation, my parents drop by for 15 minutes when Healing Hands Physical Therapy officially opens in its own facility. Not merely a leased room in someone else's clinic, 6 months later. According to Mom, who glances at her watch, it's just like being at a genuine doctor's office. My father examines the certificates I've framed. Always focus on the people, not the credentials. They depart before the brief reception starts, ruining my 4-person staff's champagne toast and the photo op for the local business journal that would have been taken after the ribbon cutting. For Emily, the summer job she takes assisting at the front desk turns out to be her worst nightmare. Her regular patients have their appointments postponed or canceled, while her sorority sisters get illegal discounts. In the middle of the night, I unearth a stack of unprocessed insurance forms packed inside desk drawers. If you ask Emily, she'll tell you that they were really dull. Also, they're basically elderly folks collecting Medicare. They aren't need to be any place significant. In the weeks following her departure, I personally contact each impacted patient to re-establish trust by apologizing to them one by one. The pivotal moment occurs in the middle of an impromptu meeting with the regional provider representative from Blue Shield. All 4 of our prior claims filings were denied by the severe-looking woman opposite my desk. I interrupt Ms. Hale's prepared rejection by sliding a folder across the desk and say, "Your documentation just doesn't meet our standards for." Here are the updated protocols that I created using your guidelines in mind. Every treatment code has been verified by comparing it to your most recent manual. As she flips through the pages, her eyebrows arch in surprise. "Were you the one to do this?" For a duration of 4 weeks each night. She is direct in her evaluation. Providers typically just dispute or quit. After a span of 4 days, the insurance company has finally approved all of our outstanding claims. As word gets out about our outstanding documentation and results, we see an uptick in physician referrals within a few months. After 2 exhausting years, the first month of profit comes. There was this one late night when I stared at the accounting software, double-checking the figures 4 times before I finally believed them. For once, the emptiness doesn't feel like rejection, but rather power, even though no one is present to share in my joy. While I'm locking up that night, a deep realization hits me. I am now superhumanly invisible. In the background, I accomplished something significant, while my family admired Emily for her charisma and extensive social circle. My expanding business is based on the abilities I honed over years of self-sufficiency, tenacity, accuracy, and smart thinking. The fact that my clinic manager, Tessa Quinn, turned down a far higher-paying job offer from a hospital to remain in the field of healing hands demonstrates this argument. She tells me, tore up the offer letter in her hand, that they don't appreciate people the way you do. "I've been a healthcare professional for 32 years, Monica. This thing you're making is unique. No one on my team ever complains about staying late to get pizza and tackle the backlog when Emily's scheduling catastrophes cause mayhem. We can handle this." Just before midnight, my primary therapist, Matteo, gives me some reassurance. "We're a team, and the fact that you're sisters is intriguing." At the outset of our weekly staff meeting, which takes place first thing on Friday morning, everyone presents their successes and failures from the previous week. Having a say is important. Unlike at family events, where I was often interrupted or ignored, the cleaning crew actually listened to me. On a typical Tuesday afternoon, the medical director of Denver Rehabilitation Center calls. "Your results data has been under our observation," she says. To me, 2,000 people, without elaboration. A cooperation for specialized treatment is something our orthopedic department is interested in discussing. Not to reschedule an urgent appointment, but to celebrate. We all congregate in the after-hours clinic that evening. There are now 9 of us, up from 4 before, and we're all toasting with plastic glasses and store-bought cake. Monica, who saw potential where others saw only constraints, is the one to whom Tessa addresses her call. After everyone has gone, I take my first business license out of its frame and delicately lift it, using my fingertips to trace the embossed mark. It will be re-hung in the larger welcome area tomorrow by myself. A gentle reminder that taking the low road can occasionally lead to unexpected rewards. The incident happened 6 weeks ago, and now I work in a corner office with a view of the Denver skyline. However, I've turned my desk so that it faces the treatment floor. Blake is showing Mrs. Klein the exercises she should do after a stroke through the glass wall. My family has never grasped the concept of healing, but Blake's patience reflects my own goals with each patient. It is not a coincidence that our cutting-edge treatment spaces stand in stark contrast to my humble office. Although patients should have access to state-of-the-art technology, I've discovered that a used desk and a plain chair will do the trick just fine. We reinvest every dollar saved in areas where it matters. After last month's expansion from 4 to 16 treatment rooms, I reattached the original Healing Hands therapy sign to my wall. My phone has vibrated 4 times today, each time connecting me to a group of 16 therapists who believe in patient-first treatment as much as I do. Once again, I ignore the message and turn off the phone. "Mom." It will be the same as the ones yesterday and the day before. A simple, "hello," followed by a hint about Emily's current job situation or an inquiry about how the clinic runs. After I turned down their dinner invites for 7 weeks in a row, they started calling me more frequently. We never see you anymore, and mom goes through phases of remorse and phony business interests. Do you plan to provide discounts to neighborhoods that primarily consist of seniors? Thank goodness I called ahead of time to explain the situation, because last week my dad tried to reach out to my accountant personally. The last straw was yesterday, when Emily showed in, unannounced during our busiest afternoon, brandishing a folder full of fantastic marketing ideas that, for some reason, necessitated her full-time job to execute. After offering her a seat in the waiting area and promptly calling me, my front desk manager Evan adhered strictly to protocol. I remained fully engaged in my patient session. My face is warmed by the afternoon light as I open my laptop and read the 14th draft of the email I've written, deleted, and revised. It is measured, exact, and crucial. As I have already mentioned to you, my family, I am setting professional boundaries about healing hands therapy after much thought and consideration. Management and family members are still not allowed to work at the clinic. Regular fees will be charged for all therapeutic services. Only members of my management team are privy to our business conversations. I am still available to mending fences with you in a personal capacity, apart from our business connection. As the door to my office opens, Monica, I keep my finger on the send button. 2 piping hot cups are brought out by Juno, who is the manager of my clinic. I was thinking you might need some extra help, she says, setting a coffee cup next to my laptop. The post on social media caught my eye. What gives me the willies is an eyebrow lift. Across my desk, Juno slides her phone. You may get a snapshot from the first day of my clinic's operation 4 years ago on my mom's Facebook page. I now see that mom's unusual display of apparent support, standing by my side with her arm around my shoulder, was staged. I am quite pleased with Monica's plans for healing hands therapy. We've always had faith in her ability to mend wounds. A devoted mother, a family enterprise. It was posted 20 minutes ago, according to the timestamp. I find the hashtag interesting, Juno says with care. The words family business are unpleasant to hear. The email is sent. They didn't put in a dime, didn't put in an hour, and didn't think this clinic would function until it did. The Discord is being noticed by the community, according to Juno. In his referral of the complicated shoulder case last week, Dr. Ahmed brought it up. Then I glance up in shock. The reason you built something real, not something handed down or bestowed, is why he always sends patients here, he said. Juno uses the first frame of my company license. He complimented your teamwork and humility, rather than your ostentatious resume. I remembered last Friday's staff meeting, where I said that the team's hard work, not my personal vision, was the reason for our success. It reminds me, I remark, opening up another email, that I saw Emily's friend Daphne in the waiting area during the meeting, with her phone strangely oriented toward our gathering. Everything is set for the scholarship fund. 4 students who have shown financial need and are pursuing physical therapy will get help beginning next semester. A grin spreads across Juno's face. The moment your mom overheard us talking about it, she branded it a wasteful charity. That is precisely why it is significant. My weary muscles are stretched when I rise up. Has the accountant provided any updates on their most recent inquiry? First he used charm, and then he threatened you. Eventually she departed after Diana brought up the possibility of harassment charges. Juno's face changes. Another thing is there. Her hand reaches into her pocket and retrieves a note. During lunch, your mom dropped by. After I told her you were at the pediatric clinic, she walked away. Along with my name, the envelope also bears my mother's flawless cursive. On the inside, smeared with tears, are heartfelt appeals regarding strained relationships within the family and the need for my daughter. In order to mend broken relationships, the last phrase asks for a family gathering at their place. Without a doubt, according to their specifications. A text message from Emily rings on my phone. Farewell, big sister. Shall we strike up a conversation? No one else? Juno observes while I analyze these most recent maneuvers. The letter from your dad also came in yesterday's mail, stiff and stuffy, proposing family mediation in the presence of his lawyer. When I laugh, it's not funny. Now things are going backwards. Concerned friends of theirs are inquiring. People in the community have noticed that their statements don't match up with what's happening. Peering out the window, I observe 4 therapists, all of whom I recruited from marginalized communities, providing excellent patient care with the empathy and competence I had hoped for our practice. Our extended treatment floor, which I envisioned, labored on, and persisted in constructing despite years of family rejection, is bathed in the afternoon sun. So, what's the plan? The question is posed by Juno. Along with other deceptive family messages that I have carefully recorded, I file the note away in my desk drawer. I tell them I'll listen when they're ready for a relationship that doesn't base its success on taking advantage of me. Up till then, safeguarding my creations is my top concern. One of Emily's sorority sisters who took advantage of unapproved discounts last year is standing in the waiting area outside my office, and I recognize her. She used to be entitled, but now she waits calmly with her insurance card in hand and an attitude of respect. The exterior is disintegrating. At last, after waiting 2 weeks, I get to Cornerstone Cafe 25 minutes early in the morning, when the aroma of freshly brewed coffee and hope fills the air. I have selected a neutral battlefield location with a moderate level of background noise to provide privacy without sacrificing isolation. I find a corner table where I can see both entries clearly and sit down on the chair that faces the door. Repetitive actions stemming from a lifetime of observing their approval. With its comforting weight, I set my leather portfolio on its stand before me. Included are all of the documents that attest to our intertwined past, including emails, texts, and financial records. Evidence gathered with the same meticulous attention to detail that I provide to the treatment plans of my patients, and not out of malice. While you wait, would you like me to grab something? Smiling from ear to ear, the barista comes over, notepad at the ready. I would prefer my coffee black, please. Contrary to how I really feel, my voice comes across as more reliable. Just a few moments after that, the porcelain mug shows up, with steam rising just like the stress in my chest. I can see them leaving the parking lot as I look out the window. Emily's self-assured stride was undermined by her anxious looks at our parents, while Dad's shoulders were square under his golf polo, and Mom was fidgeting with her pearl necklace. To present a unified appearance, they have coordinated their attire in cream and brown tones. They enter, and the bell atop the door rings. Their emotions change subtly the second they see me. Uncle Joe's jaw clenches. Mum's grin goes paralyzed. Emily looks at the portfolio in front of me with narrowed eyes. My darling Monica. I stay seated and make Mom awkwardly pat my shoulder instead of hugging me. Feels like home. We would have preferred dinner at home, my dad says as he settles into the chair across from me. Private conversations about family problems are appropriate. This goes beyond a personal issue. The portfolio receives a tap from my finger. This is about the company I run. Emily settles into the chair next to Dad, her scent mingling with the aroma of coffee. Muffins from that bakery you love are here with us. A paper bag is pushed toward me by her, but I avoid touching it. Due to a lack of experience, a waitress comes, takes their order, and then vanishes. Upon her departure, Dad immediately leans forward, his hands resting on the table. Monica, you are walking a fine line. When I go over my 18-year-old curfew, his voice goes back to the forceful tone he used. In business, family stands together more than any other group. My mom gives me a squeeze on the wrist. My darling, we have always been very proud of you. My dad and I brag about our amazing daughter, the doctor, to everyone we meet. Like a physical therapist, I fix things without thinking. Emily adds with startling precision that she is a doctor of physical therapy, just before she begins her prepared speech. By the way, I've revised my idea because reflecting on our previous discussion has made me understand that I was too forceful. Out of her purse, she pulls a sleek tablet. A partnership based on advice rather than management. Improve social media presence, reach out to corporate clients 4 days a week. I sip my coffee slowly, allowing its bitter warmth to strengthen me. Something is important for you to know before we talk about any suggestions. At their anniversary celebration last weekend, the Carters posed me a thought-provoking question. All 4 of us tense up whenever our relatives' names are brought up. They were really supportive of my family partnership, and wanted to know when you would all be starting work here. Upon opening the portfolio, I beheld a meticulously structured assortment of papers. When I explained that you two weren't business partners, they were taken aback. Flush goes Dad's cheeks. No one ever mentioned it. You mentioned our clinic and the family practice in your Facebook posts, and I have screenshots of those. With your mother's mention of the family business at Bridge Club, I pass him the printed pages and the text messages from the Patels, who are inquiring about it. Moaning Mom's face turns white. Excitement is all it is, Monica. Would that be so? Another document has been withdrawn. Hi. I'm Doctor. In his email, Ahmed questioned his father's motivations for approaching him regarding potential clinic partnerships. The only sounds breaking the eerie stillness are the faint hum of espresso machines and the mutterings of people at adjacent tables. You've been keeping tabs on us. There's an air of betrayal in Emily's voice, as if I were the one who broke trust. I have been carefully observing. I keep staring at her eyes. While you were promoting free treatments to your sorority sisters, I was busy developing my practice. Dad tries to take charge of the discussion. We're losing our way. We've come to talk about Emily's part. My clinic will not employ Emily in any capacity. The sentences are spoken with an assurance that even I find surprising. You and your mom will not either. Dear Monica, my mother flies her hand to her throat. Given all that we have accomplished on your behalf, all of your actions, a spreadsheet is pulled out of my portfolio. I have given this family a laundry list of complimentary treatments for the past 4 years. Estimated market value, $47,210. During my first 2 years in practice, when I was barely making ends meet, I loaned Emily the money you see here. Not yet paid, $17,900. Emily's expression is twisted. Those were gifts, you stated. I promised we would sort things out later. Later on. For the very first time, Dad lets his businessman mask go. After all we've gone through, you have no right to seek compensation. What have you got to lose? His words were abruptly interrupted by me. The voice is low yet resolute. After you failed to attend Emily's sorority fundraiser, which was my PhD hooding ceremony, you informed the doctor thereafter. Before I met my husband, Patel, I was just dabbling in business. Following your dismissal of my clinic opening as merely another career opportunity. As I examine my reflection, I lay my hands flat on the table. Regarding any potential future relationships, these are my terms. First, no one else has any say in the matters of my company. No feedback, no recommendations, and zero interaction with my coworkers. Second, the regular rates will apply to any treatments for family members. Thirdly, you are no longer to be called partners or owners of my company. Mom's forced calmness falls apart. Her usual performance dip had given way to actual tears welling up in her eyes. You can't mean this, she whispers. We are related. As far as I'm concerned, family members do not cross borderlines. Rather of attempting to claim them, family members celebrate successes. A look of exasperation crosses Dad's face. Something is really wrong with this. Your ability to achieve success on your own was never in our minds. Your future was our goal in assisting you. His admission of the truth comes out so effortlessly that he doesn't appear to be aware of it. Despite everything I've done and sacrificed over the years, they still don't believe in me. Completely, Emily's painstakingly made mask falls. The way she puts it, it's unfair. Why don't you have the respect, the posh title, and the business? Where am I? While you shine in your cherished clinic, I'm cooped up in my cubicle. There it is. The unfiltered jealousy hiding behind the trickery, and the animosity hiding behind the charisma. With a firm snap, I close my portfolio and go to my feet. While providing emotional and financial support to this family, I am able to build everything that I have. I am sick and tired of being invisible and not playing any games. Thank you. After finishing my coffee, I put the exact amount on the table and go. I remain focused on the path ahead, ignoring the sounds of my parents sobbing, my father's furious whisper to Emily, and the scrapping of chairs. This is the first time I've ever done anything without first asking for their approval. With every stride, I release the burden of their expectations, and I emerge from the shadows stronger than before. I stand at the picture window of my extended clinic, observing the golden accents painted across the Denver skyline by the afternoon light. It's been 2 years since that tragic Sunday supper, and the change I've experienced on the inside is reflected in the scenery. My 4 o'clock is prepared, Dr. Hale. With a clipboard in hand, Jade, my primary therapist, materializes by my side. The session is Mrs. Whitaker's last. Apt timing. I let out a heartfelt grin as real warmth courses through my chest. Compared to the claustrophobic area where I started, the waiting room is a hive of activity. On the wall now hang my original business license and framed community service awards. Patients relax in comfy recliners beneath them. As proof of our stellar reputation, we have a 2-month waiting list for new patients. Dear Mrs., as I step into the treatment room, Whitaker, an old woman with sparkling eyes and a bent spine from years of labor, smiles broadly. Yes, that's her. She makes her announcement to the miracle worker, but no one else. Putting her chart aside, I chuckle. Keeping up with the at-home workouts was the key to success. Nuts, she says, waving a beaten hand. Even though he studies everything, my grandson claims you're the greatest in Denver. I see myself reflected in the therapy room mirror as I lead Mrs. Whitaker through her last stretches. My stance has relaxed from its previous defensiveness and hunched shoulders. Now that I know my value, I can stand straighter. 4 recent grads will be joining my mentorship program shortly. As a group, they huddle around the conference table, their expressions reflecting the same dogged persistence that got me through those late-night study sessions. A method isn't the most crucial item I can impart to you. Knowing your worth is what it is to perch on the edge of the table, I tell them. You will always be giving in this line of work. Get someone to appreciate what you're offering them. As soon as they depart, I go over the most recent numbers for our free program that helps underprivileged people. Even though I was terrified by the initiative's 18% share of our practice last year, it now gives me purpose. Friend and head of our professional women's support group Naomi has texted me, and my phone is ringing. Good to go for tonight? So now it's your chance to speak. Some butterflies in my tummy are twirling nervously. Tonight is the first night I will openly discuss my entire experience, including the challenges I've faced at home. I am both frightened and freed by the concept. I always make sure to check my personal email before I go. This is Mom's third communication to me this week using non-demanding content, and it features photographs of her volunteer work at the community garden. Gradual but sincere progress. On the sender list, Dad's name is still missing. Different wounds heal at different rates. Emily has announced her first employment in a corporate office unrelated to my clinic in a separate email. Subtly indicating her increasing autonomy, the message is devoid of her customary use of exclamation points. As I make my way to Naomi's house for our monthly supper, the sun sets casting deep shadows. The stuffy formality of my parents' dining room is in stark contrast to the lively, genuine conversation happening here. With laughter as a balm for the soul, my chosen family of coworkers and friends passes the mashed potatoes family style. Jade lifts her glass to Monica. Standing firm isn't egocentric, it's essential. Who said that? The specialist vestibular rehabilitation program we're launching tomorrow, the boundary setting workshop I'll be leading next month, and the scholarship I've established for physical therapy students from disadvantaged backgrounds are all on my mind as the applause goes around the table. As soon as we finish eating, I go out onto Naomi's back porch. Like the boundaries I've learned to uphold, the mountains stand majestically against the horizon, unwavering and unchangeable. You look so calm, Naomi remarks as she comes over to join me. I take deep breaths, and I am. I've come to the realization that I can bring healing to my patients without putting my own life on the line. The same kindness that I used to show to relatives who stole from us without asking will be bestowed onto an old man tomorrow. The key difference is that when he thanks me, he looks me in the eye, and I know he's noticed. This is Monica Hale. Whispering to the mountains, I cure those who are willing to pay for my services. My cousin lied that I assaulted her. After 9 years of silence, she admitted it was because I missed her birthday. Now, my family wants me back. 9 years ago, my entire family blocked me after my cousin accused me of snatching her as a child. I was 22 years old and playing video games with pals when my mother committed the family's cardinal sin. She contacted me again after I didn't return her initial call. Calling twice in my family indicated that this was extremely urgent. When I answered the phone, I heard turmoil and screaming before she went into another room. She sobbed and asked if I had anything to say about Emily. I said no. Emily was my younger cousin and I hadn't seen her in years. That's when Mom shouted, as Emily did when she was 9 and I was 16. I entered my room when she was playing and repeatedly assaulted her. She provided extensive details of everything. I could not breathe. I kept claiming it wasn't true, but my mother started shouting, "Did you do this?" repeatedly. I screamed no back every time, but she didn't listen. The call ended with both parents on speaker indicating they did not want to see me again. My sisters texted me, calling me horrible, and then blocked me. I attempted to call everyone, but they all blocked me immediately. My father sent me a final SMS instructing me to stop contacting them. The following year ruined me. Every day, I waited for the police to arrest me. I stopped eating and failed my job interviews. I began drinking heavily and taking oxy. I became violent, but I lived alone, so I simply ruined my place. When neighbors contacted the cops to report me breaking glasses, I assured them I had dropped it. I spent evenings contemplating how to hurt Emily while making it look like an accident. Sometimes I dreamed about doing what she accused me of. Worse, I was consumed by the darkest thoughts imaginable. In late 2015, I was finally able to get a job that provided structure. I gradually got sober and bought a house last year. I've been taking antidepressants, which dull my negative thoughts. I tried dating twice, but explaining why I don't have a family drives women away. My therapist is the only woman I really speak with. Last week my mother texted unexpectedly. First contact in 9 years. She claimed they missed me and told me about my sisters having children. Then, yesterday, another text delivered the bombshell. Emily was downplaying what occurred to her at a family event last month when the subject was raised. My mother became skeptical and grilled her about it, and she eventually claimed that nothing happened and that she had probably dreamed it. The family exploded. My mother and father walked out back and simply started crying. My parents informed me they are disgusted and angry with her. They told everyone the truth and now want me back in their lives. I have not reacted to them, however. Old memories are pouring back, and I am shivering with wrath. Part of me wants to systematically end each of their lives, beginning with Emily. Make them feel just a fraction of what I felt. This morning, Emily texted me immediately. 9 years of stillness, and she texts as if nothing happened. She said she knows I despise her, but she needs to tell me the truth. It wasn't a dream or confusion. When she was 15, her mother discovered her sneaking out to see her boyfriend. She was going to be grounded for the entire summer and miss camp. So she said that she was behaving out due to past trauma. When pressed for details, she cooked up a story about me. She chose me because I was far away at university and rarely around. She assumed I'd deny it and everyone would move on. She never imagined they'd cut me off altogether. She attempted to return it a few days later, but they claimed she was simply protecting me. The falsehood became out of control, and she was too terrified to admit it. She has been in treatment for years, struggling with guilt. She concluded with, "I'm so sorry, and I know you'll never forgive me, but I wanted you to know it was never about you. I've screenshotted everything and am now debating how to use it. My therapist is on vacation for 3 weeks. The rage is devouring me. I've been sober for 4 years, yet all I want is to become blackout drunk and show up at their door. I know exactly how I'll handle this. It's time for them to comprehend the repercussions." I sat in my kitchen at 3 a.m. The laptop is open, with Emily's messages on the screen. My palms trembled as I reread her confession. 9 years. 9 years of my life were ruined because she did not want to miss summer camp. The kitchen light flickered overhead, throwing shadows that mirrored the gloom within me. Across town, Emily lay awake in bed, clutching her phone. She checked it obsessively, startled at any notification sound. Her engagement ring reflected the moonlight as she checked our messaging thread for the 100th time. Still no reaction from me. She bit her lip, typed another message, deleted it, and typed another. I pushed myself to dismiss the laptop and get up. My body moved on autopilot, producing coffee that I wouldn't consume. The wrath had to go somewhere. I grabbed my car keys. At 6 a.m., I parked outside Emily's apartment complex. The morning was cold and wet from the overnight rain. I sat in my car, engine turned off, simply waiting. I was familiar with her routine thanks to years of spying on social media. She always ran at 6:15 p.m., exactly on time. Emily emerged from the building wearing her jogging gear. She stretched near the entryway, earbuds in, fully unaware. Then she turned toward the parking lot, and our gazes connected. She froze in mid-stretch. Her running sneakers creaked against the damp pavement as she carefully backed away. I did not move or blink, just stared at her through the glass. Her face turned white. She lurched backwards, almost tripping over the sidewalk, before turning and running back inside. My phone vibrated immediately. Emily's name popped up on the screen as text. "Please say anything. Anything." I ignored it and launched LinkedIn from my phone. Her profile indicated that she worked as a senior account manager for a local marketing firm. The irony was not lost on me. She made a career out of writing tales, while I lost everything due to her falsehoods. Her engagement announcement from last month glared back at me. Tom Williams, an investment banker. Clean-cut man with a great smile. Emily sent another SMS. "I know you're reading them. I can view the receipts." My telephone rang. Marcus Street. I had entirely forgotten about our morning coffee meeting. It was the first time I had missed it in 2 years. I let it go to voicemail. I took screenshots of Emily's confession from last night and her LinkedIn page. Then I opened the text conversation with my mother. Her texts imploring me to return went unanswered. My thumb hesitated on the attachment button. One screenshot with no context. Let her work things out. My phone's battery indicator flashed 6%. The low battery indicator increased the urgency of my decision. I pressed send. The response was quick. "Mom called." I declined. She called again and again. By the time I began driving to work, she had called 47 times in 10 minutes. My phone rang continually in the passenger seat, the screen repeatedly lighting up with "Mom." I drove into the warehouse parking lot, and my stomach fell. Emily's white Honda sat in visitor parking. What the art was she doing at my work? Inside, I noticed her through the office window, chatting animatedly with my boss. She dabbed her eyes with a tissue. My employer, Bill, was wearing the same concerned expression he wore when someone's grandmother died. I clocked in and attempted to stroll past the office, but Bill recognized me and waved me inside. Emily would not look at me. Bill drew me aside near the water cooler. His voice was low and empathetic. "Hello. I am sorry to hear about the death in the family." Emily explained everything. "Take the time you need." My voice remained controlled and even. "There were no deaths. She is lying." The security camera's red light flashed overhead, filming everything. Bill's expression shifted from sympathy to confusion. He exchanged glances with Emily and me. Emily eventually looked at me, wide-eyed and begging. "I was just concerned about you. You were not returning anyone's calls." I went away silently, heading to my station. Bill followed me, evidently uneasy, but I just resumed my shift inventory as if nothing had occurred. Emily soon departed after that. During my first break, my phone was flooded with Facebook notifications. Emily had messaged my colleagues claiming she was concerned about my mental health. She asked them to check on me. Said I had been acting strangely, and the family was concerned. Jake from shipping approached me on the loading dock. "Hey, your cousin stopped by. She looked quite concerned about you." "What a caring cousin. You okay?" My jaw clenched so fiercely that I felt my teeth would crack, but I simply nodded and continued working. At lunchtime, I sat in my car and checked Facebook. I hadn't viewed Emily's profile in months. Her posts from 2015 were still visible. There it was, her survivor post from immediately following the accusation. Hundreds of encouraging responses, with people calling her brave and giving prayers. One comment from 3 weeks ago attracted my attention. Tom Williams writes on being proud of her strength. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. I almost disregarded it, but then I saw the preview. This is Tom Williams. I know the truth now. We need to talk. Before I could digest that, another SMS came in. "Dad. This time your mother is inconsolable. Emily claims you've been stalking her for months. We are considering a restraining order." I wanted to throw my phone through the windshield. Instead, I reopened our old family group chat from before things went to crap. I scrolled back years. Emily had asked me for help with her mathematics homework, referred to me as her favorite cousin when I visited from college, and her last communication to me before the accusation requested that I send her a keepsake from university. My telephone rang. Human Resources Department. I let it go to voicemail and listened right away. "This is Janet from Human Resources. We received a worrisome communication about you from a family member. We must organize an obligatory meeting for tomorrow morning to discuss some allegations regarding your stability and past. Please call me back and confirm." I returned inside and my boss, Mike, called me aside. "Hi, just a heads up. That woman who was here before sent some quite serious emails to HR. She appeared really convincing. Someone mentioned something about violence against women. I just wanted you to know what you're getting into tomorrow." After work, I drove to my parents' neighborhood. Not at their house. I wasn't prepared for that. However, Mrs. Chen's house is next door. She has always been kind to me. Even sent a card stating that she did not believe the charges. Mrs. Chen invited me for tea. Her hand shook while she poured. I couldn't determine whether it was due to age or worry. "Your parents told everyone you were getting help with your problem," she replied quietly. "But I never thought you had a problem to begin with." That evening, I made a temporary email account using the library computer. I included the screenshots of Emily's confession and forwarded them to Tom Williams's work email address, which I discovered on his company website. Then I quickly deleted the account. At 11 p.m., I couldn't stop myself. I drove by Emily's apartment building. Tom's BMW sat in visitor parking. Even from the street, I could hear screaming from her second-floor unit. The window banged shut. My phone lit up with a text from Emily. "I am alerting everyone that you doctored those screenshots." I was still sitting in my car, contemplating everything, when headlights appeared behind me. I tensed, braced for a confrontation, but it was Lucy, my sister Lucy. She came out of her car and even under the streetlight I could see her mascara was smudged. She knocked on the window. I rolled it down without saying anything. "Mom showed me the screenshot," Lucy explained, her voice trembling. "I've been thinking about that time Emily lied about me stealing her iPad. Remember? She was so convincing. She even knew when and how I did it. A week later we discovered it under her bed. She looked at my passenger seat and noticed my packed workout bag beside the door. Were you planning on going somewhere? I shook my head just to be prepared. Lucy got into the passenger seat without asking. She did this all the time as a teen, false illness claims before exams, and pretended ailments before family gatherings she didn't want to attend. Remember when she said she got appendicitis just before Grandpa's 80th birthday? The hospital discovered nothing wrong. My phone vibrated. It's Tom Williams again. She admitted this to me. I am done. She is unaware that I am talking to you. I showed Lucy the text. She grabbed my phone and typed a response before I could stop her. Can you videotape her if she confesses again? Tom responded immediately. I am already thinking the same thing. She's been texting me all night. She mentioned having proof that you stalked her. Lucy returned my phone. This will grow uglier before it gets better. The next morning, Emily posted a black square with white lettering on Instagram about toxic family members attempting to rewrite history. The hashtags made me nauseous. Number sign survivor. Numbers represent my truth. A journey of healing through the number signs. Within an hour, 3 cousins texted me to see if the post was about me. Someone noted that Emily had been acting strangely lately at family gatherings. I was walking into work when I received another text from Tom. I'll meet you at the diner on 5th Street at noon. I have something you should hear. I arrived at the diner early and chose a booth in the back corner. My hands were curled around a coffee cup I hadn't intended to drink. Catherine, the waiter, recognized me from previous trips and offered me a sympathetic nod. She'd seen me here several mornings after a difficult night. Tom Williams strolled in at exactly noon. He looked fatigued, his typically flawless banker looks unkempt, and the heavy circles under his eyes indicated that he hadn't slept. He sat into the booth across from me and took out his phone. He gave me a voice recording software with dozens of files from the previous 2 nights. He told me that after getting my email, he confronted Emily. She had broken down, revealed everything, and then attempted to spin fresh versions of the story. He had taped everything. He played one recording of Emily practicing several explanations. In one version, she said I had lately harassed her. In another, she claimed I had threatened her family. Each iteration became more complicated and harmful. The manipulation was methodical and intentional. Tom handed me a folder containing printed emails between Emily and her best friend Chloe. They planned contingency measures in case the truth got out. Emily had prepared comprehensive plans to retain her victim status, including allegations of recent stalking and threats. Before I could react, the dining door chimed. Emily entered the room, inspecting it frantically. Catherine stepped in her path and declared unequivocally that she would not serve liars. Emily's face reddened as the other customers turned to stare. She recognized us and attempted to approach, but Catherine forcibly stopped her. Emily swiftly fled, but not before giving me a look of utter loathing. My phone vibrated with a text from my sister, Bella. Lucy had brought her to my place in the morning. She wanted to talk. I met them at home after leaving the diner. Bella started crying before she even got inside. She took out a journal from 2015 and handed it to me, her hands shaking. She documented Emily's behavior patterns throughout their adolescent years, lying about teachers, staging panic attacks, and manipulating family members for attention. Entry after entry demonstrated an obvious pattern of fraud. Bella claimed she felt Emily was lying about me but was too terrified to speak up. The family's reaction had been harsh and swift. She'd convinced herself she was incorrect. That afternoon I received a Facebook message from Rachel, Emily's college roommate. She had seen Emily's Instagram post and understood the manipulative tactics. She had her own proof, images of Emily gloating about harming someone who had wronged her. The mails were from our sophomore year in college. Emily had made extensive preparations to wreck someone's life if they ever disregarded her. A single message made my blood run cold. My cousin learned to not ignore me. Despite my wrath, I responded to Rachel thoughtfully and professionally. She volunteered to send all she owned. Within an hour, I had chat logs that revealed Emily's history of false charges, including one against a professor who had given her a low grade. Meanwhile, I had to address the HR complaint. I sent a calm answer, copying a lawyer acquaintance who had promised to help. I addressed the matter truthfully, included evidence of Emily's confession, and remained completely professional. My coworkers observed my calm demeanor and began asking questions. Word immediately traveled around the warehouse about what was going on. Emily's desperation was increasing. Tom informed me that she had been placed on administrative leave by her marketing agency after he disclosed information about her history of false charges. Their wedding, which was scheduled for 3 weeks away, was clearly canceled. She was losing control. That evening, I was in the grocery store when I sensed someone observing me. I turned to face my mother at the end of the aisle. Her hands shook as she neared. She apologized quietly, tears running down her cheeks. She was wearing the jewelry I gave her on her 50th birthday. Before we could continue talking, Emily appeared from the next aisle. She had been following my mother. Emily immediately began shouting loudly about how I was manipulating everyone and doctoring evidence. Other consumers started staring. I remained mute, recalling the surveillance cameras overhead. My mother looked between us, her face falling as she noticed Emily's mask slip. Emily then took an unexpected action. She offered me $50,000 from her trust fund to leave town and start over elsewhere. She shouted it loudly enough for everyone to hear, presenting it as kind compensation for a misunderstanding. I took out my phone and began recording, making certain she repeated the offer. She did, and all I had to do was sign a statement claiming the screenshots were bogus. That night I received an SMS from Emily's mother, Aunt Linda. She wanted to talk. Something wasn't adding up in Emily's ever-changing story. We decided to meet at a neutral location the next day. Tom continues to be an invaluable ally. He disclosed that Emily had been in therapy since college for compulsive lying and manipulation. During a previous incident involving false claims against a teaching assistant, her treatment notes were subpoenaed. He had duplicates. The pattern was clear. I recognized that only my parents and Emily's parents in the extended family still trusted her completely. Everyone others began to question the tale. The family group chat, which had been silent for years, suddenly became active with discussions. Rachel sent additional evidence. A week ago, chat logs revealed Emily's plan B. If caught lying, she claimed mental illness. She had studied symptoms and prepared stories about dissociation and false recollections. The calculations were terrifying. Marcus proved to be a good buddy when Emily showed up at my office again. She waited until she saw me approaching the loading dock. Marcus physically positioned himself between us, preventing her from entering. He phoned security while keeping his position. He informed her he recognized a predator when he saw one, and it was not me. She fled before security arrived, but not before numerous co-workers noticed her harassing behavior. That night, Marcus told his own story. He had been wrongly implicated by a family member years before. He noticed the patterns and manipulating strategies. We spent hours devising a strategy to discreetly reveal Emily without harming actual survivors or making it about vengeance. Tom recommended uploading everything online, but I declined. This was not about public shaming. It was about the truth and keeping people safe from her manipulation. We decided to handle everything secretly, documenting each conversation for security but not weaponizing social media. 2 days later, Emily approached me at a gas station. I was filling up when she appeared next to my car. She leaned up close, saying that no one would believe screenshots couldn't be manipulated. My credibility was pitted against hers, and she was viewed as the victim by everyone. I said nothing, simply grinned slightly and pointed to the surveillance camera right overhead. Her face turned pallid. Tom collated his recordings and prepared a notarized affidavit detailing their chats. He backed up everything in 3 different locations and handed me copies. Emily's confession was now clearly documented across various sources. The dominoes started falling faster. Emily's best friend Chloe banned her from everything once Tom revealed the truth to her. She texted me an apology, claiming she had always suspected something was wrong but had decided to believe her buddy. More family members began coming out, offering their own doubts and observations throughout the years. Lucy set up a group chat with family members who believed me. She shared Bella's journal entries. The extended family group chat was rife with conversation. Sides formed, but the momentum shifted toward the truth. Emily's followers fell silent one by one as evidence piled up. I set up an emergency session with my therapist's colleague. She assisted me in formulating responses that would protect my sobriety while seeking justice. We focused on ways to handle disputes without allowing anger to take over. The task was arduous but vital. Everything came to a head when Emily arrived at my residence at 2 a.m., knocking on the door. She screamed that I had wrecked everything, including her life. I dialed Marcus and Tom immediately. They arrived within minutes to observe and document her conduct. Emily's unstable behavior worsened. She kicked my door, flung a rock at the window, and yelled threats. My elderly neighbor came out and told her that Emily had acted like this before. Several other neighbors watched from their windows. Marcus videotaped everything as Tom contacted the cops. When authorities arrived, Emily attempted to claim that I had invited her over and then locked her out. However, with many witnesses and her obvious intoxication, her explanation fell apart. The officers took everyone's statements and encouraged me to file a restraining order. Emily's company called Tom the next morning to advise him that, following an internal inquiry, they had placed her on permanent leave. Her previous false charges, along with the current scenario, rendered her a liability. Word had spread throughout their professional network. Mrs. Chen disclosed something surprising. In 2019, she overheard Emily's parents talking about checking in on me to see if I'd changed. She had doorbell camera footage of them sitting in their car outside my house, watching. They'd known where I was for years but had decided to keep the arrangement. I ensured Tom received support from his friend circle while keeping limits to avoid targeting Emily vindictively. I suggested that he attend a support group for manipulative partners. He accepted my offer and found it beneficial. Both of my sisters have fully reconciled with me. We began having weekly dinners to share 9 years of missing memories. They presented me to their children, my nieces and nephews, whom I had never met. The pain of missed time was great, but the joy of reconnecting helped to balance it. Family members who had always believed me began to reach out, apologizing for not speaking up. They were also frightened of being cast out. Fear of exclusion had dominated the familial dynamic, which Emily had expertly weaponized. Emily attempted one more deception. She wrote a group text stating I was turning everyone against her and that she was the true victim, being gaslighted by a master manipulator. However, her continuously changing story weakened her trustworthiness. Family members began pointing out irregularities. Emily came up at a family dinner that she had not been invited to. When faced with her lies, she eventually removed her mask completely. She screamed that I deserved it for neglecting her, being everyone's favorite, and leading the life she desired. The admission was witnessed by 12 family members. My father witnessed Emily's true nature when she threatened to destroy me again. His face became white as realization dawned. The man who sent me that final SMS 9 years ago now realized the truth. He broke down entirely. Former family friends who had distanced themselves began inviting me to parties. Emily was no longer welcome after her actions became public. The social isolation she had imposed on me was now her reality. The HR inquiry at my workplace determined that Emily's charges were unjustified and looked to be retaliatory. Her complaint has been officially dismissed. My supervisor apologized for originally believing her, stating she had been really convincing. I did not blame him. She had deceived an entire family for 9 years. A family reunion was planned for the following month. Grandma, who is now 94 and in poor health, wanted everyone to attend what could be her last gathering. This became a deadline of sorts. The family needed to decide how to handle Emily's presence. Emily's ex-boyfriend from college contacted her, revealing further evidence. She falsely accused him of theft after he broke up with her. He had a police report that proved his innocence. The trend of bogus charges dated back further than anyone realized. I created a timeline of Emily's lies, including dates, witnesses, and proof. The pattern indicated a consistent escalation over time. What began as little lies for attention had escalated into life-ending false allegations. The family couldn't ignore the evidence. At a family meeting, I explained everything calmly, but Emily became increasingly upset. She contradicted herself several times, changed her tale, and finally began yelling at everyone. Her parents tried to calm her down, but she also turned on them. Mom finally admitted she knew something was wrong, but was too surprised to think clearly. Emily's initial accusation was so detailed and emotional that it overruled her thinking. She had chosen to believe her niece over her son, and the guilt was consuming her. A little family gathering was placed without Emily. It was the first time in 9 years that I had been welcomed back. I sat in my usual seat at the dinner table. Everyone avoided discussing the lost years, but the void where those memories should have been was palpable. Emily made one final desperate play. She stated she was getting panic attacks and heart palpitations due to the stress. She required family support or something horrible would happen, but the family noticed a pattern. Lucy pointed out that Emily had used the same exact techniques in high school to dodge consequences. Then there was another blow to Emily's trustworthiness. Her employer realized she had lied on her application about holding a master's degree that she had never received. The research into her background discovered several deceptions. She was formally terminated. My ties with my siblings were completely repaired. We had dinners together, told stories, and tried to fill in the 9-year gap. The sadness of lost time would never completely heal, but we were creating something new. Throughout this, I remained sober. Marcus checked on me every day. My therapist's colleague provided invaluable assistance. The need to drink was present, especially during the most difficult conflicts. But I now have tools that I did not have 9 years ago. Emily's world was falling, but it was entirely of her own doing. Each lie she used to cover previous lies had resulted in a house of cards. Everything was now tumbling down. The family she had deceived for nearly a decade had finally realized the truth. I sat in my car outside my childhood house one evening, trying to decide whether or not to go inside. The house looked the same, but everything had changed. 9 years of estrangement could hardly be reversed overnight. But for the first time since that phone call while gaming with friends, I felt hopeful that recovery was possible. The family meeting was set for that evening at Grandma's place. When I arrived, automobiles were already crowding the driveway. Through the window, I noticed family members gathered in the living room, their faces anxious. Emily's automobile hadn't arrived yet. Inside, the air was thick with expectancy. My aunts and uncles sat in the exact seats they had taken 9 years before when they first heard Emily's accusation. The irony was not lost on me. Lucy touched my shoulder as I took a seat. Emily arrived 20 minutes later with her parents. She looked awful. She had unclean hair, wrinkled clothes, and black circles under her eyes. Her confident demeanor had crumbled utterly. She attempted to sit in her normal seat, but Grandma pointed to a chair in the middle of the room. Emily's face reddened when she realized she'd be facing everyone. I presented the history systematically, with each falsehood documented and each pattern revealed. Family members sent around Bella's journal, Tom's notarized statement, and Rachel's screenshots. Emily's parents became paler with each piece of evidence. Her mother's hands shook as she read her daughter's own words about punishing those who had crossed her. Emily's attempts to interrupt were quickly shut down when she claimed the evidence was manufactured. Tom played a recording of her confession. Her speech filled the room, confessing everything and plotting fresh lies. Several family members gasped. One of the aunts left the room in tears. The breaking moment came when Grandma spoke. Her voice, which generally grew weaker with age, sounded clear and strong. She talked of witnessing the family fall apart and remaining mute when she had doubts. She looked directly at Emily, telling her that her falsehoods had ruined something priceless. Emily snapped. She leaped up, yelling that I was everyone's favorite, that no one acknowledged her, and that I deserved what I got for ignoring her at family gatherings. The mask didn't simply slip. It shattered entirely. She admits to planning the lie because I had missed her birthday celebration while attending university. 9 years of anguish over a missed birthday. Aunt Linda abruptly stood up, her face blanched. She left the room and returned a few minutes later, carrying an antique diary with a flowered cover. Her hands trembled as she flipped through the pages. She had discovered it while packing Emily's old room for refurbishment. The writings were devastating, with detailed plans to make me suffer for missing her birthday and not paying enough attention. One entry from 2 weeks before the accusation detailed exactly what she said I did. Emily lunged at the diary, but her father grabbed her arm. He seized the diary and read it aloud, his voice breaking. The premeditation was evident. Emily had written about choosing me precisely since I was so far away at university, and about sexual assault because it guaranteed I'd be entirely cut off. She'd even practiced telling her folks. The room erupted. Family members who had been suppressing their fury eventually let loose. They confronted Emily about her previous lies throughout the years. Fake diseases, fraudulent charges against teachers, and persuasion techniques. The pattern dated back to childhood. Emily's parents sat still, watching their daughter's life of deception unfold. Grandma made the decision that reshaped our family. She stood with her cane for support and declared Emily unwanted at any family reunion until she received severe mental care and made genuine apologies to everyone she had offended. The family matriarch has spoken. Nobody challenged her. Emily's reaction was quick and spiteful. She took out her phone and showed me a photo of her holding a can of spray paint over my car. She threatened that if I did not publicly forgive her and reveal that the screenshots were bogus, she would make sure everyone knew I was dangerous. I went out without reacting. Several family members followed. My car had already been vandalized when we arrived in the driveway. Predator spray was applied to the hood, along with red letters. But Emily had made a critical error. Grandma's neighbor had a security camera that monitored the driveway. We viewed the footage on his phone. Emily sprayed my car just minutes before I entered the house. The neighbor, a retired police officer, offered to make a report. But something else was happening. Emily's parents were walking her to the car. Her mother was on the phone with someone, anxiously discussing emergency psychiatric admission. Her father gripped Emily's arm tightly as she alternated between sobbing and yelling threats. The family fractured again after they returned inside. Some members were concerned that we were pushing Emily to the breaking point. My mother wavered, wringing her hands and proposing that we should just move forward for peace. She continued saying that Emily was still family, and that maybe we could figure things out together. The disagreement divided the room. Half wanted Emily to obtain therapy while keeping her relationships. The other half, led by Lucy and Bella, insisted on clear boundaries. Voices rose. Old resentments resurfaced. The same factors that had permitted Emily's deception to ruin everything were resurfacing. I left the house and sat in my vandalized vehicle for more than an hour. Through the windshield, I could see my family arguing in Grandma's living room window. They would have immediately banded together against me 9 years ago. Now they couldn't agree on how to deal with the truth. My phone was buzzing with texts from both sides, each attempting to persuade me to choose their side. Marcus arrived after receiving my location pin. He looked at the spray paint damage and shook his head. We sat in silence while I struggled with my decision. I could demand maximum punishment, file charges, seek a restraining order, ensure Emily suffered legal penalties, or support the mental health intervention her parents were planning. The decision seemed simple when Emily's father tapped on my car window. He looked devastated, having aged a decade in one evening. He said that they were bringing Emily for a psychiatric evaluation right away. She had threatened to harm herself in front of them, scratching her arms until they bled. They required family assistance during an involuntary hold. I made my decision. I would favor mental health intervention under stringent conditions. Emily would have to tell the truth to everyone she had lied to. The family would keep its no-contact arrangement. She'd have to follow all therapy recommendations. The bounds could not be changed. Emily's collapse intensified on the driveway. She turned away from her parents and rushed down the street shouting that she'd rather die than be locked up. Her father apprehended her before she reached traffic. The scene was chaotic. The neighbors are watching from their windows. Emily struggles against her parents' clutches. Her mother was crying while attempting to calm her. An ambulance arrived within minutes. Emily's mother had called during the altercation. The paramedics approached cautiously, speaking in soothing tones. Emily alternated between admitting and rejecting everything, stating that we had pushed her into this, that the lies were true, and that she was the true victim. The contradictions in her comments alarmed the paramedics enough to warrant transportation for assessment. As they were about to leave, Emily attempted one final manipulation. She informed the paramedics that I had been stalking her and that it was all in retribution for rejecting me. Despite the fact that she had 12 family witnesses and proof of her confession, her accusations were denied. The paramedics had observed enough mental health emergencies to detect patterns. After Emily went, the family reconvened at Grandma's place. The previous debates melted into tired silence. We sat in the same room where it all began 9 years ago, contemplating what had just occurred. Grandma broke the stillness by asking what I needed from the family moving ahead. I specified my requirements properly. I fully acknowledged what had been done to me. Support for Emily's treatment, but with clear boundaries and no pressure to forgive or reconcile until I was ready. The family would need to rebuild trust via actions rather than words. Most essential, no more secrets or deliberate ignorance of problematic behavior. 3 weeks later, we reconvened at Grandma's house. Emily came with her parents and a therapist from the Psychiatric Institute. She had been admitted voluntarily following the initial hold. The therapist said that Emily had been diagnosed with a serious personality condition that necessitated extensive long-term treatment. Emily remained in the same center chair, but her manner had shifted. She appeared drugged, her movements slow and deliberate. When asked to address the family, she read a prepared message. The statements were correct, confessing lies and accepting responsibility, but they were delivered without passion, mechanically, and rehearsed. The therapist showed that Emily's pattern was deeper than anyone had thought. She'd spent her entire life fabricating intricate false narratives, each one building on the success of the preceding one. The accusation against me had been her most destructive lie, but it was far from the only one. Treatment would take years, with no promise of a complete recovery. Family members posed questions. Emily's comments alternated between accepting guilt and making subtle attempts to transfer blame. She claimed mental illness caused her to lie, but later admitted she was fully aware of what she had done. She apologized, then suggested that we all overreacted. The therapist made notes and occasionally corrected Emily when she tried to manipulate. Grandma spoke last. Her statements interrupted Emily's performance. She warned Emily explicitly that falsehoods had consequences and that mental illness did not excuse deliberate attempts to damage people. She reaffirmed her family's decision. Emily would have no contact with family gatherings for at least 5 years. They could reassess if she completed her treatment and made real restitution. Emily's ultimate manipulation was as expected. She grabbed her tummy, claiming extreme pain, and threatened to hurt herself if the family did not forgive her. The room's response was unanimous. Get help. Continue therapy. Take responsibility. The days of emotional blackmail had over. The therapist let Emily out while her parents signed paperwork. She would return to the facility to receive additional treatment. She gave me one last look before leaving. There was no apology in her eyes, only cold calculating. She's already planning her next move. Certain things do not change. Following that, I stood in my grandmother's backyard with my siblings and cousins. We started a little fire in the ancient fire pit. I took out the folder containing evidence, screenshots, printouts, and paperwork from 9 years of misery. I fed them one by one to the flames. The ashes flew in the wind, moving toward the fence that surrounded Emily's childhood house. My mother approached as the final papers burnt. She took out a photo album from her house. Pictures from before the lie, including family gatherings, holiday festivities, and my college graduation. 9 years of blank pages followed. She gave me a pen and a stack of recent photographs. We began filling in the blanks together. 6 months later, I hosted Christmas dinner in my home. The table was filled. Parents, sisters, children, cousins, aunts, uncles, and grandmother sat at the head, frail yet sharp. An empty chair remained where Emily would have sat, with a photo of our family from before the lie. A reminder of the high cost of lying and the value of truth. My girlfriend helped me serve dinner. She understood the whole story and had seen me through the last few months of rebuilding. My nieces and nephews called me uncle for the first time. The word felt alien but correct. Marcus joined us. We're virtually family now. Tom sent a postcard. He had discovered tranquility in a support group. I started dating again. The doorbell rang during dessert. Everyone felt tense, but it was only carolers spreading Christmas cheer. We listened from the doorway. My family pressed close together, not the same as previously, scarred yet healing, broken but mending. Certain things cannot be restored. 9 years do not come back. I fought for my country, yet my parents betrayed me with an eviction threat, so I bought a house, exposed my sister, and became their landlord. This happened approximately 18 months ago, and I'm still understanding how completely nuclear things went. Buckle up, because this gets really wild, and the vengeance is beyond satisfying. Before we get started, a little bit about myself. I'm 26 years old, served in the Army as an infantryman for 4 years, and was sent twice to Afghanistan during some really tough periods. I returned to Colorado Springs to help my family get back on their feet while I sorted out my next career move. My father had been battling with reduced hours at his supervisory position at the local steel factory. Mom worked part-time in a pricey shop downtown. And my younger sister Kayla was searching for herself after dropping out of community college for the third time. Working construction during the day had me completely exhausted. Concrete workers performing commercial pours. Probably the most physically demanding profession you can imagine, yet it pays well at $28 per hour when overtime is factored in. Then I'd hurry across town to work midnight security shifts on this enormous tech campus 3 nights a week at $18 per hour. Between both jobs, I was earning around $4,200 per month before taxes, which isn't a lot, but it was good money, especially because I was living at home and was constantly helping with groceries and utilities without being asked. Or so I thought. That's how it worked. It was a Thursday night in March when my entire world turned upside down. I'd just gotten home from what could have been the most difficult 12-hour concrete pour of my whole career, and I was completely buried in dust and cement. My shoulders ached so much that I could barely lift my arms. All I wanted was a hot shower and some leftover pizza from the refrigerator. Instead, there was an official-looking letter laying on my dinner plate, similar to a court summons or eviction notice. Ethan Carter. Typed in full capital letters and properly centered on nice cream-colored paper. There was no return address, no personal handwriting, and no indication that this was from a family member. Dad was sitting opposite from me, looking through his phone and purposely avoiding eye contact. Mom was cleaning dishes with extreme attention and concentration, as if she was attempting to scrub the pattern off the plates. These should have served as big warning flags that something horrible was about to happen. I ripped open the envelope with my unclean hands and nearly choked on my water when I saw what was inside. Monthly housing agreement effective April 1, 2023. Monthly base rent, $1,200. Utilities and internet, $350. Food household contribution, $250. Total monthly payment, $1,800. Payment due date, 1st of each month. Late fee, $100 assessed after 5th day of month. At the very bottom, in bold letters, failure to comply with this agreement will result in 30-day eviction notice being served. I sat there staring at this contract for what felt like 10 minutes, trying to absorb what I was witnessing. My brain couldn't believe that my own parents had drafted an official rental agreement to charge me for residing in my childhood bedroom. What the heck is this supposed to be? I eventually managed to inquire. Dad eventually caught my gaze with a very serious businesslike attitude. It's time you started paying your fair share around here, son. You're 26 years old, with steady employment and regular income. My fair share? I asked, holding up the paper as if it were evidence in court. $1,800 per month for my childhood bedroom that still has Pokemon posters on the walls and a twin bed from middle school. The market rate for a private room in this area averages around $1,200 per month, Mom said, still aggressively scrubbing the same plate she'd been working on for 5 minutes straight, plus utilities, internet, and food contributions. We're actually giving you a significant family discount when you think about it. I gazed around the dining table, disbelieving and angry. So, where exactly is Kayla's official rental agreement? Did that somehow get lost in the mail or something? The room was completely silent. Kayla is going through a very important transitional period in her life right now, Dad responded deliberately, as if he had prepared this statement. She's working extremely hard on building her online business venture and establishing her brand. Her online business venture, right? What he really meant was that she was making insane sums of money on OnlyFans and Instagram, uploading explicit photographs and videos for lonely guys while living rent-free at our parents' property. I had personally witnessed the regular delivery of expensive shopping bags to our front door. She bought a brand new BMW with cash last month. The pricey professional ring lighting and camera equipment that had been permanently installed in her room, taking nearly half of the space. Meanwhile, I spend more than 60 hours every week, performing manual labor that is literally ruining my body joint by joint. And they want to charge me more than most people do for real one-bedroom flats in good complexes with pools and gyms. This is completely insane, I responded, doing my best to keep my voice calm and controlled. I've been helping with groceries, utilities, household expenses, basically everything around here without even being asked to contribute. That was voluntary assistance that you chose to provide, Mom said in a harsh businesslike tone that I had never heard her employ before. This is an official rental arrangement with clear terms and expectations. But Kayla doesn't contribute anything at all. She orders expensive food delivery every single day, uses more electricity than the rest of us combined with all her equipment, and I've never seen her buy groceries or pay for anything. Kayla's situation is completely different, Dad stated firmly. She's investing in her future and building something meaningful. That night, I laid in my twin bed, the same bed I'd been in since 7th grade, staring at the ceiling and trying to understand this complete betrayal by my own family. I had served my country honorably for 4 years. I've worked my tail off every day since returning home. Never requested handouts or preferential treatment. Always donated without being asked. And this is how my own parents chose to honor my loyalty, sacrifice, and dedication to assisting them. I opened my laptop and started a new Excel document called Financial Documentation, Carter Family Exploitation Analysis.xlsx. If they wanted to play hardball business games with their own kid and treat me like a tenant rather than a family member, I'd show them what proper strategic planning and paperwork looked like. The first month of paying that absurd extortion fee nearly broke me financially and emotionally. After taxes, the necessary $1,800 monthly payment, plus basic living expenditures such as petrol and auto insurance, I had about $600 left over for the rest of my life. I immediately began meal prepping nothing but rice and beans as if I were back in basic training, ceased hanging out with my army pals and old acquaintances, and took literally every extra shift available at both jobs. But here's something the military teaches you very well. Always gather comprehensive and accurate intelligence before making any tactical maneuvers against your opponent. So that is exactly what I began doing with fanatical precision. I began meticulously chronicling everything that happened in that house. Every single utility bill I could sneakily snap when no one was looking. Every shopping receipt from when I purchased food for the household. Kayla would purchase $80 worth of quality sushi delivery through DoorDash almost every day. Every Amazon shipment sent to her, sometimes 4 or 5 every day without exaggeration. What I uncovered during this rigorous examination caused my blood pressure to spike. Our house was a rather simple 1,400 square foot ranch-style property in a nice, but certainly not luxurious neighborhood. I spent many hours researching comparable rental homes online. In the same location, entire 2-bedroom apartments with swimming pools, fitness centers, and modern appliances cost between $1,400 and $1,600 per month. My own parents charged me $1,800 for a single bedroom with shared bathroom access, and no privacy at all. However, that was far from the most frustrating aspect of the issue. Because I work in construction, I am familiar with talented tradespeople in almost every industry. My co-worker from the job site installs and repairs HVAC systems and has worked on several houses in our area in recent years. During our lunch break one day, I casually inquired about the average utility expenses for homes similar to ours. Electric should be running you maybe $150 to $200 maximum during peak summer months. Gas, probably around $100 during winter, he told me with a smile. Internet's probably another $80 to $90. Why are you asking about this stuff? I was meant to be paying $350 per month for electricity and internet in a little house that should have cost approximately $300 altogether. Then there was the entire food contribution trick they were pulling on me. I began keeping extremely comprehensive records of what I actually ingested versus what Kayla burned through on a regular basis. She ordered costly delivery food almost every day, premium Thai food, high-end sushi, fancy organic salad shops that charge $18 for lettuce and vegetables, and specialty coffee beverages that cost more than my entire lunch budget. The groceries that I had purchased for the household would vanish overnight because she would continually call her equally parasitic pals over to loot our refrigerator and pantry as if they owned the place. I was paying $250 per month for food contributions, whereas she was easily spending $600 or more per month on delivery expenses alone. Money that clearly wasn't coming from any genuine employment or her mysterious transitional period budget, as my parents kept mentioning. The exact breaking point that pushed me over the line was when I watched her Instagram post showing off a brand new $3,000 Louis Vuitton purse, professionally posed with professional lighting and captioned, "Treating myself. Dr. Blessed, Dr. Entrepreneur, Dr. Boss Babe, Dr. Living My Best Life." That night I engaged in some serious internet detective work that was perhaps not quite legal. I managed to locate her OnlyFans account. Yes, it was as upsetting and disgusting as you could imagine seeing your own sister like that. I also used some basic arithmetic to estimate her actual monthly earnings. Based on her subscriber numbers, premium content rates, posting frequency, and the tips I saw, this lady was easily earning between $15,000 and $20,000 per month. Let me repeat that statistic so it sinks in. My sister earned more money in 1 month than I did in 5 months of physically demanding construction job that was ruining my body. And I was the family member who was charged rent to live at home. I established a new spreadsheet tab labeled Kayla's Estimated Income versus Actual Household Contributions Analysis. Calculating and thinking about the financial ratio made me physically sick. 2 months into this rental agreement nightmare, I learned something that drove me from frustrated aggravation to outright hatred. During a break at work, I checked my credit card statement online. I only used the card in true situations and always paid the whole balance as soon as I detected many charges that I clearly did not recognize. And I'm talking about a large number of fraudulent charges spread across several weeks. $340 at the Sephora cosmetics store. $156 at Victoria's Secret. $89 at a boutique I had never heard of in my life. Multiple food delivery fees totaling more than $400 in a single month. A $79 monthly subscription to a premium content development platform for which I had never signed up. $67 at a nail salon. The ring light R.Studio equipment costs $156. All were charged to my own credit card. Everything is absolutely unauthorized, all for something I would never purchase in a million years. I approached Kayla that weekend when she was in the kitchen preparing one of her elaborate smoothie bowl Instagram images, replete with professional ring lighting and phone camera equipment that took up half of the available counter area. "Did you use my credit card for any purchases recently?" She didn't even look up from arranging fresh berries in perfectly symmetrical arrangements for her photograph. "Yeah. Like twice maybe. For emergency situations that couldn't wait." Emergency situations. I took out my phone and showed her the complete statement. $340 at Sephora constituted an emergency? I needed professional-grade supplies for content creation activities. It's a legitimate business expense that I'll write off on taxes. Paid for with my money without my permission. That's called fraud. She finally looked up at me with an eye-rolling face, as if I were being absolutely unreasonable about everything. "God, Ethan, you're being so overdramatic about every little thing. It's not like you can't afford these small amounts. You basically live here for free anyway, so what's the big deal?" For free. While paying them $1,800 per month like clockwork. You absolutely cannot just use someone else's credit card without explicit permission. That's literally credit card fraud, which is a serious crime. You gave me the account number that one time when I needed money for textbooks when I was still in school. That was over a year ago for legitimate educational expenses that we discussed beforehand. She returned to her sophisticated photography gear as if our talk were over. "Whatever, Ethan, I'll pay you back when I get around to it and have some free time." When I attempted to discuss the theft matter with my parents later that evening, Dad's response was, "You two need to work out these sibling disputes between yourselves like adults. We're not getting involved in petty arguments over money." Sibling disputes, like credit card theft, were simply petty disagreements about television remote control privileges or who got to choose dinner. I spent the entire night poring through 6 months' worth of detailed credit card statements with a fine-tooth comb. The total amount of fraudulent charges exceeded $2,800. Almost $3,000 in fraudulent purchases for beauty, costly clothing, meal delivery, subscription services, and business-related equipment. But the big kick in the gut that made me see red was discovering a $500 charge to some high-end photographic studio downtown. When I reverse searched the business location online, I discovered that it specialized in boudoir and artistic photography services, with a portfolio full of suggestive photographs. She had used my credit card to pay for professional picture shoots for her OnlyFans posts. I was practically paying my own sister's adult content career while she lived rent-free, and I was financially drained every month. That night, I opened a new browser window and began researching how to dispute fraudulent credit card charges, but I stopped midway through. Filing official fraud disputes would cause instant problems and complications, possibly even legal ones, which could backfire on me. And I began to realize that creating immediate, evident problems might not be the best long-term method for coping with this predicament. Instead, I opened new tabs and searched for asset protection measures, LLC formation criteria in Colorado, and property investment for beginners. If my family insisted on treating me like a business transaction rather than a son, perhaps it was time for me to think and act like a serious businessman who knew how to protect himself. I created the company banking account on a Tuesday during my lunch break at the building site. Drove 30 minutes across town to a credit union in an entirely different neighborhood, nestled between a pawn shop and a used car dealership. The ideal spot for keeping complete privacy and going under the radar of anyone who might know my family. The account representative was an older gentleman who appeared to have encountered every possible financial circumstance in his career and had learnt not to pass judgment. When he inquired about the company's objective and planned activities, I provided a basic explanation. Property investments, financial advisory services, and asset management. I funded the original account with my construction company's quarterly safety bonus of $1,200, which I received for having 0 workplace mishaps in the previous 3 months. It wasn't a lot, but it provided a firm foundation on which I could carefully grow. Any particular reason for choosing a separate financial institution over your current bank? The representative inquired in a professional tone. Just keeping a clear separation between business and personal finances, I explained gently. You know how important proper accounting practices are for tax purposes and legal protection. I incorporated the entire organization into Rodco Holdings, LLC, which was named after my family's surname but generic enough to prevent drawing notice from anyone who was casually investigating business data. All business correspondence was addressed to a POI hired a box from a postal facility across town under the company's name. That evening, I fully upgraded and expanded my spreadsheet documentation system. What had begun as simple record-keeping was quickly turning into a complete financial intelligence gathering operation that would make my former Army intelligence colleagues proud. I made detailed tabs for monthly rent payments and fee tracking analysis, household expenses breakdown, actual costs versus amounts charged to me, Kayla's unauthorized spending documentation with dates and amounts, parents' actual income and expense patterns based on observation, local property research and market analysis data, legal precedent research for financial exploitation cases, asset protection strategies, and business formation options. The more I looked into my family's true financial status, the more disturbing the whole image got. I realized Dad had been entirely lying about his employment condition after very careful monitoring and stealthy document photographing when no one was home. He was not actually laid off or working fewer hours, as he had claimed for months. He was still working full-time at the steel factory, but on a new shift schedule and earning around $3,800 per month before taxes. Mom's purported part-time boutique job paid a respectable $2,200 per month. Their total household income was firmly in the middle-class range, so why did they keep claiming to be in financial trouble and unable to pay essential bills? The answer became obvious when I began tracking their actual spending patterns and habits over several weeks. Dad was spending $300 or more per month at an Indian casino about an hour outside of town. On weekend visits he said were for job interviews or networking activities, but were clearly gambling binges. Mom was spending insane amounts of money on MLM pyramid scheme products, including essential oils, supplements, skincare systems, and weight reduction drinks, which she would then try to resell to her friends and coworkers at a loss. And both parents were continually buying expensive gifts, clothes, and experiences for Kayla without expecting anything in return. They were not charging me rent since they truly needed help with actual household bills. They were charging me rent because they were absolutely financially irresponsible and saw me as a simple, dependable source of revenue to cover their poor judgments and fund their daughter's lifestyle. Meanwhile, I began networking with experienced construction crew members to discuss real estate investing options and methods. Construction job provides access to extremely valuable insider information. Which neighborhoods are receiving large development projects? Which properties have concealed structural issues that are not visible to typical buyers? Where and why do clever investors move their money? My foreman has been flipping houses as a prosperous side business for more than a decade. During our lunch breaks, he began educating me about property investment principles, market analysis methodologies, remodeling cost estimation, and, most crucially, how to structure real estate transactions for maximum privacy and tax benefits. The key to everything in this business, he continued while we ate sandwiches in his vehicle, is having better information than the other party in any transaction. When you know more than they do about the real situation, you control the entire outcome. I took that advice seriously and began applying the same concepts to my family circumstances. 4 months into this rental agreement nightmare, my foreman contacted me with something that may drastically change my destiny. "Hey, remember that house where we did the emergency foundation repair work last month? The one over on Maple Street with the cracked basement?" I definitely remembered. Very pleasant area with good construction quality throughout. However, the property owners were going through a very unpleasant divorce, and both parties wanted to sell quickly and move on with their lives. It's going to public auction next week. Divorce proceedings got really messy with lawyers involved. Neither spouse wants to keep the property, and the bank is highly motivated to move it quickly to avoid foreclosure costs. He sent me the official auction description over the cell phone: 3-bedroom ranch-style house with 1,800 square feet of living space, a 2-car attached garage, and a nice-sized yard with mature landscaping and established trees. Under typical market conditions, it may be valued $280,000 or more. The auction estimate range was set as $180,000 to $200,000. Cash purchasers receive significant preference and priority positioning. You interested in potentially partnering up on this deal? For months I had been diligently conserving every possible dime. In addition, my military experience provided me with VA loan benefits, but I was still a long way from having that much capital accessible for investment. Then, my foreman revealed the true opportunity hiding in this predicament. Property needs approximately $30,000 in renovation and improvement work, mostly cosmetic improvements and updates that we could easily handle ourselves with our skills and contractor connections. But here's the really interesting part: location and size mean you could easily rent it for $2,200 to $2,400 monthly. And this is being conservative with market estimates. He used his phone's browser to look up comparable rental properties in the same neighborhood. His stats were not overstated at all. Similar houses were renting for the same amounts. I provide the real estate expertise, contractor network connections, and project management experience. You provide the capital investment and handle ongoing property management responsibilities. We split all profits 60-40 in your favor since you're putting up the actual money and taking the financial risk. That night, I examined the financial estimates in over 50 different ways, taking into account numerous scenarios and market situations. With my building knowledge and his remodeling expertise, we could definitely accomplish the entire rehab project for around $20,000 rather than the anticipated $30,000. With a monthly rental income of $2,300, the property would create positive cash flow from the first month and have the potential for long-term growth. More significant than the money, it would give me something I urgently needed: genuine power and complete freedom from my family's financial tyranny. The next morning, I contacted the credit union and booked a meeting to discuss investment property financing alternatives. As it turned out, my military service record, together with my consistent employment history and the money I'd been systematically saving, qualified me for significantly better financing terms than I'd anticipated. By Thursday afternoon, Rodco Holdings LLC had received official pre-approval for $200,000 in property investment financing at attractive interest rates. Friday morning, my foreman and I stood on the courthouse steps, waiting for the public auction to start. Bidding began at $160,000. There were perhaps 8 other potential bidders present, but most of them left soon as it became clear that this was not going to be a cheap deal. My foreman and I had previously agreed on a maximum bid of $190,000, which we would not exceed. When the auctioneer's hammer dropped at $185,000, we had officially purchased our first investment property. Walking away from the courthouse, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Not just hope or optimism, but real power and influence over my own fate. For the first time since the beginning of this familial exploitation issue, I wasn't simply reacting defensively to what others were doing to me, I was making smart offensive maneuvers that may affect everything. The next 6 weeks were some of the most physically demanding work I'd ever done, but it was also the most personally rewarding and meaningful. My foreman and I spent every weekend and most workday evenings renovating that auction property into something truly unique and move-in ready. We installed new luxury vinyl flooring throughout the house, painted in modern neutral colors that would appeal to professional tenants, replaced all light fixtures with energy-efficient LED systems, and completely renovated the kitchen with granite countertops and matching stainless steel appliances. I did the majority of the actual physical labor myself, which dramatically reduced material expenses while providing me with something practical and forward-thinking to focus on, aside from the continuous mess at home. My parents barely noticed my disappearance on most weekends and evenings. They were too occupied facilitating Kayla's latest entrepreneurial plans and lifestyle choices. She'd launched a confidence coaching business in addition to her OnlyFans operation, charging desperate women $500 for personal empowerment consultations that essentially consisted of urging them to expose more skin in their social media postings and embrace their feminine strength. With all of her online projects and business interests, the girl was now earning about $25,000 per month. And she was still living rent-free, whilst I was paying $1,800 per month for the luxury of sleeping in a twin bed and having my credit card stolen for her business purposes. But I was chronicling everything with fanatical care. She documented every luxury purchase on Instagram and TikTok, including location tags and pricing information. Every time she borrowed her parents' automobiles instead of her own BMW, either it was in the shop or she didn't want to put miles on it. Every family dinner where she bought expensive takeaway for everyone, and then cleverly forgot her wallet when the bill arrived, forcing my parents to pay. The renovation project was nearing completion when I came across something that radically altered my perspective of what my parents were planned. On a Saturday morning, I was replacing a broken sprinkler head in our front yard when our next-door friend stopped by to chat. She's a sweet elderly lady who has lived in the neighborhood for 30 years and observes everything that happens on our street. "Are your parents getting ready to sell the house?" she inquired in a kind, inquiring tone. "What? No, definitely not. Why would you think that?" "Oh, I saw a real estate agent taking photographs and measurements last week. Professional-looking woman with a clipboard and measuring tape. Thought maybe they were preparing to list the property for sale." My stomach had absolutely plummeted to the ground. What real estate agent? When exactly was this? She recounted a professional woman who had spent approximately an hour photographing the house from several angles, measuring various rooms, and taking thorough notes on official-looking paperwork, complete with business cards and official documents. That night, I conducted extensive web research on local real estate activity. I located the agent's name using the MLS database system which my foreman had shown me how to use. I called her office the next day, pretending to be a potential buyer looking for neighboring properties. "Oh yes, the Carter property on Pine Street," she said quickly. "We're not quite ready to list officially yet, but the owners are definitely considering a spring timeline for selling. Were you specifically interested in that particular area?" My parents were covertly plotting to sell our family home. The same house that they were charging me $1,800 per month to live in. Without informing me of their plans or schedule. I hung up the phone and quickly contacted my foreman. "How quickly can we get our rental property completely ready for tenants?" 2 weeks maximum, maybe 10 days if we really push hard and work some long hours." "Why the sudden urgency?" "Because I think I'm about to become homeless, and I need to accelerate our entire timeline before that happens." That weekend, my foreman and I worked around-the-clock shifts to complete every last detail. By the following Friday evening, the house was fully rental-ready and looked fantastic. We listed it online Saturday morning, using professional images that made it look like a magazine feature. By Sunday night, we had 12 qualifying applications and a quickly expanding waiting list of prospective tenants. The couple we chose was ideal for our needs. Young professionals in their late 20s, both with steady jobs and outstanding credit ratings, with no red flags in their histories or rental history. They wanted to move in immediately and offered $2,400 per month, which was $100 higher than our asking price. My foreman grinned as we signed the leasing agreement. Congratulations, partner. You're officially a successful landlord with positive cash flow. But I was not thinking about rental revenue or commercial success at the time. I was thinking about the final step of what I intended to do next, and how wonderful that would be. I moved out on a Wednesday morning, while everyone else was, as expected, away from the house going about their daily lives. Kayla had her weekly content production session at a downtown photography studio. Mom was at her book club meeting, while Dad was in the casino, pretending to be attending a job interview or networking event. I had been secretly shifting my key items to a storage container for several weeks, so there wasn't much left in my room. Essential clothing, my laptop computer, and a few personal belongings having sentimental value from my military career. Everything that was actually important to me fit easily into my pickup truck with room to spare. On the kitchen table, I placed my house key in a single piece of paper with a short professional message. I am terminating my rental agreement with this property with immediate effect. As agreed, the final rent payment was processed on March 1st, and all utilities and services registered in my name will be disconnected within 48 hours. Any future communication should be directed to Rodco Holdings, LLC, at P.O. Box 2847, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Ethan Carter. No emotional appeals. There are no detailed explanations. There is no place for argument or negotiation. Just hard business facts provided with the same emotionless accuracy as the original invoice. But here's where everyone who's read thus far will find the story truly rewarding. What my family didn't realize was that I had been doing far more research than just property values and rental markets. I'd spent the last few months meticulously studying their financial condition, business activities, and, most significantly, Kayla's web company operations and legal compliance. My enterprising sister had been making some severe blunders, and they were going to catch up with her. The first important discovery was that she had never declared any of her large OnlyFans revenue to the IRS. We're talking about more than $200,000 in fully unreported revenue over the last year and a half. That is federal tax evasion area, with substantial legal ramifications, including possible prison time. Second discovery. She'd been using our parents' home address for all of her business correspondence, tax documents, and legal documentation. Which meant that when the IRS came to investigate, which they undoubtedly would, Mom and Dad would be identified as potential tax fraud accessories. The third and most lovely finding was that she had been advertising and filming her OnlyFans content utilizing images and films filmed around our parents' house, including the master bedroom, living room, kitchen, backyard, and pretty much every room. This meant they were technically running a commercial adult entertainment business out of a residential property, which was a blatant violation of around 6 separate city codes and HOA rules. However, I did not immediately submit these violations to the proper authorities on an anonymous basis. That method would have been overly simplistic and direct. Instead, I patiently waited for the right moment to maximize impact. I received the phone call I had been waiting for around 2 weeks after moving out and establishing my independence. Dad's voice was tense with barely contained panic and stress. "Ethan, we really need to talk immediately. Can you come over to the house right now? I don't live there anymore, remember? You can schedule an appointment through my business email address if needed." "You're what, Ethan?" "This is extremely serious. We received some very official letters today that we don't understand." I understood just which letters he was referring about. Kayla received an IRS audit notification needing an immediate response. The city issues code enforcement violation notices with significant fines. The HOA fine documentation totals thousands of dollars. Due to legal issues, the real estate agent's contract was canceled. You see, after I moved out and gained complete independence, I made many strategic phone calls over the course of a week. Anonymous tips about unreported income should be directed to the IRS fraud hotline, along with precise details and documentation. Detailed complaints regarding business activities in residential areas to code enforcement, including photographic evidence. Provide comprehensive evidence of HOA violations to the Homeowners Association Board, including documentation. I can meet you at the coffee shop downtown Saturday afternoon, 2 o'clock sharp. When they arrived for our meeting, they appeared to have aged 10 years in just 2 weeks. Dad's hair appeared gray and thinner. Mom had noticeable stress lines around her eyes. Kayla looked like she had been crying for days. I sat across from them in my best business casual outfit, maintaining a completely neutral, professional attitude while holding a heavy folder of official paperwork beside my coffee cup. "So," I continued gently, "what seems to be the problem?" Dad passed a huge stack of official government letters across the table, his hands quivering. IRS audit notification requires a quick response. City code violations are issued with escalating fines. HOA infraction documentation resulted in $15,000 in penalties. They received word that their homeowner's insurance had been revoked due to unreported commercial activity on the property. "We don't understand what's happening to us," Mom begged passionately. "Everything hit us at once like some kind of coordinated attack." I went over the documents deliberately, as if I were seeing them for the first time. Wow, this is pretty serious stuff. Federal tax issues, city violations, insurance problems. "Can you help us figure this out?" Dad begged, desperation in his voice. "I know things got complicated when you moved out, but we're still family." "Help you in what specific way?" Maybe you could move back home," Mom offered with enthusiasm. "Help us navigate this situation. We could definitely adjust the rent arrangement to something more reasonable." I pretended to take their idea extremely seriously. "What kind of adjustment were you thinking?" "We could lower it to $1,500 per month," Dad remarked hastily, as if he was offering me a tremendous deal. "Maybe even $1,200, Mom said when I didn't answer instantly with enthusiasm. I let the stillness linger uncomfortably until Kayla erupted emotionally. "This is completely ridiculous. Ethan, just help us. You know I can pay whatever stupid fees these are." "Actually," I stated calmly, opening my documents folder, "that's a significant part of the problem we're dealing with here." I put out printouts of everything I'd been meticulously documenting over months. Bank statements reveal her undisclosed revenue patterns. Screenshots from her social media posts. Advertising content was filmed in their home. Printed documents of the city ordinances she had violated. Tax code explanations that emphasize her legal obligations and penalties. "Kayla, based on my research and calculations, you owe approximately $78,000 in federal taxes, plus substantial penalties and interest charges. The city fines will total around $25,000 if you don't immediately cease all commercial operations. And since all of this illegal activity was happening at Mom and Dad's registered address." I turned around to confront my parents. "You're considered legal accessories under federal law." Dad's face had lost its color totally. "What does that mean exactly?" "It means the IRS can pursue your assets too. House, vehicles, bank accounts, retirement savings. Everything you own can be seized to pay these debts." Kayla stared at the documents as if they were written in a completely alien language. But I didn't know I had to pay taxes on that income. Nobody told me." "Ignorance of tax law isn't considered a legal defense," I stated matter-of-factly. "But there might be a potential solution to this situation." Hope flared desperately in Dad's eyes. "What kind of solution?" "Well, you need immediate cash flow to start paying these substantial debts before they get worse. You need someone with business experience to help navigate these complex legal issues. And you need to completely restructure your entire financial situation to ensure compliance." I retrieved another set of official paperwork from my folder. Rodco Holdings LLC is prepared to offer a comprehensive debt management and property improvement package that could solve all of these problems. The proposal was truly stunning in its exquisite simplicity. Rodco would buy their house for $220,000, which was about $30,000 less than the current market value but enough to cover their existing mortgage and some tax debt. They may then rent the property back from me for $2,200 per month. While they worked out their legal and financial issues, Kayla was compelled to immediately cease all content creation activities and seek real job in order to begin paying her significant tax responsibilities. All of her future income would be tracked and managed by Rodco to assure perfect legal compliance. Mom and Dad would keep their current occupations, but all of their funds would be controlled using a tight budget system that I would personally oversee to avoid future difficulties. "This is completely insane," Kayla exclaimed, her voice rising. "You want us to pay you rent to live in our own house?" "It's not your house anymore," I said gently. "You're about to lose it anyway when the IRS places a lien on the property for unpaid taxes. This arrangement allows you to stay here." "How much monthly rent are we talking about?" Dad inquired calmly. $2,200, current market rate for a property this size, plus utilities, which you'll pay directly. "That's more than you were paying us." "No," I responded firmly. "That's what you should have been charging someone who was actually capable of paying it consistently without stealing from family members." I stood up and collected my paperwork methodically. "You have exactly 48 hours to make your decision. After that deadline, you're on your own with the IRS and the legal system." They phoned me exactly 6 hours later and accepted the entire offer without discussion.